Biju talking, thinking. Biju thinking, talking. One storm awakens. It was nighttime in the village hidden in the leaves, and a boy with sun-kissed hair and bright orange clothes was reaching out to his teacher, brother, father figure Irika Yumino. Why? Because a giant shuriken was flying towards him about to pierce his chest. Irika-sensei! A bright flash followed by a loud clash sounded off, and next thing everyone sees is Naruto with smoking hands and the ashes of the giant shuriken on the ground in front of Irika. A moment of silence was in the clearing until it was broken by the blonde who spoke in a confused tone. Did I do that? He looked toward Irika to see him with wide eyes looking back at him. And Naruto, why you just shot lighting? Mizuki, in shock at what happened, looked at Naruto with shock. He shook his head and shouted at the blonde. I don't care what you shot, I'm still going to kill you and Irika. He screamed with rage in his eyes. Naruto, knocked out of shock by Mizuki's outburst, hardened his gaze and responded. For your crimes against the leaf you shall die today. As he says that, he makes a cross sign with his fingers and shouts Shadow Clone Jutsu. Next thing everyone sees is a massive cloud of smoke and 1,000 clones in bright orange with serious faces with arms out. Now die, they all say in unison, sending chills through Mizuki's body. They all shoot lightning blasts out from their hands, and the screams of Mizuki echo through the whole clearing for 5 minutes straight. When Naruto was finally done, there was nothing left of the traitor, not even ashes. Naruto hunches over and pants heavily, then notices Irika, still with wide eyes. Irika-sensei, are you okay? Do you need me to help you with anything? This finally snaps him out his daze. Naruto, close your eyes for a sec. The blonde responds. I don't know how that will help you, but okay. Okay, you can open your eyes now, Naruto. He did so only to notice Irika was missing his headband, and he reached to his forehead only to feel metal and soft cloth. He shed a couple tears and gave Irika a hug. Thank you, Irika, for everything. You've always been there to help me, even when no one else would. You're the only person plus the Ichirakus to know my real self. This causes Irika to smile warmly. So, does that mean you will stop hiding yourself from everyone and step into the dark side? This causes them both to chuckle. A squad of Umbu appear out of nowhere, and an Umbu with a cat mask and purple hair walks forward. Uzumaki-sen, Yumino-san, the Hokage, wishes to speak with you. This causes Irika to sigh and Naruto to scowl. Next, the Umbu walks up to them and places a hand on their shoulder and shunshin away. X. Thank you, Umbu, you can leave us now. Yes, Hokage-sama. With that, they all leave, allowing him to focus his attention on the duo in front of him. Naruto-kun, the scroll, please, he asks with a kind smile, which pisses Naruto off. Naruto throws the scroll at him aggressively, which causes Umbu to come out and point their weapons at him. We have a lot to talk about, old man. Unbothered by the 4 Umbu with weapons at him. Yes, we do, Naruto-kun, Umbu, leave us. So what do you want to ask first? When did you plan on telling me I had the 9-tailed fox seal inside of me? He says with an angry face, leaking little amounts, killing in 10 out, but enough for both of the men to know he is serious. Hiruzen Sarutobi was an old man who has seen 2 wars along with a 9-tailed fox, but yet a child of only 12 has made him nervous with just his look that reminded him of another redhead woman who gave him the same look. He could have sworn he saw a ghostly image of her behind the boy, but he shook it off. Naruto-kun, I was going to tell you when you were 16 or a chunin. He responded in a straight tone. This causes Naruto to release a low growl. Well, I'm 16 or chunin, are you kidding me? I already failed 3 times and I'm 13. You should have told me when I wanted to become a ninja, or maybe even when I asked you why everyone hates me. Don't even tell me this was a secret when the whole village knew about it, except me. He screams, releasing even more ki enough to make the Hokage sweat and Irika to gasp in shock. Naruto-kun, you have to understand it was for your own essay, dash. Don't even say safety. The villagers would still break into my house and beat, but no, what do you say? The villagers are just confused and angry right now. Forgive them. No, they didn't forgive me for something I didn't even do, so I will not forgive them, and if they want to try to hurt me again, they will be put down for attacking a ninja off the leaf. Through this declaration, his eyes turn red for a moment, enough for only the Hokage to notice and fear that the seal was breaking. "You owe me, old man." The old Hokage just sighs sadly and gives in to his demands. "Fine, Naruto-kun, what is it you want? I want you to get your act together and start acting like a Hokage and not some helpless old man who gives in to anyone's demands. You run the village, not anyone else." This causes a little fire to come back to the old fire shadow. "I also want you to postpone the team selections for a week so I can have time to master my new strange power. It's called a bloodline. You would know that if you were not sleeping in class," Irika says with a cheeky smile on his face. This causes a tick mark to appear to Naruto's head. Naruto then turns and gives Irika a foxy smile that unnerves him a bit. Crispy Irika coming up. Naruto put out his hands and blast Irika, which caused him to scream out in pain, and bright lights in the Hokage office, which makes the old man and Umbu's sweat drop. "Now, old man, just tell me a secret training ground to train in, and I'll be back sometime later," which causes bigger sweat drops to appear. "Right, training ground 44, but be careful, it is dangerous and is called the Forest of Death. Don't worry, nothing can stop this ninja from becoming the best." This caused the old man and slightly smoking a rook to smile. "Well, off I go to see this forest," he shouts, jumping out the window in nothing but his orange pants. A tick mark appears on the old man's head. "I hope this does not become a habit of his like someone else I know." Triple X. I think I should have listened to the old man. This place is dangerous. I've already killed a giant bear, 3 tigers, and that a snake. What Naruto sees is a snake the size of a 2-story house. Without thinking, Naruto runs up a tree to get a better vantage point. And indeed what he sees is a giant brown snake with black diamonds going down its back and yellow eyes that scream bad vibes. But if there is one thing Naruto is a coward, he is not so. He makes a cross sign with his fingers and shouts Shadow Clone Jutsu. A puff of smoke and a clone of Naruto is next to him. "Okay, buddy, let's send this snake packing." They raise their hands to the sky and let out a mighty roar, and a huge bolt of lightning strikes the snake, causing mass damage and crater 20 feet wide and 3 inches deep destruction. How we showed that snake, didn't we? We sure did, boss. But before they could celebrate, too much a kunai to the clone's head, and it puffs in smoke while another slices his cheek, letting some blood fall. Someone appears behind him, pressing something soft against his head, pushing his body against the women, if he had to guess. Then a voice follows. "That was pretty awesome, Gaki. You really did a number on this area, and you even beat my snake with 1 strike." "I think that deserves a reward," she says in a flirty tone, while licking blood off his cheek, which makes him blush much to the mystery women's amusement. "What are you doing, lady? Let me go." No, 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 that's not how you ask for things, is it?" she says in a wistful way. "Can you please let me go, miss?" he says, still blushing. "No, I don't think so. You'll be my little pillow for tonight, and you're already undressed. Should I follow your lead?" she says, teasing him even more. "Wait, I don't even know your name," he says, turning red from the woman. "Right, I'm Anko Mitarashi," she says in a cheerful tone. "I am Naruto Uzumaki," he says, still blushing, finally wiggling out of her grasp. Finally able to see her, and what he sees makes him blush even more. Anko is an average-sized woman, with light brown, pupil-less eyes. A young woman who is a slender frame made for speed and dodging while still keeping her womanly charms, which she has a lot of. D-cup breast and a beautiful heart-shaped face and smile similar to his. "Beautiful," Naruto whispers out in shock of what he sees, which causes Anko to blush. Naruto turns around red-faced, embarrassed at himself for saying that out loud. Anko in shock. A 13-year-old she just met compliments gave her a more heartfelt compliment than the village has in years. "Oh yeah, my plushie for the night." She walks up behind him and grabs him by the waist and snuggles against his whiskers, which causes him to purr. They both pause and look at each other eyes wide. "Kawaii, you're going to be my little fox plushie for life," she says, pushing his head into her valley. Fox plushie, not surprised she knows about the fox, but plushie for life. "I don't mind if I can stay in her. No, I am not a pervert." Naruto jumps out of her arms red-faced with his fist up in a fighting stance. "If you want me, you'll have to take me dead. Bring it on, Gaki, you are going to regret that." They disappear in a comical cloud of smoke, punching, kicking, and biting, and a few lightning bolts. A few seconds later, Anko is standing with a shirtless Naruto over her shoulder with swirls in his eyes, while she has her ponytail frizzled thanks to the lighting bolts. Hagaki will never beat me. Let's get him back to my place so we can cuddle. You know, for a kid who's 13, he has a nice body. I mean, look at his six-pack and lean body cuckoo. He'll be a lady killer in a few years. Better get him while I can. H2 progress. Anko's bedroom next morning. We find our blonde hero in a position many men of the village would kill for just to even be in for a little nap. Naruto has his head on the chest of Anko Mitarashi with a stupid smile on his face and a hand on her left breast. This was the best sleep I've ever had. And when did I get new pillows? They feel so soft and firm. Let me feel it again. Squeeze. A moan followed. Since when did pillows make noise? Better yet, it sounded like moan. Naruto-kun, I didn't know you were so grabby, so early in the morning. His eyes widened in horror as he remembered the events of last night. He shot up like a man possessed, eyes still wide with a red face. Anko-san, I am sorry. I didn't mean to grab your holy objects you call breast. I mean your soft chest. I mean, dashed it. He was cut off by the laughter of the woman in bed with nothing but a white tank top that could barely keep her chest hidden and purple panties. Plushie-kun, you don't have to be so formal with me. Just call me Anko-chan, okay? Okay, he says, still red-faced from her state of dress. Anko-chan, why do you live in this dangerous forest and not in the village like everyone else? He asked with a tilt of his head that reminded her of a fox kit and made her want to put his head in her breast again. Well, that's because I'm just like you in a way. The village also hates me and doesn't accept me, so I've just moved in here and only invite my little friends that I have here. She replies with a sad smile that makes his heart clench. But why? You seem like a nice person to me, although you may be a little crazy and lack clothes. The blonde says, blushing at her body again. Anko can't help but give him a smile at his answer. We just met and I all but kidnapped him, and he still says I'm a nice person. Huh, stupid little Gaki. They hate me because of a seal like you, something my old teacher Orochimaru gave me. She said with clear anger. That makes Naruto notice a mark on her shoulder. Is this the mark you're talking about? He says, pointing at it. This makes Anko place a hand over it in defense. Naruto sits next to her on the bed and gives her a smile that warms her heart. Anko-chan, I will help you get rid of it. Just let me take a look at it and try to help you. Anko moves her hand to give him a look, and he recognizes it as a seal, but that's all he knows. Anko-chan, I promise that I will get better at seals and beat that snake shit up for you. Then I'll unseal it, and then you won't have to live with it anymore. He says with raw determination. This caused the pineapple hair woman to smile warmly at our blonde. Well, thank you, Gaki, if you do. That I'll give you a reward you are sure to remember. This causes Naruto to blush, but he does something bold. Well, I better get to it if I want that reward he behind. He says with a wink that makes Anko blush and surprise at the same time. But she regains her composure and smiles devilishly. Anara Yutakun, am I rubbing off on you already? She says, pushing his head in her breast and whispers in his ear, which makes him shiver in pleasure, fright, and excitement. Anko-chan, I think you are, but I kind of like it, he says, smiling at her. That's my plushy fall onto the dark side with me, she says, rubbing against his cheek. They both have a good laugh at that. Okay, Anko-chan, let's get up and eat, and then you can train me, he says, getting up only to blush at his state of dress. Hey, where are my pants, and why am I still shirtless? Anko can only sweat drop. He just now notices that? What a baka. Anko thinks with a sweat drop. Your clothes are being washed, and why would I train you? Well, you're pretty strong. I can sense it, and I want to learn under the great snake lady of the forest. Actually, it's the sexy and single Anko Mitarashi, she says with her hands in the air and a grin on her face. Oh, I see. Should I come up with a cool intro as well? That way everyone can know how cool I am. Yes, you should. It's something we will work on while I train you, she says, nodding her head like a great sage would. So that means you will train me, Anko-chan. That's so cool, he says, giving her a big smile and a hug. Ah, Naruto-kun, you can't keep your hands off me, can you? She says in a teasing tone. Naruto blushes and hides in her breast, causing her to laugh at him. We find the dynamic duo out in the forest of death getting ready to train till the sun goes down. Okay, we will train until you go back to the academy for your team selection, and then your sensei will help you with the rest. She says a little sad, but trying to hide it with her smile, but Naruto picked up on it and saved it for later. Okay, Anko-sensei. He says finally in clothes, but not his. He is wearing black jogging pants with black ninja sandals and a white tank top and a tan trench coat, just like Anko, much to her happiness. Okay, Plushie, make 10 clones and send them to the library under Hinge and have them focus on seduction, stealth, combat, and torture. Another 10 to climb trees and have them practice tree walking. I saw you did it yesterday, but that was because you were under pressure. I want it perfect. How do you know the secret to the shadow clones? It was in the scroll of sealing. A bastard Orochimaru may be, but a good teacher he was, she says with reluctancy. Now me and you will spar until one of those clones brings back a scroll for taijutsu you may like. Okanko-sensei, Shadow Clone Jutsu. A puff of smoke and 20 clones were in the clearing. You heard the lady, let's get to it. He shouts at copies of himself. Yes, boss. And off the clones were. What now, Anko-sensei? He turns to her with a raised eyebrow. Now you and I will fight, she says, releasing Jonin levels of Ki at him, which makes him sweat a lot. Why are you releasing that much Ki at me? It's to let you know I'm serious and get you used to this, because when you fight with other ninjas, they're going to release much more because they will be coming to kill you. He shakes his head and hardens his gaze, getting ready to train seriously. Okay, Anko-sensei, I am ready to get this started, he says with cold blue eyes and electrified voice, which gives Anko shivers of what she has no idea. Without wasting any time, they charge at each other. Naruto throws a straight punch that Anko dodges easily and hits him in the ribs hard, making him wince. But that does not stop him. He turns, aiming a hook to her left side, but she ducks down and rises up and gives him an uppercut, sending him in the air, and she jumps after him and gives him a falling drop kick, which he barely evades. Wow, Anko-sensei, that hurts, and you're really fast. I can barely see you, he says with a busted lip and dirt on his face and clothes. Anko gives him a foxy smile and says, well, I'm a special Jonin, and I didn't get here just because of how good I look. She replies with pride in her voice. But I'm not even going all out on you. Should be able to get by with me at this speed, she says, falling in her Hebe style, and Naruto drops into a style with his left hand to his nose and right hand hovering over his stomach and legs spread. Then Naruto charges at her with the speed of that of high chunin and hits that sting a little to her skin. He comes in with a right leg kick, but she blocks and swings him over to a tree, but he flips in mid-air and bounces off the tree back at her with a cockback right fist. They clash, and a small shock wave that blows their hair and ruffles the leaves on the trees a bit. Not bad, Gaki, you put some strength behind that one, Anko replies with a grin. One that Naruto matches. Well, these muscles came from somewhere. I did a lot of physical activity in my free time. He replies with that smirk that looks like a fox, but little does he know a giant red eye with a black slit is watching behind a cage. After the clash, the two jump back and run at each other again. Anko throws a left punch, and Naruto blocks with his right elbow, only to have to block a right hook with his left elbow left. He throws a high right kick, but she blocks, and they both jump back to gain space, only to run at each other again and clash punches, but it is broken by a clone of Naruto, who swings at Anko, but she dodges to the left and throws a left kick and dispels it, only for the real Naruto to fly in with a hammer fist and knock her down, but she sidesteps and throws a barrage of kicks that all at Naruto and leave him on the grounds gasping. Not bad, Naruto-kun, but dodge these. Hidden shot out, snake hands. A bunch of snakes come out of her sleeves and aim at Naruto with fangs showing. He quickly jumps up and shots a blast of lighting from his hands, and it zaps the snakes away, but he was too slow to react to Anko behind him, who hits him to the ground. Man, this is going to be a long day, he says with a grin on his bloody face. It's midday, and we can see Naruto laying on the ground without a shirt thanks to his sadistic teacher, who burned his trench coat and white tank top off with a fireball jutsu. Trees on the ground thanks to the giant snakes that chased him around, with Anko laughing on top of it, throwing snakes and kunai at him, and even threw her wet panites at him that landed on his face. She apparently got off to making him suffer. Anko even kicked him through a couple of trees that broke a couple of bones. Hey, Anko-sensei, I can't move. I think I broke my legs when I fell out of that tree because those snakes tried to bite me. Naruto says in a hurting tone. Don't worry, Naruto-kun, I'll carry you to my favorite place, so we can eat. She says, throwing him over her shoulder, much to his irritation. So, are we going to get the food of the gods? He says happily. Yup, Anko says, in a cheery tone. Ramen. Dango. Naruto-kun, you did not just say that, did you? She says in a sweet tone, with a ghostly giant snake appearing behind her with its fangs out, causing Naruto to make his own inner beast to appear in the form of a giant red fox to appear with its teeth showing. This is the scene one Kurenai Yuhi shows up to see, causing her to sweat nervously. Kurenai is a close friend of Anko and also has the nickname of Konoha's Ice Queen. She is a fair-skinned woman of a slender build. She has long black hair, untamed hair, reaching her upper back with unique ruby red eyes with rings in them that look like Tomo. She wears makeup consisting of red lipstick and purple eyeshadow. She wears what looks like bandages over a mesh shirt to cover up her D-cup breast and one red sleeve made for distracting enemies. Anko-chan. This shout knocks the two out of their trance. Oh hot hello Nai-chan. Anko says with a happy smile. What are you doing with a shirtless kid in the forest of death? She says, looking at Naruto, who gives her a foxy smile. Oh, don't mind us, Nai-chan, me and Anko were just getting hot and sweaty. He says to Kurenai, who raises her eyebrow at his way of talking to her, until what he says clicks in, and she gives him a glare and releases ki on him. What do you mean getting hot and sweaty, you pervert? But to her surprise, the Ki does nothing to him, and he looks over to a blushing Anko. Anko-chan, tell her. He says, still grinning. You don't say it like that, you baka. Anko says with a light dust of pink on her cheeks, and smacks him upside the head because he's still over her shoulder. Anyways, we were about to go eat dango, the food of the gods. Sends a glare at Naruto, telling him to be quiet. Do you want to come with us, Nai-chan? This causes Naruto to make a lighting whip he learned how to make while running for his life from the giant snakes, and smacks Anko's, but with it which makes her eep and blush, then send a glare at him. Yes, but Anko, why does this kid who is only 13 have a lighting affinity so strong? I don't know. Hey, let's test it with chakra paper. Do you have any? Anko asked Giddy. Yes, I do. I picked some up for my future Jinin team, but I guess I can spare one, she says, sweat dropping at her friend's antics. With that said, she pulls one out and hands it over to Anko, who snatches it away, making a tick mark appear on the woman's head. Okay, Naruto-kun, just channel your chakra into this, and we will see what happens after that, she says, putting him down off her shoulder. Naruto-kun, these two seem pretty close after they just met. Well, not surprised they are so similar. It's like they were made for each other. Okay, Anko-sensei. With that said, he did just that, and it shocks everyone at what they see. The paper split into 100 pieces, which then crumbled up into small balls, and then they all turned to water, which formed a large puddle at their feet. Is that supposed to happen? Naruto asked, uncertain. We have to go show the Hokage that a reaction like this can only mean a bloodline, said Kurenai with wide eyes. With that said, they all body flicker to the Hokage office. Old man, guess who's back? Naruto said, appearing with two companions in a body flicker. Show some respect, you perverted brat. Kurenai hits him over the head, which makes a huge bump appear over his head. Oh, what's your problem, Nai-chan? Why are you so uptight you need to get laid? He yells at her. A tick mark appears on her head with a face red from anger or embarrassment. You little brat, she says, and proceeds to beat the already injured Naruto black and blue. Huff, what does he know about getting laid, little pervert? Everyone's sweat drops at the scene. Cough, Hokage-sama, we have important news to share with you, the snickering Anko says. What would that be, Anko? The laughing Hokage says. We believe Naruto-kun has a bloodline, Anko says, getting a little bit more serious. Oh, you mean his storm release? Yes, we saw this yesterday, but we did not have any chakra paper, so I just guessed what it was, and I must be correct. Yes, Hokage-sama, we tested his affinity, and the paper was cut in 100 pieces, formed into small balls, and then formed a large puddle. Kurenai said with surprise, still in her tone. Wow, his water affinity is stronger than that of Tobirama-sensei. Naruto-kun, you are truly amazing. Maybe I should give him his parents' scrolls, and he can learn his mother's water jutsu and Kenjutsu style along with his father's wind jutsu. Naruto-kun, you have the Bloodline Storm release. It is a very powerful bloodline that with enough control, you can cause mass storms. It is a combination of water and lighting nature chakra to make storm release. I got you, old man. I've already got a good handle on it, see? He says and makes a lightning whip and throws it at the bookcase and grabs a rude umbu. Faster than Naruto can see the old Hokage flashes to the umbu and jams a kunai in the umbu face mask, causing the body to slump over in Naruto's lighting whip, and the body caught fire. That Danzo, I swear I'm going to kill him. Like Naruto-kun said, I need to get my act together, and Naruto must be a censor. Naruto-kun, can you use water chakra to put this fire out? The Hokage asks in a firm tone, not matching his age. I don't know how to use water yet, the blonde says sadly. Just picture your chakra flowing like water and pushing through everything like a rampaging storm. The Hokage says while making a sign for his umbu to go. Okay, old man. Naruto then closes his eyes to focus. Then to everyone's shock, water starts to form around him and quickly drops on the burning umbu and soaks the body and everyone else. I did it, thanks, old man. Naruto pumps his fist up, unaware of the angry ruby-eyed woman approaching him from behind. Naruto-kun, would you please come here and let me talk to you? She says in a voice too sweet for his liking. Everyone see the death god appear behind her laughing. See you, old man. I have to run for my life. Naruto says, jumping out the window. But not before making a lighting whip and smacking the snake mistress on her ass, sending an electric shock up her body, causing her to run behind Kurenai with an angry face. Uzumaki, you get your ass back here. The two women scream with all their womanly fury. Ch. 3 team selections. Day of team placements. We can find Naruto doing something that has become one of his new favorite things to pass the time when there is nothing to do or his Nai-chan isn't there for him to tease her. Instead, he is running his fingers through the tails of one nine-tailed vixen named Kasumi, who is purring happily while laying across his bed in her Hanyu form, since Naruto told her it would be okay to show what she really looks like in the comfort of his rundown apartment. He can't help but laugh at how they meet. Flashback. Anko-chan, I think I've de-drunk enough. Haven't we celebrated enough over my new discovery? He speaks with red cheeks due to the alcohol or the way Anko has her breast on his head. Jigaki, you lightweight. I can't hold your LIQ dashed. She was cut off when she passed out due to how much drinking she had did that night, and Naruto had to carry the drunk Anko home, getting weird looks from the villagers. When he got to her house, he put her in the bed, but as he tried to get away, she pulled him down into his favorite place to rest. I was going to go home and work off this drunken state, but this is fine. Mindscape. Oh, why am I in a sewer? And why am I still drunk? I can't even stand straight. Damn, Anko-chan, we need to bring Kurenai-chan with us next time. She is the responsible one. Well, let's go explore. He then runs off without a care in the world. After a few minutes of just stumbling around, he finds himself in front of a cage, and because of the state he's in, logic goes out the window, and he just runs up to it but trips and falls on his face, dogging a giant claw. But he doesn't seem to notice. Stupid ninjin, can't even run straight. I'm amazed you got so strong with that stupid bloodline of yours. A voice in the darkness says, Hey, who you calling a stupid ninjin? You must not know who I am. I am the pie-eating, trailblazing eyebrow, raising jabroni, beating, heart-stopping, elbow-dropping Naruto Uzumaki. A moment of silence followed. No one even moved, but Naruto still had that grin on his face. Ha ha ha, that was actually pretty good. You're a very entertaining ninjin. I just came up with that now. I wonder if Anko-chan will like it. He says with a hand behind his head and a grin that could split his face. But now that I'm not so drunk, I can only assume you are the QB, and this is inside the seal, and this is a representation of my mind. Naruto says with a serious gaze, looking into the darkness. A giant red eye with a black slit appears, followed by giant teeth, and a grinning face makes Naruto match its grin. Mama, maybe I was wrong, and you are not a stupid ninjan. Are you a boy or girl? The question came from a blonde who had a questioning gaze aimed at the fox. Really, that is the first thing you decide to ask me. It just makes talking to you a lot easier and not calling you in it. The QB eyes him for a second, deciding if it should reveal such information to the Bakanin Jin. "I am a woman that you have never seen before," said the now female fox with pride in her tone. "Oh, my ramen gods up above the strongest Bijou is a woman, and a prideful one at that. Oh man, wait until Kurenai-chan hears that she's going to be happy for the rest of her life." "What? You have a problem with that, Ninjin?" The vixen says, releasing some KI on him that makes him nervous. "And no, I think that is really good for all the females in the world who are put down because of sexist men, and you have really nice fur. It makes me want to just lay in it all day." "Oh, really? Why you think so?" The QB says in a more softer female voice. "Yes, I do. You could be a pillar of strength for all the women of the world. All you would need is a more human appearance and be a little nicer, and you might just become a role model similar to Tsunade Senju. Well, I do have a Hanio form if you'd like to see it, but you have to do something for me." "What would that be?" Naruto says with a raised eyebrow. "You need to change this place up a bit and give me messages anytime I ask for them," she says in a tone of arrogance, as if talking to someone lower than her. That seems reasonable. I could imagine being in a sewer 24/7 would suck." He then closes his eyes so that he can focus on changing his mindscape, and little by little the place gains light. The water is replaced with grass. The walls become huge trees, and the sound of following water could be heard as a river along with a small waterfall can be seen coming out of the ground. "Huh, now tell me this isn't awesome," the blonde says, pumping a fist in the air. The QB is speechless as to what has just happened. She was not expecting the little human to do such a good job on his first try. But then she stops and looks for the seal and sees it on a rock under a tree. "Thank you, Naruto, and now, as promised, prepare to be amazed by my beauty." In a flash of light, the giant fox can be seen getting smaller until a human form is seen then, and there Naruto sees a sight he will never forget. Standing there is a woman with orange hair with red fox ears on top of her head, hair that goes down to the middle of her back, followed by the 9 orange foxtails. She still has those blood-red eyes with fox slits, and now red lipstick and a narrow jawline. DD cup breast and an hourglass figure that makes men's heads turn, and plump thighs that make the world go round. Next thing that happens is Naruto is blown back to the seal and hits it and cracks it. Upon seeing this, QB fears the worst because her chakra starts leaking to Naruto a bit, but suddenly stops when Naruto sees this and fixes the rock by imaging it the way it used to be. Now that could have been bad, ha ha ha. The laughing blonde catches something flying toward his head, and it's soft. He then starts to rub his face in it, only to stop when he hears a moan come from the QB. "QB-san, I am Dash." He is cut off when she raises a hand to stop him. "Kasumi is my name. Jay, just don't stop rubbing my tails." "Okay, Jay, just put some clothes on you naked," the blushing blonde says. She then puts on a red kimono with little red foxes on it. The kimono is open, showing some cleavage. It only reaches to her thighs and stops, showing her long legs. She wears red ankle socks to finish the outfit. "Happy now," she says with a red face, cause Naruto has started brushing her tails. "This is going to be a great friendship, Kasumi-chan," the grinning blonde says, that makes the redhead blush a little. Baka. In flashback. "Wake up, Kasumi-chan, I have team placements today, and I don't want to be late," the blonde says, whispering in her fox ears, giving them a little pat. "Naruto-kun, why do you have to strike them with your new storm release jutsu that leveled the forest clearing?" she says, pouting. "Kasumi-chan, I did that jutsu, and the whole village was in a thunderstorm for the rest of the day, and then I had to tell the old man what I did," he says with a sweet drop. "Look, just become a little fox, and I can take you with me when I fly there," he says with a smirk, knowing how much her an Anko like that. She transforms into the size of an Inuzuka pup and instantly grins up at Naruto, who is also grinning. "You know, I still find it hard to believe I can fly using wind release, man. I love those shadow clones. We really flew all over the village that day, haha." "Yeah, you just get dressed and let's go flying," yipped the happy fox. "Okay, Jesse can be really impatient sometimes." A smack upside his head by a tail, and he's up and moving. Naruto can be seen wearing black Umbu-style sandals, so he can stay light on his feet. A black t-shirt with the kanji storm over his seal, and a tan trench coat like Anko she got him as a gift for buying her dango. His headband tied on his forehead, along with a sheath katana on his waist hidden by the coat. He picked up because his clone found a style called Moonlight Sword style. This style uses brute force or flexibility when needed, but it is not really used because masters of the sword have a bloody life ahead of them. But little blood never stopped Naruto from getting what he wanted. The sword is about 2 feet long. The handle is black, and the guard is in the shape of an yin-yang symbol, while the blade is silver made for cutting through the flesh of enemies. Okay, I'm ready to go, Kasumi-chan hop on. She then climbs onto the top of his head and walks to his window and jumps out and takes flight to the academy. Along the way, the people of the red light district wave to him and give him nice smiles, and the women call out to him. Naruto-sama, when will you come give us a visit? A horde of women from the brothels come to ask him the same thing. He gives them a sexy smirk that shows his longer fangs that makes them all swoon. I'm telling you, Kasumi-chan, it's like they don't know. I'm only 13. Well, you look like a 15-year-old with all the physical training you've been doing for years, and not to mention you're always giving the people of this area high-quality goods you steal from the nobles, and stop doing that, you're going to get in real trouble, she says while smacking his head with her paws. I didn't know you cared so much about me, Kasumi-chan. Am I not just a Bakanin Jin anymore? He says with a knowing look. Luckily, her fur can hide her blush because her face was burning red. Be Bakanin Jin, don't ever think about something like that again. Once he exited the red light district, it's back to the glares of hatred while the kids look in awe at the flying boy and fox. It's crazy how the people who are considered the outcast of the village treat me better than this. Well, that's because they can kind of understand what you're going through, and you've also helped these people a lot, and they respect you for that, she says, a little sadly feeling guilty. Naruto then turns and is now flying with his back to the ground and Kasumi on his stomach. Hey, I told you not to think that. None of this is your fault, so stop blaming yourself, he says in a soft tone while rubbing her head. Kasumi then gives him a smile, or as much as a fox could give with those sharp teeth. Thank you, Naruto-kun, she says, feeling better. Now what do you say? We make an epic entrance Anko style, he says, giving her a foxy grin. She yips happily. Next thing, the villagers see Naruto become covered in blue lighting and disappear in a bolt. Academy. In one classroom, we can see a bunch of kids talking and laughing, all excited or nervous for the test about to happen today. The civilian children sit at the bottom, while the clan heir are at the top of the class. We can see a black-haired boy with the hair of a duck, but by the window with girls, giving him eyes with hearts while he ignores them. This is Sasuke Uchiha, the last loyal Uchiha of the Leaf. Above him, we can see a boy with red fang markings on his face. This is Kiba Inuzuka with his best friend Akamaru on his head. Next to him, we can see a boy in a green overcoat with sunglasses and a small humming coming from him. His name is Shino Aburame. To the left of them, we can see a boy with spiky black hair that looks like a ponytail and a lazy face. This is Shikamaru Nara. Next to him is a fat boy with swirls on his face. His name is Choji Akimichi. In the top row, we can see a girl with midnight blue hair and lavender eyes. This is Hinata Hyuga. She is looking around like she is trying to find someone. It is a known fact in the class that she has a massive crush on one Naruto Uzumaki, but he does not know. Naruto-kun, I hope that you passed. A rumbling can be heard coming to that class, and everyone covers their ears and sits down because they know what is going to happen. H.A. Pig, I win. First, I get to sit next to my Sasuke-kun, said a girl with bright pink hair and a big forehead. This is Sakura Haruno. No, can't you see I'm in front of you, forehead girl, says a girl with platinum blonde hair and pupil sky blue eyes. They rush up to the duck-haired boy to sit next to him and then start a fight over who sits next to him. They're forced to stop when the outside gets dark, and they can see the clouds darken and lightning start to strike down and thunder boom across the sky. Everyone all over the village looks up to see what is going on, and the people of the red light district start to cheer loud, and the Hokage can only rub his head and smoke his pipe at seeing what is going on. Back in the classroom, everyone is looking outside when they see a lightning bolt come flying at their school. All the kids scream and hide under the desk until it makes contact. The windows break, and something has landed in the class. The kids peek from under the desk to see what is going on, and what they see, all the girls blush, and the boys look in awe. Hello, my future comrades. I, Naruto Uzumaki, have come. Hinata, with a red face looking in awe and a bloody nose along with most of the girls, even Sakura and Ino can't help but blush. The boys are jealous, and Sasuke is green with envy along with the furious Kiba. And in Naruto, is that you? Asked the hesitant Ino with a red face at how handsome Naruto looks. Naruto gives her a charming smile and walks real close to her, making her even redder. Yes, it is Ino-chan. Do you like what you see? He says, kissing her hand as causes her to faint along with Hinata. One girl is not buying it though. Naruto Baka, don't do that again. She runs to him with her fist cocked, ready to punch him, only to be shocked when he grabs her fist and backhands her and gives her a cold glare. Don't do that again, he says in a cold tone amplified by the growling fox on his shoulder. He then walks up to sit down next to the passed-out Hinata and picks her up and sits her in his lap, much to everyone's shock. But this makes one Mud angry. What do you think you are doing with my mate? Yelled the angry Kiba, who is charging him only to stop when he is shot with a water bullet to the face by the blonde, who gives him an icy gaze. Sit down. He adds some ki to get his point across. Everyone is shocked at this display, even the Jounin watching. Hokage office. Everyone in the office was slack-jawed at what just happened in such a short amount of time. Hokage-sama, this is real and not a joke, is it? Said a bearded man named Asuma, who looks like a young Hiruzen. A one-eyed cyclops with silver hair has a wide eye and an orange book on the floor. Kakashi, did you see that? Says Asuma with shock. Hokage-sama, if I am correct. That is the storm-released bloodline from Kimo. How does he have that? Asked Kakashi because he saw it in the last war. Indeed, he unlocked during the scroll incident and has been training with it in the Forest of Death for the past week. But I didn't think he would progress so fast, but he does know the Shadow Clone Jutsu secret, so I'm guessing that how, said the old Hokage, much to that shock of everyone. Yup, that's my Gaki right, Nai-chan. Anko says, pulling Kurenai in a hug. Anko, Kurenai, you know this kid? Asked Asuma with shock. Yes, we do know him, but I wish I didn't because he's a little pervert. Kurenai says with a little bit of red on her face, remembering some of the things Naruto has done to her. How do you know him? Asked Kakashi, wanting information. Well, he came to the Forest of Death and started fighting animals and training his new power. Long story short, I sent a giant snake after him, and he killed it with one shot and half an area. Everyone was shocked at the fact a Jinin beat Anko's snake. And how do you know him, Kurenai? Asked Asuma, because he saw her red face and has a crush on her and wants to know if this Gaki is a threat to his women. Well, I ran into him and Anko fighting in the forest, and then I beat him black and blue for being a pervert, she says with a smirk on her face at the end of her statement. The whole room sweet drop at her answer. She was just upset that he got her all wet. All the males get the wrong idea and have nosebleeds. Shut up, Anko, or no dango for a month, she say red-faced. Oh, come on, don't be like that. I'll let you cuddle with him if you want. Anko says, giving her puppy dog eyes. WWI, would I want to do that with him? I swear you both are perverts, she says, blushing at the idea. Can we just get back to the class? Said Kakashi, wanting to know more about his sensei's son. Classroom. Irika walks in to see a classroom completely silent and wide-eyed. He can see a shaking Kiba and Akamaru. Ino and the rest of the girls are blushing, looking at Naruto, brushing the hair of a sleeping Hinata in the lap of Naruto. The girls are sending the smiling Hinata herd glares, and the boys are the same to Naruto. Oh, K-class, look at what we all came for, which is your team. This snaps everyone out of their gaze. Teams 1 dashed. Naruto tunes him out and continues to stroke both Hinata and Kasumi, making the fox wag its tail back and forth. Team 7 will be Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and a random civilian ninja who isn't worth anything. Your sensei is Kakashi Hitaki. Sakura sits next to Sasuke, and the civilian ninja comes to sit next to them, but Sakura punches him away. Team 8 will be Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, and your sensei is Kurenai Yuhi. Naruto shakes Hinata up. And Naruto-kun? Hinata asked, looking confused at where she is sitting. Hello, Hinata-chan. Did you have a good sleep? He spoke huskily in her ear, making her shiver. She then notices where she is and jumps up with a red face and sits back in her seat, rubbing her fingers and legs together, then passes out with a nosebleed. Hokage office. That little pervert, when I get my hands on him, I'm gonna wring his neck. Yelled the enraged Jonin, being held back by Anko. Now are you just upset he didn't do it to you? Anko says, teasing her. Anko, class. Team 10 will be Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, and Choju Akimichi, and your sensei will be Isuma Sartobi, said the ready-to-leave Irika. Irika-sensei, what about my team? Asked the whiskered blonde. Hot dead, last you don't get a team loser, shouted the Inuzuka. Before anyone could react, Naruto kicked him in the face. Now the next person who calls me that will get the same thing. Silence. Irika-sensei, you can get back to it, he says, going back to his seat. Irika's sweat dropped. Yeah, your team is, but before he could continue, he is interrupted when a brown blur hits him. It is revealed to be Anko Mitra. Plushie-kun, I am your sensei, but you better run to our training ground, you have an angry Naichan after you. At that moment, the other sensei came into the room. And like she said, Kurenai is sending massive ki, and Naruto, who is just sitting there with a charming smile that melts her anger away. Hello, Kurenai-chan, you are looking as beautiful as ever I see, he says, walking up to her, grabbing her hand and kissing it. This makes her blush and turn her head to keep him from looking. He then grabs her by the waist and pulls her to him, and he is looking in her eyes deeply because he is standing at 5 feet 6 inches to her 5 feet 5 inches of height. This makes her blush even more. Don't be mad at me. I promise I can make it up to you, he says in her ear, giving her earlobe a bite, making her knees a little weak. Anko pushes them apart, blushing at the show, while Kurenai's whole face is red and the males are wide. Let's go to Naruto-kun. We have things to do. She then disappears, but not before Naruto smacks Kurenai on the ass, making her jump and blush more. Forest of Death. Okay, Naruto-kun, what you have to do is find me somewhere in this forest, and then you pass and I give you a good reward, she says, giving him a sexy smirk, and Naruto returns it. Well, Anko-sensei, you can consider this test pass. I'm gonna find you, he says with a confident smirk. Well, if you are so sure, come and get me. She disappears in a puff of smoke. Kasumi-chan, you got her smell right. He looks to the fox wrapped around his neck like a scarf. She wags her tail in front of his face. I will get it, but what do I get if I do this? She said, smirking. Well, I guess I could rub that spot that you can't get yourself and apply that oil on your dash. She cuts him off with a smack from her tail. You don't speak any more Bakanin-jin, she says, blushing under her fur. He can only chuckle and shoot in a bolt of lighting after his sexy sensei. Somewhere in the forest, Anko can be seen riding on a giant snake running from her handsome student. That Gaki's fast and probably has that fox on my scent trail. As if on perfect time, lightning strikes, wind blades, and water blades are coming out of the sky and are closing in on her and the snake. She replaces herself with a log, just in time to avoid being struck by all that. My God, he can use all 3 of his elements. Why did I agree to this? Anko thinks to herself, crying anime tears. Well, as long as he doesn't use his storm release, I should be able to win. As if being cursed by the god, she sees Naruto and 3 clones going through hand signs. Storm release circuit. Naruto shouts, and multiple light blue rays of lightning rush in Anko, who can 18 light beams coming at her. She ducks, spins, jumps, and doges, but still gets hit in the shoulder, left leg, and right arm. Damn, it disrupted my nervous system, and now I can't even feel where he hit me. She then turns and launches a volley of shuriken and appears behind Naruto with a heel drop, but Naruto makes arms out of lighting to grab Anko, and he blocks Anko's shuriken with his own kunai. Got you, Anko-sensei, Naruto says, only to be surprised when the Anko turns into mud. Not surprised she isn't a special jounin for nothing. Naruto thinks to himself. A little ways away, Anko is limping in the cover of trees and bushes while trying to wrap her leg in bandages so she can recover. Gotta be quick before he. Her thoughts were cut off when she hears the sound of rushing water. Found you. The statement came from Naruto on top of a raging wave. Water-style water shockwave. Naruto shouts with a wide grin on his face. Someone help me. Those were the last thoughts she had before the waves hit her and was tossed around until she passed out. You think we went overboard, Kasumi-chan? Naruto asked as he walks to the Anko, who is soaked in water. Now she did have those snakes almost eat you, responded Kasumi. Yeah, you're right, let's bring her to the hospital so we can get that reward, he says, smirking. You pervert. Kasumi says hospital. Anko-chan, I said, I was sorry. Can you please send you snakes away? You're not even supposed to be moving. Naruto replied, wrapped up in snakes to the neck. No, you got me all wet, and not the good kind. You even messed up my favorite trench coat with your storm release circuit. The bandage cover, Anko says, waving her hand childishly. Anko-chan, if you release your snakes, I'll take you out on a date to anywhere you like. In an instant, all the snakes puff away in smoke, and Anko could be seen smiling brightly. You promised, Naruto-kun. It's a promise of a lifetime, he says, giving her a thumbs up. Well, tomorrow when I get out of the hospital at 8 p.m., I would like to go somewhere in the red light district where they all worship you, even the Yakuza. She says with a bright smile still on her face. Well, do you have a specific place in mind that you would like to go? He asked her with a raised eyebrow. What can you get us into the Raging Fox? It's a new restaurant that just opened up. Speaking of fox, where is that fox you had during the test? She says, looking around for it. Oh, her name is Kasumi, and she is back in my apartment, probably sleeping. He says with a laugh. Naruto apartment. We can see Kasumi in nothing but one of Naruto's big shirts and red socks sliding across the place, singing with a makeshift microphone in her hand. He licked me like a lollipop. He licked me like a lollipop. He licked me like a lollipop. Shawty want a thug. I don't know the song Lil Wayne does. Back to hospital. Yeah, she can be really lazy sometimes, he said with a laugh. But don't worry about that, Anko-chan. I'll go set everything up and get some more training, and oh, you also have to go to the Hokage meeting later, so remember that. He then gets up and kisses her on the forehead, getting a little blush from her. Then he goes to the window and flies off. Anko can only sigh at her situation. Man, I really think I'm starting to fall in love with Plushie-kun. That makes her blush, but then she remembers the Hokage meeting. I'm going to lose so much face at that place when I tell them how he beat me, she says, crying anime tears. Streets of Konoha. Naruto has just landed from his flight and starts walking to the red light district, getting the usual looks of hatred from the older adults, while some ninjas give him nods of respect, while the kids still stare at him in awe because he can fly while the girls eye him like a piece of meat. A ball bounces in front of his path, and 5 kids come and get it. Hello, kids, did you lose this? He says kindly. The kids recognize him and all get stars in their eyes. A brown-haired girl walks up to him and asks, Hey, you the guy who can fly. Can you take us flying, please? She says, giving him the puppy dog eyes and quivering lips. Oh man, even the kids know this jutsu must look away, but I can't. He then drops his head in defeat. Fine, but you need to ask your parents first. He tells them. They run off to their parents and ask, Ka-chan, can we go flying with that guy, please? The parents look at Naruto with hatred, but decide to let it happen for their kids' sake. Fine, but nothing better happened to our kids, or you're going to get it. Naruto only rolls his eyes at their weak ki. Nothing will happen to your kids. I'm a professional, he says with a grin. The kids run to him with bright smiles. Shadow clone jutsu, the blonde proclaimed. For shadow clones appear and pick the kids up on his back, and then he blasts off in the air, and the only thing that can be heard are the laughing kids. This leaves everyone looking at the blonde in a new way. They think they might have been wrong to him. It's sunset, and Naruto can be seen in the red light district going to the Raging Fox, getting reservations for him and Anko. Naruto-sama, what can we do for you here? One of the waiters asked, bowing along with everyone else. I would like a reservation tomorrow night at 8 p.m. for me and Anko Mitarashi. Will that be okay? He asked, smiling at the respect he gets from the people. Oh, of course, Naruto-sama will be all you need today. Yes, it is, he says, and then walks away. All right, time to get some training done. He then sees 2 people in green spandex with bowls haircuts and bushy eyebrows. Well, these guys look like they need another partner. Without further ado, he ran up next to them. Hello, our youthful friend. How can we help you today? The older one asks. Dio, you wish to bask in the springtime of youth with us? The younger one asks while they are all still running. What is youth and springtime? Naruto asked, confused only to be surprised when they both stopped and looked at him in horror. Leave this an emergency. We must help our fellow comrade understand the joys of youth. Yes, Guy-sensei, the now named Lee says with fire in his eyes. The springtime of youth is when you train to better yourself in any way possible. You put in the effort to accomplish any goal by blood, sweat, and tears. It's about drive, it's about power, put in the work, and put in the hours. My guy says with Lee writing it all down in a notepad. Naruto then looks in understanding. Well, can I join you on your youthful training? I want to really feel the burn today. The two look in shock before it turns to excitement, and they cry youthful tears. Of course you can. They both shout. What is your name, my youthful friend? Guy asked with a thumbs up and sparkling teeth. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Well, Naruto-kun, let's get to it by running 100 laps around the village, and then 500 push-ups, and then 500 sit-ups, then climb the Hokage monument with boulders on our back. Then we have an all-out spar. Naruto loses a little color at all the workouts, only to be replaced with a grin because he's getting what he wanted. Hokage Tower. All the Jonin sensei are in the Hokage office waiting for one extra Jonin, so they can finally start the meeting. While waiting, they often saw the trio of Guy, Lee, and Naruto running laps around the village, and to everyone's shock, he was keeping up with them. And that is an achievement in itself, because everyone knows how much stamina those two have. They even saw him flying with kids. Hokage-sama, what is that boy made off? Not only is he working out with those two, but he is flying kids around on his back. I can't even do that with my wind manipulation yeet. Asuma said, slack-jawed, along with the other Jonin, except the slightly recovered Anko and healthy Kurenai. Sorry I was late, Hokage-sama. I saw kids flying in the sky and stayed inside because I thought the world was ending, said the one-eyed man. Only to be shocked when the old Kage shot him with heavy ki that sent him on one knee and made everyone else nervous. Listen here, Kakashi, I let your lateness slide for too long. Now you're a grown man. You need to grow up and get your shit together. When I call you, I want to hear, not whenever you feel like it. Do you understand me? Why, well, yes, Hokage-sama. The kneeling Jonin says. Then the ki vanished. Okay, everyone, we are here to see who passed and who didn't. The leader of teams 1 to 6 failed. Kakashi, leader of team 7. Pass. Everyone is shocked. Explain, said the old Kage in an authoritative voice. While Sasuke Uchiha is worthy of his title Rookie of the Year. This gains a snort from Anko and Kurenai. Anyways, he shot a fireball at me as a cover for Sakura Haruno and the civilian ninja to flank me with weapons and try to snatch the bells, but it didn't work, and I tied them up, but because they worked together, I passed them. Okay, that is good, next teammate, said the Hokage, looking at Kurenai. I gave my team a tracking test by telling them to find me. They worked together with Shino's bugs and Kiba's senses along with Hinata's bloodline to find me. Okay, we have a future tracker team. Next team, 10. The Hokage looked at his son for his report. For my team, I just told them they had to keep me still, and they used perfect teamwork to keep me still for the 5 seconds. As to be expected, those kids are basically siblings. Now, Anko, can you please tell me how you ended up in a hospital and are so injured? Said the Hokage, already having an idea. Well, you see, She mumbled the last part with a blush and looked down. Anko, can you speak up? We didn't catch that last part, said the smiling Kurenai at being able to tease her friend for once. I said I got beat up there. Are happy now. The blushing Anko said she couldn't believe what was happening to her thanks to that Gaki. Anko, are you telling me your student sent you to the hospital? Said Kakashi with one wide eye. You guys didn't see him, he found me and started to shoot wind blades along with water blades at me. Then when I thought I could get away, he used a jutsu called Storm Release Circuit on me, and 18 beams came from the 3 shadow clones, and I was hit in the leg, arm, and shoulder. Said Anko, trying to save face. But that's not all. When I tried to hit him from his blind spot, he made arms of lighting come from his back, and then tried to fry me on the spot. Wow, this kid is amazing. I see why you put him on a solo team. Nobody would be able to keep up with him. Said Asuma, a little jealous of the kid. Yeah, I just hope he doesn't end up like another Itachi, or we will have to put him down. Said the serious Kakashi. That statement got different reactions from other people. The Jonin that still hates Naruto nodded in agreement, while the ones who like him send glares at the other occupants. While the Hokage and Anko, Kurenai, send ki to all of them, making them quiet. Kakashi, watch what you say. I'll have you know, as much of the things that have happened to him, he is still willing to stay loyal to the village that does not deserve him. Said the angry Hokage. Sorry. The Jonin puts his head down in shame. Now, Anko, is there any more you would like to give on what happened? Asked the Kage, looking back at Anko. Yes, he knocked me out using water-style water shockwave, and it was like a massive wave the size of fully grown trees. And he hit me with it, and I was tossed around in the water and passed out. Wow, I should give him the water exercise of the second Hokage, so he can push his water manipulation even further. Hiruzen thought to himself. Well, everyone go home. This meeting is over. Anko, you go get some rest. You look like you could use it. The Hokage dismissed everyone. Outside the Jonin go their separate ways while some stick together like Anko, Kurenai, Kakashi, and Asuma, who look like they want to ask some questions. How can I help you? Asuma asked Kurenai, looking at the nervous Asuma. Well, I wanted to know if you want to go out on a date tomorrow. Kurenai was shocked at what he said because she too had feelings for him, but the feelings were going away because she had noticed how sometimes he would look at her, and it was not how Naruto would look at her with love and playfulness. That made her blush. Asuma sees this, though she would say yes, but is surprised when she shakes her head no. Sorry, Asuma, I don't want to go on a date with you. I don't see you that way, said Kurenai, giving him a weak smile. Anko pumps her fist slightly. Oh, okay, maybe some other time. He then body flickers away, leaving only Kakashi reading his orange book and the two women who were irritated at this. And what do you want? Asked Anko, giving him a heated glare. Now, there is no need to be like that. I just want to know if you can tell me more about your student. He says, giving her a nice smile. And why would I give up information on him like that? Anko said, getting a little suspicious of the man, along with Kurenai. Well, information is key to a ninja, and if you want to know more about him, you're going to have to ask him yourself, because I will not be telling you. She says a little hostile. Fine, is all he said, then he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Well, now that he has gone Nai-chan, I am going on a date with Naruto-kun, she says, jumping into surprise Kurenai's arms. What a date, when? Asked Kurenai with wide eyes. Tomorrow, it's going to be perfect because it's going to be in the red light district, and that place loves him. Oh, I see, I hope you have fun, she says, trying to walk away to not show Anko how sad she is. Look, Kurenai, just stop fighting it and admit that you like him, and then you can also go on a date with him. I don't mind sharing with you. Anko says, pulling her back, causing Kurenai to blush at what she said. Oh, really, you would do that for me? Said the red-faced Kurenai. Of course I would, write Naruto-kun. Anko said, causing Kurenai to turn around to look for her, Naruto-kun, only to hear the laughing Anko on the ground, holding her stomach laughing at her. Oh, so you think this is funny? Well, I got something for you. Kurenai says, going through hand signs that make Anko take off running with Kurenai chasing her. Next morning, we can see Naruto running morning laps around the village in black ninja sandals and black umbu pants with no shirt, causing all the girls he passes to stare at his body that is dripping with sweat. Next to him is his teacher, Anko, running with him in similar appearance, except she has on a black sport bar, causing her chest to bounce every time she runs. Okay, Anko-sensei, we have 50 more laps, and that 100 think you can keep up. I'm going to be moving at Jonin speeds now. He says, challenging, causing her to smirk at him. Naruto-kun, I was doing this before you were even walking. The question is, can you keep up with me? She says, and takes off at Jonin speeds, only becoming a purple blur to those who can't keep up with her, only to be passed by a golden blur that sounded like it was laughing. Get back here, Gaki, is what she said before speeding up. They are neck and neck, but are joined by others like Mike Guy with his famous smile, and his copy rock Lee with the same smile. Hello, my youthful comrades. Let U.S. Bath, Indiana, the springtime of youth, he says loudly. The green duo then pulls ahead of Naruto and Anko, who smirk at the challenge before passing the two. Loser has to do 50 more laps, Naruto says before blasting off laughing. The green duo gets fire in their eyes and dash off after them. Naruto-kun, my eternal rival, I shall not lose, said Lee with fire. Way to go, Lee, let's go. The ninja can barely see the people running through the village. Only the Jonin can see them. It's the last lap, Anko-sensei, hold on, and we got this victory, said the sweet cover Naruto, looking back at the panting Anko. Don't worry about me, just keep going, she says, barely being able to keep up with her student. No, we finished this together, he says, picking her up and putting her over his shoulder, getting a smack to the head. At least warn me next time you ass, she says to him. This caused the blonde to chuckle. And you have a nice ass, he says, giving it a smack, causing her to blush. Just run, you perv. In the back, my guy picks up Rock Lee because he cannot keep up anymore. Lee Naruto-kun is right, we finished together, he says, speeding up, and is right next to Naruto now. The two racers are neck and neck and can see the finish line with a small crowd cheering them on. The two are about to cross the line, and time slows down watching the two pass, and they are neck and neck. They two pass the line and collapse, breathing hard out of breath. The two sit up to look at the other ninja to ask who won. It was a tie, said one Genma with a sunbonnet in his mouth. Good race, guy sensei. We really bathe in the springtime of youth this morning, said the smiling blonde. Yes, Naruto-kun, we will have a rematch. Naruto then gets up with Anko still on his shoulder and starts to walk off to the house of Anko, who had passed out due to how tired she was. Okay, goodbye guys, I'll see you around, he says, waving his hand. Later that day. Okay, Anko, no need to be nervous, it's just you and Naruto-kun going out on a date. You two hang out all the time, said Yuego Yuzuki, one Anko's closest friends. Yeah, I can always see you two having a good time around the village, said Hana Inuzuka, another one of Anko's closest friends. You look fine, Anko. That dress suits you perfectly, said Kurenai. Anko can be seen in a purple dress that goes down to her ankles with a high split on her left leg, giving her legs room to move and show. It is held up by two straps that lay on her shoulders. She has her hair down to her shoulders and hangs over her breasts that are visible due to the slit in the chest area. Are you sure? Maybe I should. She's cut off when a knock sounds at her door. All the girls quiet down, and they push Anko to the door to open it. When she opens the door, they all see Naruto in a white button-up with an orange tie and black slacks along with black dress shoes that Kasumi picked out for him. Wow, Anko-chan, you look beautiful. I think I can die in peace now, he said, giving her a warm smile. This makes all the girls blush hard. Thank you, and Naruto-kun, you look really handsome as well. He grabs her hand and kisses it, making her blush more. Shall we go home? I want her back by 10, mister, and keep your hands to yourself, Kurenai says, yelling at him only to be ignored when Naruto puts his hands on Anko, but causing the girls to giggle at the red-faced Kurenai. I swear I'm going to kill him one day. Well, do it after I can get shot at him, said Hana with a small blush on her face. The two girls whipped their heads to her in surprise. Hana-chan, would you really date him? Asked Yugao. Yes, I can just sense it coming off him. He is alpha male, and there's no doubt about it, and not like my stupid brother who thinks he is just an alpha and everyone should submit to him, she says, a little heated. On the streets, the two turn heads when they walk, and they can't help but smile at the shocked faces everyone has at seeing them. When they make it to the restaurant, the two are escorted to the roof, where it's just the two of them alone, and they conversate and get to know a little bit more about each other while laughing and smiling the whole time, while blushing at the teasing the two did towards each other. Well, Anko-chan, this has been a great night, and I hope we can do this some other time, he says, holding her hand, walking up to her house in the forest of death. Yes, Naruto-kun, I've had a really good time tonight, but you should take Kurenai-chan, she also would like one, but won't say it, Anko says with her head on Naruto's shoulder, just enjoying being right next to him. We are here, and just in time before anything bad could have happened to me. They both chuckle at that. The two just look at each other lovingly before gradually getting closer to each other until their lips meet for a kiss, and Naruto pulls Anko closer to him while grabbing her by the waist, making her gasp, and takes advantage by shoving his tongue in her mouth, showing who is in control while moving his hands to the slit in her dress, giving her nice thighs slow rubs. The two are interrupted when they hear a thud and can see three girls on the floor with major nosebleeds. Well, good night, Anko-chan, he says, giving her one more kiss goodbye before he turns around and disappears in a water body flicker. Anko sighs happily and turns around and skips to her bedroom with a goofy smile on her face. When Naruto gets home, he can see a tuft of orange hair in his bed. Sleeping peacefully, he strips to just a tank top and boxers and gets in bed next to her, and she rolls over on top of him, whispering Naruto-kun in her sleep. He kisses her forehead, making her smile in her sleep. Good night, Kasumi-chan. He then falls asleep with a smile on his face. 2 months later. It's been 2 months since Naruto had been put on a team with Anko. Speaking of Anko, she had never been so happy in her life. Even the villagers that would always insult her could not bring her down. Her relationship with Naruto had been going perfect. They would train together And because of that, she had also gotten a little stronger. She could not beat Asuma, who used to be a guard for the Fire Daimyo. Naruto just seemed to get even stronger when he went to go ask for water scrolls from the Hokage, and the deals he got out of that was just amazing. Flashback. Hey, old man, I need you to help me with something. Naruto says to the Hokage behind the desk, filling out paperwork. What would you need my help with, Naruto-kun? Asked the old man with a raised eyebrow at the trench coat, wearing blonde. I wanted to know if you have any water exercise I could do so I could become better at water jutsu. Well, I do, but why would I give it to you who is only a genin? The Hokage said with an amused smirk. Oh, so that's how we were going to play it. Naruto then walks around the office, eyeing the old man until he goes over to the picture of Tobirama and eyed it for a second. You know, old man, I really admire the second. He is my favorite Hokage. He has done so much, he set the village on a good track after the death of the first. If I were a Hokage, I would like to be just like him, but more badass. He says, grinning. Hey, I know he has some water scrolls, let me have those. I would also like to get armor like his. I think it is really badass, and it would totally look dope on me. Well, I do, but what can I get out of this deal if I hand it over? Well, I can give you the secret to beating paperwork. As soon as he said that, the old Hokage was on his knees begging him to tell him. Naruto-kun, please tell me, and I will give you anything. The man shakes Naruto violently. Okay, I would like all his scrolls and armor to be made just like his, but take the fur off the collar. Deal. The Hokage said, quickly, now tell me how to beat it. Okay, shadow clones. The blonde said to the wide-eyed Hokage. Without further notice, Hiruzen walks to the picture of the second and moves the picture and slides some blood onto the safe behind it. He then pulls out everything and seals it into a bigger scroll and hands it to Naruto, who is smiling. I'll have your armor ready as soon as possible. Now, leave me, I have paper to finally defeat. Flashback over. Anko-sensei, what do you think the old man needs us for if he sent Kitty-chan after us? He asked his sensei, who giggled at what he called the Katambu. I don't know, but I was going to give us a C-rank mission today anyways, so let's see what he wants. That's great, let's go. He says, picking her up and flying to the Hokage office. Hokage office. They appear in a pillar of water in front of the Hokage, who has a serious face. Team 11 ready for action. Anko says, I have a mission for you guys. It is an A-ranked mission to help back up Team 7, who have requested backup in Wave. They ran into Zabuza and the Demon Brothers, but those two have been dealt with by the Genin team. But they say Zabuza has another ninja with him, and I want you guys to go and help him. He says in a serious tone. Yes, Lord, old man. Yes, Hokage-sama. The old man can't help but shake his head at Naruto. Naruto-kun, your special order has been finished, and it is ready for battle. He said, smiling at the blonde, throwing a scroll with it inside. All right, I can test it out on this mission as well. He unseals the armor and can't help but grin at it. It blue battle armor, similar to that of the second Hokage. Thank you, old man, we will leave right away. But first, Kitty-chan, can I get a good luck hug? He says, looking up at the ceiling only for a purple-haired Umbu to drop from it and walk up to him. I told you to stop calling me that I'm a grown woman, not some kitten. She says, walking into his open arms. Two had got close over the 2 months and would often have sword duels, and she was surprised at how good he was, and she recognized his style and instantly wanted to test it, but she could never beat him. Don't be like that kitten, you know you're going to miss me. He moved his hands to her ass and grabbed a handful. Eep was the sound she made, and if it were not for the mask, everyone would see how red-faced she was. She then pulled out her sword and tried to cut him, but he grabbed Anko and disappeared while everyone laughed at her. Gates of Konoha. All right, Naruto-kun, you have everything, she said, checking her pack. Yup, me and Kasumi-chan are ready to take on this mission. Naruto said in his blue armor with Kasumi around his shoulder, making a fur collar. All right, let's go, she shouted and jumped off in the forest. A paw smacked the top of his head. Let's go already, she's going to leave us behind. Okay, geez, you're so bossy. He then follows after her, jumping next to her through the trees at Jonin speeds. Sh 5. Naruto and Anko could be seen jumping through the trees on their way to backup Team 7, who have requested immediate backup. They had been making good pace to the location, which was the bridge builder's house named Tazuna. If we keep this pace, we could be at the house by the end of the day, Naruto-kun. Anko says to her student, who is slightly behind her along with the fox on his neck. Okay, Anko-sensei, I just hope we don't run into any trouble. He says, looking around. As if Kami heard his wish, a single ninja jumps in the duo's way. Way to go, Naruto-kun. You just had to open your mouth. Anko says, sending Naruto a slight glare, who rubs the back of his head. Well, look what we have here. 2 tree huggers a little too far away from home, said the missing ninja with a crossed-out headband with the leaf symbol. Atoi Rokusho, who has the legendary Raijin, no kin made by the second Hokage, and a treasure of the leaf. Anko, is that you? They let the snake whore out of her cage, haha. He laughs at the Anko, who is angry at his taunting, but not as angry as one Naruto Uzumaki. Shut up, you traitor. What are you even doing here? Don't tell me you're working with Zabuza, she says while taking out a kunai. Yes, he told me to cover his tracks, just in case they call back up, and boy was he right, I just didn't think they would send a snack after us. Why don't you join me, and you could be just like your master, and maybe even please me, your master. He gives her a gaze filled with just lust in his eyes that makes her uneasy. His laughter is put to a halt when he is blasted with so much ki he can barely breathe or stand. I think I've heard enough come out of that mouth of yours. I think I will shut it forever, he says, pulling his moonlight sword out of his sheath. It has been decided. You are going to be the first to die by my blade. As he says that, Aoi pulls the Raijin out to hopeful defend himself, but he is still shaking. You can't beat me. I am invincible with the Raijin on my side, he shouts, charging at the blonde. D. Naruto says in a cold tone and swings his sword down, and Aoi is split in half, and a quarter-mile of forest is also destroyed in his attack, leaving Anko wide-eyed. Naruto walks to Anko and pulls her to him and gives her a kiss full of love and passion that make her lower area heat up. Nobody will touch you, you're mine, he says in her ear, making her shiver at how possessive he is over her. Naruto-kun, she says, still shaken up at what just happened. Naruto goes and picks up the Raijin no kin that is laying next to a wide-eyed Aoi who died with terror in his eyes. Naruto then throws up on his body at killing his enemy so brutally. Why am I acting like this? He is not my first kill, he says with a shaken-up voice. It's because when you killed Mizuki, you really didn't have time to focus on what you did, because there was so much going on you didn't even leave the ashes of that other guy, she says with a little laugh at the end. So cheer up, this is something you're going to have to get used to, she says, giving a kiss to his cheek. Yes, Naruto-kun, don't worry, we will be here to help you, the orange fox says on his shoulder, nuzzling his face, giving it a little lick. Yet what that fox just said, only to freeze when she realized that fox just talked. Naruto-kun, I know this fox just talked, do you want to tell me about that? She says, giving him a smile, to sweet smile to be good. Oh, Anko-chan, did I not tell you? This is Kasumi-chan the QB, he says with a nervous laugh, only to block when she gets in his face, smile still there. You mean to tell me that you have been doing training and walking around with the fox that attacked the village 13 years ago, just sitting on your shoulder? Yes. Bonk. You idiot, why the hell didn't you tell me? And how do you know she can be trusted? She says, yelling in his face. Anko-chan, can you let me explain? The attack was not her fault, she was under a Jinjutsu, so none of that was her fault. She's a really nice person, although she could be a little bossy at times. Yes, he is right. I was not myself, for a lack of better terms, that night. I am sorry, the vixen says a little sadly. Wait, the QB is a woman. Hot take that, you sexist pigs, she says, pumping a fist in the air with a grin on her face. But don't worry about the whole attacking the village thing. If you were being controlled, then don't worry about it, was not your fault. Thank you, Anko-chan. I will show you what I really look like when we get back to the bridge builder house, the fox says, happy. Will you have a human form? Asked Anko with stars in her eyes. Yes, she does, and let me be the first to say, she is just beautiful. She took my breath away. This makes the fox hide in Naruto's armor from embarrassment. Okay, we wasted enough time taking that guy's head, and we can get his bounty and sword for a bunch of money. With that done, the trio jumps off back into the trees to get to the location before anything else happens that can stop them from making it to their location. Tazuna's house. Sasuke and Sakura can be seen outside standing over the makeshift grave they made for their teammate who died in the early run in the group had with Zabuza. Turns out he was not able to dodge the cleave sword Zabuza had thrown at the group. The death did not seem to affect Sasuke that much, but it was a different story for Sakura, who was crying at his death. Their sensei was recovering in a spare room in one of the rooms upstairs in the house. "Come on, Sakura. We have to go. We cannot be out here forever." "But Sasuke-kun, don't you feel sad about our teammate?" she says with a few tears in his eyes. "No, I don't. This is what happens when you are weak, so you better step it up or you could end up just like him," he says, uncaring to her. "Would you be sad if I died, Sasuke-kun?" she said hopefully. "No," he says, walking away, leaving the pink-haired girl to cry alone. She follows him silently back to the house, so they can welcome the team that comes to back them up because they both know they could use any kind of help on this mission because they already lost a fellow ninja, and Sakura was starting to take in all she has done since becoming a ninja. Maybe Sasuke-kun was correct, and I need to start training seriously now and then. Maybe Sasuke-kun will fall in love with me, and we can help rebuild his clan. A little blood drops from her nose at the thing she is thinking the two will do while inner Sakura is shaking her head. "Why don't you just leave that asshole alone and focus on Naruto-kun? Did you see how handsome he has gotten these past 2 months? I could just." She is cut off by Sakura, who screams and shakes her head to make her shut up. "No, I don't see him like that, although I will admit he has gotten really handsome over these past 2 months. But you've seen how he has been holding hands with that purple-haired woman. He does not want to be with us anymore." "Yes, you were right. But you can at least be friends with him, and maybe he can help us with our training, so that way we can actually make something out of ourselves." "Yes, I will be nicer to him and apologize for all the things I did," she says with a little smile. While Sasuke just eyes her weirdly from all the facial faces she was making, he just shakes it off and gets back to thinking of ways he can have Kakashi-sensei train him. 1 hour later. Finally, it feels like we have been running forever. "I'm so tired," the orange-tailed fox says, waving her front paws in exaggeration. "What are you complaining about? You didn't even do anything. You were just on my shoulder the whole time," he says with a sweat drop on his head at her antics. "But I still had to deal with you always jumping from tree to tree. Why did you do that instead of just fly us here?" She gave him a questioning gaze. "Well, it kind of slipped my mind. I didn't think of it," he said, rubbing the back of his head. "Only be hit by both Anko and Kasumi. Naruto-kun, sometimes you can be as smart as a Nara, and then sometimes be dumber than a sack of rocks," said the snake mistress. "Come on, Kasumi-chan, let's leave him here," Anko said, opening her arms for the fox to jump into. "Wait, Kasumi-chan, how could you leave me out to dry like this?" he says with waterfall tears coming out of his eyes. "Get up, you let's just regroup with these fools and get the mission over with," she says, dragging him with one of her tails. "Knock, knock," Anko says, hitting the door a couple times. "Why do you say knock, knock while hitting the door?" Naruto said, sweat dropping at her childish antics. "Because it's fun," came a short reply from Anko. "Coming," a female voice said from the other side of the door, and feet could be heard shuffling to the door. The door cracked open slightly, and a woman with long black hair with a dark blue tint and black eyes could be seen peeking her head out. "Hello. How may I help you?" she says with a kind smile, trying to ease her nervousness from the 2 humans and 1 fox on top of the purple-haired lady's head. "We are Team 11, and we're the backup for Team 7. My name is Anko Mitarashi, and this is my student Naruto Uzumaki." A smack from a paw on her head makes her remember the orange fox on her head. "Oh yeah, this is Kasumi-chan, our team mascot." A bite to her ear lets her know she didn't like that comment. Tsunami can't help but sweat drop at the human and fox butting heads and snots with each other. "Okay, thank you for coming to help assist us. It seems they already lost a teammate on the way over here, and it seems it has affected the pink-haired girl named Sakura very much." They all look at her with shock. "Wow, I didn't think we would already start losing classmates so fast." He then clenches his fist and grabs Anko's hand. "I'll never let anything happen to her on my watch." Anko, seeing this, can't help but smile and thank Kami in her head for a good boyfriend. "Kasumi-chan," Naruto calls the vixen using their mind link. "Yes, Naruto-kun," replied the vixen with a question tone. "Is it okay if we practice how to use some of your chakra?" he asked, This catches her off guard because he has never asked for her power since she has been sealed in him. Okay, Naruto-kun, but you really don't need my power. You're already able to beat every ninja in the village. You might only struggle with the old Hokage because of all the years of experience he has over you. Thank you, Kasumi-chan, you are the best. He says, giving her a smile that makes her blush and turn her head, making him chuckle. May we come in now to talk to the others? Said Anko, talking to Tsunami. Oh yes, I am sorry, please come in. I was just about to start dinner. She says, giving them a warm smile. Oh, you were about to cook. That is great. I was getting really hungry as well with all the running we did to get here. He says, rubbing his stomach, walking into the house. Well, great, but before that, can one of you accompany me to the market? I would like some help. Don't worry about Tsunami-san. It would be my pleasure to accompany such a lovely lady to the market. This makes the mother smile, while Anko sends him a wink. Oh, thank you for the compliment. The mother turns red-faced at what the handsome blonde said to her. What are you doing here, dead last? We don't need help from you, said one duck but Avenger. Naruto rolls his eyes at the pitiful Uchiha. Clearly you don't remember what I said last time someone called me. And without much more being said, Naruto kicks him in the face, leaving an imprint of his foot on his face. Naruto baka. But she stops when she remembered what she had said earlier, and just walks up to him and give him a weak punch in his blue armor that barely does anything. Ouch. He says, confused. We can talk later. I want to ask you something, she says, looking at him sadly. Okay, just wake up your stupid sensei and tell him we made it while I go with the lovely mother over here. Tsunami blushes again and tries to hide her face with her hands. Father, I am leaving for the market with one of the ninjas. Okay, be safe and get some for alcohol. A voice sounded from the backyard. Bye, Mom, be safe. A little boy with a bucket hat on his head says, giving her a small smile. He then looks at Naruto and snorts and runs away. Sorry about my son. He's just having a tough time right now, she says, giving Naruto a sad smile. Don't sweat it, Tsunami. Let's just go get what you need, and then we can eat some food. Bye, Naruto-kun, be safe. Waved Anko and the fox together. Streets wave. Wow, how long has this been going on now? Naruto asked Tsunami, looking around at all the people on the street in the worst condition possible. It reminded him of how his younger life used to be growing up. It's been like this for a little over 2 years now, and it's only getting worse thanks to that damn Gato. A little angry at how her country was suffering thanks to some idiot. A tap against Naruto's back pocket, and he can see what looks like a little girl running away with his wallet into an alley. Tsunami, someone just stole my wallet. I'll leave a clone with you to make sure you're all right. I will be back. Oh, okay, Naruto, just don't hurt the children. He then runs off after her into the alley, only to stop at what he sees. The black-haired girl is giving his money away to kids around her age and telling to go buy some food. She then ran further down and tossed his wallet in the trash and went into what looks like a box under some rubble. He walks over to her to get a better view of the girl. A short and petite girl with light skin and purple eyes. Her hair is black, with several strands that reach to the bottom of her neck and one bang that goes down the middle of her face to her chin. She hears him and looks up at him with surprise, only to shake it off and get in a makeshift fighting style. Naruto can't help but smile at her and think to himself, oh yeah, she's got a spark in her. But it also makes him a little sad at the fact that a girl only 9 has to fight, which means this is not the first time someone has found her. Hello there, you remember me, you just robbed me and gave all my money away, he says, getting on one knee, getting eye to eye with the little girl. Yes, I do, and it was for a good cause, she replied without even being feared. Naruto smiles even more at her attitude. Man, I said the same thing when I stole that food and gave it to Panda-chan at the orphanage. I hope she's doing well. He chuckles at her and then sits down, much to her confusion. I'm not going to do anything to you. Okay, I did the same thing when I was your age, he says, giving her a sad smile, making her lower her defense a little bit. What are you talking about? I am 9, so are you telling me you also used to live on the streets? She says, eyeing him. Yup. But you have on a leaf headband. You must have had a good life in your nice, comfortable village that is said to be the strongest. She gives him a glare. He shakes his head at her. That's just what they say when people visit and only go to the rich part of the village, and they talk about how the will of fire and mighty heroes fought to make the village what it is now. Truth is that fire is slowly dying down and being corrupted, but that's why I am here to make the village what it used to be when everyone was happy and no one suffered. Why are you telling me this? She asked, sitting down in front of him. Because I was once like you, I too had to fight for my life and started stealing and giving what I had to those who needed it, all while getting nothing in return but empty promises. She looks down at his words, because it is true. B, but I don't do it just to get a thank you. These people need this, and I am just simply helping them. He smiles at her. What is your name, little girl? He asked, giving her a warm smile that made her feel comforted. Rukia, she says with pride, sticking her chest out a little bit, making Naruto laugh at her, causing Rukia to pout only to be replaced with a chuckle until she starts to laugh with him. If someone were to see this scene, it would look like a father and daughter having a nice time. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. He grins at her, and she does the same. Well, Rukia-chan, would you come with me and let me help you for a change? Give her a fatherly smile that makes her feel comfortable again. Why, yes. She hesitantly takes his hand, hesitantly not wanting this to be a trick, only to be surprised when he pulls onto his neck and he holds her legs while she has her hand in his hair. Hey, what do you think you're doing? She says from the top of his head. I'm going to take you shopping, Rukia-chan. We can't have you in those rags forever now, can we? This makes the black-haired girl surprised at this. But I thought I gave all your money away. She's a little sad at the last part. I have extra money in a seal I keep on my thumb. He unseals the money, much to her shock. Naruto, what are seals and how did you do that? Seals are an art that ninjas used to do battle, or in my case, seal things away. You could do a whole bunch of things with seals. Wow, are you any good at using seals? She asked in a questioning tone. Am I any good? I'll have you know, I am a seal master of the highest caliber. Cool, do you think you can teach me seals? She says a little shyly. Naruto looks up at her and then grins. Of course I can teach you seals. Do you have good handwriting? This makes her look down. No, I do not know how to write. I can only read. Don't worry, I'll teach you everything. He gives a warm smile. Now, what kind of clothes would you like to wear, Rukia-chan? I would like a kimono. I've always wanted one of those. Well, then let's go get you one. He then starts to walk the streets of Wave looking for any stores that would have what he is looking for to get Rukia, while also giving away some of his foods to the people of Wave who need it. They eventually find a store, and they go in to see the poor state the store is in. Okay, Rukia-chan, go find something you want, and I'll tell you what looks good. She nods and then runs off looking at the clothes. The storekeeper, a middle-aged man, whispers to Naruto. You know, sir, I think it's really nice what you're doing for that young girl. She is always stealing from Gato's men and giving people of Wave the food and money and barely taking enough for herself. When she isn't lucky, they would beat her up, but she would always try to fight back, but as a little girl, she wasn't able to do much. The man says a little sadly. Naruto clenches his fist at what the man is telling him. I'll be damned if I let one of those bastards lay a finger on her. He thinks to himself, making his eyes change from ocean blue to blood red for a second. Hey Naruto, what do you think of this one? Does it look good on me? She is wearing a purple kimono with white snowflakes on it. A navy blue obi that wraps around her waist along with white slip-on sandals. It looks beautiful, you little snow princess. Naruto says to her, making her give him a bright smile that makes his eyes a little watery, but he shakes it off before anyone notices. He then walks to the cashier and gives him a little extra, which makes the man bow his head and thank him. Okay, Rukia-chan, let's get you something to eat. He then picks her up and puts her on his shoulder again. What are we going to eat, Naruto? Well, I am staying here for a mission, and this nice lady named Tsunami will be making food for us. A mission? She asks him. Yup, the leader of my village gave my team a mission to come out here, and I will go back home when it's done. He says, not noticing her small frown at his last statement. Hey, you want to help me catch some more food for Tsunami? I can show you a cool trick. Yeah, I do, she says, giving a smile again, only to be surprised when Naruto jumps on top of the roof and starts to jump from roof to roof. And in Naruto, this is really bumpy. She gets out flying up and down on Naruto's shoulder. Okay, how about I fly then? He gives a foxy smile. You can't fly. That's impossible. Only to be shocked when Naruto takes off in the air, making her scream. To Zuna's house. Hello everyone, I am back, said Tsunami, letting everyone know she is back. Finally, will you get started on dinner? Now I'm hungry. The old drunk says, coming stumbling out of the kitchen. Hey, where is Naruto? Asked the copycat ninja Kakashi. Oh, someone stole his wallet and he went after her, leaving a clone with me that just poofed in smoke. Well, I hope he hurries up. It's getting dark outside. Anko says worriedly. Mama, now I'm sure your little boyfriend can take care of himself. He's a big boy. Kakashi said, trying to tease Anko, only to have to dodge a snake that came flying at him. Everyone stopped when they could hear screaming and laughter coming from outside, and they all went outside, even the emo Inari. Only for the family and Team 7 to drop their jaws at what they are seeing. It's Naruto flying, doing tricks and laughing at the girl on his back. He then flies down to the ground so they can go inside. In Naruto, why would you do that if you were flying too fast? She then falls face first, only to get up and chase the laughing blonde around, trying to punch his lights out. Naruto-kun. The shout of a running Anko and Fox coming snapped them out of their fun. Hello, Anko-chan, Kasumi-chan, everyone, okay? He says, getting a kiss from Anko and a lick from a fox. You should just put her lips on your Naruto, she says, making a yuck face at what they were doing. It's called a kiss. You do it to people you love, he says to her with a grin. Everyone else is just watching them in confusion. You guys did see him flying around, right? A Pinkett said. Everyone nods at that. Sasuke and Inari walk off to be emo to the sadness of the two girls. Later we can find everyone at the dinner table finishing the dinner of cooked fish and rice thanks to all the fish Naruto caught. Naruto was sitting at the end of the table with Rukia in his lap and Kasumi on his head again. Anko to his left looking at him, and Rukia, with a blushed think about how a good father Naruto would, is at the other end of the table looking at Naruto, with a small smile, with Inari next to him, who has a scowl. Tsunami across from him, who has a look in her eyes at seeing her son. Team 7 is on the other side of the table. Okay, guys, I have some important things to say about our mission. Kakashi says, closing his book looking at everyone. Zabuza is still alive. He did not die like we thought he did, and that Hunter Ninja is helping him, and he most likely taking a week to recover like me. Tazuna's family gasps along with Team 7. Well, good thing you guys called us, or you would be in real trouble. Naruto says, smirking, making Sasuke angry. We don't need you dead last. Sasuke covers his mouth quickly. He then sees Naruto grinning evilly. Don't worry, dude, I can't get you right now. Sasuke sighs until he looks to the left, only to be kicked in the face by a shadow clone of Naruto, which makes him and the fox start to laugh, while everyone else holds in their laughter a little bit. Sasuke-kun, are you okay? Sakura says, going over to him to help him, only to be pushed away. I don't need your help, weakling. He walks upstairs. I'm going to bed. Well, I think we all should go to bed as well. Naruto says, picking up Rukia. Tsunami-chan, the dinner was great. Is there a place where we can sleep? She blushes at what he said. Why, yes, and thank you. Allow me to show you where it is. He follows her along with Anko and the fox, which Kakashi eyes with a suspicious gaze, wondering if it is what he thinks it is. Naruto places Rukia in the futon and walks away, only to stop when she gets up and hugs him, saying thank you. Naruto returns her hug with a smile. Naruto then walks out the room, only to see Anko smiling at him, who gives him a smirk. You are like a father to that girl, and I think she likes it. You do know that we're going to have to leave this place, right? She tells him. He sighs at this. Yes, I do know, and I think I will ask to adopt her and come back with us to the Leaf. But they don't know Rukia is listening to this and is crying tears of happiness and can't believe this. She then runs out and jumps on Naruto and laughs. Yes, I would love to be your daughter, Papa. She says, still crying, which makes Naruto also cry with happiness. Okay, my daughter. Anko and Kasumi watch this with smiles on their faces. 6. It is early in the morning at the house of Tazuna, and we can see all the applicants of the house begging to wake up, while some are still trying to get in extra hours of sleep. Kakashi is already up and getting some early morning reads in before anyone can interrupt him. Sakura is still sleep mumbling about nonsense. Sasuke is up doing morning workouts, thinking of his brother. Inari can be seen walking the halls to his mother's room. Tsunami is just waking up to make breakfast for everyone. Tazuna is on the floor, passed out from too much drinking. Anko is sprawled out in her futon with one leg out and a plushie of Naruto close to her. Naruto is in the futon with one Rukia attached to his right arm with blinking eyes, seeing where she is. Wow, That was the best sleep I have ever had in my life, she says, looking around with sleepy eyes until she remembers what happened last night. So it wasn't a dream. I really have a deep dad. She then tries to shake Naruto awake, but he doesn't budge. An evil smile appears on her face. So you don't want to wake up a papa? Well, I know how to wake you up. She then gets up silently and stands over Naruto, evil grin still in place. She then jumps up as high as she can and comes down screaming. Wake up! She comes down with an elbow drop to his stomach. This causes Naruto to shoot up with wide eyes, and he can hear a laughing Kasumi in his head. Rukia-chan, what W was that for? He was able to get out through labor breath. Rukia could only stand there with a smirk in place at what she did to her dad. That thought makes her smile. Good morning, Daddy. I just needed you to wake up so you can teach me how to write like you said you would. This causes Naruto to smile at her and pulls her into a hug. Good morning to you as well, baby. He then kisses her on the top of her head. He then puts her in a headlock and gives her a nuggie. This is the scene one Anko walks in on and can't help but smile at them. Well, you two seem to be having fun, Anko says with a grin leaning against the door. Well, when you two are done, I would like to let you know that everyone else is up and Kakashi wants to talk about training. Okay, Anko-chan, we will be down when we get dressed, he says, getting up only for Anko to turn around with a red face at what she saw. Oh my god, he's so big it was sticking out his boxers. Maybe I should check again to be sure I saw what I saw was real. Only to sigh sadly because he put on orange jogging pants and a black long sleeve. Okay, Rukia-chan, I'll teach you how to write and a little about seals while we wait for dinner. They then walk out, but not before giving Anko a peck on the lips. They made their way downstairs, saying good morning to everyone, getting replies, even from Sakura. Naruto sits at the table and Rukia in his lap, jumping with excitement at learning how to write. Okay, Papa, I am ready. What do we do first? She says, looking at him with a smile. This is a scroll I use to write seals in, and I want you to practice writing your name. Let me show you how it is done first. He then writes her name on the scroll. Now you go. She then takes the brush and starts to concentrate so hard, she even sticks her tongue out to the side of her mouth, much to the amusement of everyone else. They then spend 45 minutes teaching her how to write, and she is able to write her name fast while making all the letters in the alphabet. Okay, teams, I have some training I want us to do, he says with his eyes smile to everyone in the room. My team, we will be doing something that can increase the efficiency of your jutsu. This got Sasuke up and ready to go immediately, while Sakura also had a fire in her eyes, much to the happiness of Kakashi. He looks at Anko and Naruto, still helping Rukia. Anko, does Naruto already know the basic exercise? This causes her to grin at him. Kakashi, he can fly. I think that's all you need to hear. Naruto-kun, I want you to do some training as well. Work on some more water manipulation. You mentioned you couldn't make waves in a still lake yet. Well, now is your chance, she says to him, making him understand. Okay, Rukia-chan, how about we unlock your chakra and teach you how to walk on trees while you see how awesome your dad is, he says, giving her a foxy smile. Really, we can unlock my chakra? That will be so cool. She then jumps up and gives him hugs and kisses all over his face, making everyone laugh except Sasuke and Inari, who have scowls. Why are you even trying? You're just going to die anyway. There is no hope for us, he says, running off with tears in his eyes. But before he can get away, Naruto hits him in the head with a water bullet that makes him fall. Watch your mouth, brat, you haven't even seen what I'm fully capable of, he says, giving him a smirk to help cheer him up, only for it not to work, and Inari still ran off. Then Rukia hits him in the head. Papa, that was not nice, you hit that boy in the head, and he was already about to cry, causing him to sulk his head and everyone else to laugh at him. Outside. Okay, Rukia-chan, just focus on the inside of your body, and you should feel it inside of your body, and when you feel it, I want you to grab it and then pull it until it explodes out of your body. He explains to her. Okay, Daddy, I will give it my all. She then begins to concentrate, sticking her tongue out again, making him think how cute she looks, only for him to look at his leg and see Kasumi between his legs in her fox form. What is it, Kasumi-chan? Want to see my daughter kick ass? He asked, smirking at her. Yes, I also want to tell you about your mother, she says to the wide-eyed Naruto. She was my previous container and best friend, but when she was giving birth to you, she was kidnapped by some masked man, and I already told you about that masked guy, she says, looking at Rukia, who is now sweating from what's happening. Did she love me? He asked her, feeling a little worried about something he always wanted to know. This makes Kasumi smile at him. Love isn't even the right word. She was overjoyed to be a mother. She was up all night talking to me about all the things she was going to teach you. Most of the time I wouldn't listen because she would just go on, she says, laughing at the end. Naruto sheds a little tears at what he is hearing about his mother and that she loved him. What was her name? He asked, a little more control of himself. Her name was Kushina Uzumaki, part of the Uzumaki clan, which makes you the heir to her clan. She says, smirking. I knew I was from some kind of clan. The things I had just made it impossible for me to be some average child, especially if I was able to hold the queen of the Biju. He says at the end, giving Kasumi a smirk, making her stick her fox chest out. They are snapped back to Rukia when she releases chakra, as much as a high chunin would have, making the two go wide at her. Dad, I did it. My chakra is unlocked. I can feel it all over my body. I feel like I can do anything, running around and throwing punches and kicks in the air. Kasumi-chan, is it me, or does her chakra feel kind of cold to you? He said to her how cold the air got because of her chakra. Yes, Naruto-kun, I can feel she is a Yuki and has the power of ice. Okay, Rukia-chan, that is good now. I need you to focus your chakra in your feet and walk up the tree like this. He then shows her how it is done. Okay, I have my own training to do, so I'll leave some clones with you, and if you need me, just tell a clone and tell me. He say making 100 clones to go train with him. Okay, Dad, when I'm done, I'll be up the tree with no hands, giving him a nice guy pose, making an echo of youth sound in the distance. Later that day, we can find Naruto in what seems to be an ocean that used to be a lake. There are massive waves and laughter can be heard along with the chants of someone saying they finally did it. A massive wave, 20 feet tall, is about to crash down, and we can see our blonde hero surfing the wave with a shit-eating grin on his face along with his laughter. Ha ha ha, and they call me a madman. They were right, this is so fun, I should take the gang to do this surfing thing I just came up with. He then jumps off the top of the wave and crashes in the water. Okay, now, I just need to finish the final step of water manipulation, which is making the flow of a waterfall reverse, and I'll be a master. I think I can go back now, it is getting pretty late. He says, looking at the setting sun. I wonder what Tsunami-chan is making for dinner. Some good food is what I need right now. He then flies off to the house of Tazuna with a smirk at giving a nice show to the spy. A girl about his age with long black hair and soft brown eyes, which are currently wide as saucers at what she just saw. I have to tell Zabuza-sama what I just saw. If he is their backup, we will most likely not win. She then runs off to do just as she had said. Tazuna's house. Damn girl, can you get off the ceiling? Already you're leaving footprints all on my ceiling. A slightly drunk Tazuna, shaking his fist at the girl who is sitting on the ceiling, smiling. Why don't you make me, you old drunk? She says, giving him the middle finger that she learned from Anko, who is over at the table laughing with Tsunami, who has a hand over her mouth, try to stop herself from laughing, while Sakura is holding her stomach laughing. Tazuna goes red with anger and walks away mumbling about bad children. Hello everyone. The handsome and badass ninja has come back from his training. Naruto says in a soaked black t-shirt and white jogging pants with his ninja sandals. The wet shirt is hugging his muscles, making all the girls stare, even Sakura. Daddy, you're finally back, said a giggling Rukia who dropped from the ceiling, landing on top of his head with a smile still on her face. Hey, I see you got the tree walking exercise down, that's really great, he says, rubbing her head much to her excitement. I also learned something else. She then shows him her middle finger. Anko-chan showed me how to do this. Naruto then slowly turns his head to Anko, who is sweating nervously at the look Naruto is giving her. Anko-chan, why are you teaching my daughter such bad habits? WL, she asked me to learn some hand signs, and I thought I should teach her that for perverts. She says, trying to defend herself from the wrath of her father. Not a good enough answer. I think I will give you 50 spankings tonight as your punishment. He says, grinning at Anko, who blushes and is scared at the same time. And now there is no need for any of that in Naruto-kun. She says, hoping to stop him from doing that to her. No, I will, but now let's eat. I'm sure Tsunami-chan has made us some good food. He says, quickly sitting at the table with Rukia in his lap. Oh, Naruto-kun, you are too kind. Tsunami says, red-faced. Everyone sits down and starts eating, laughing, and everyone talking about how their day went and what else they have planned. So while I was out training, I made a whole ocean and invented this new thing called surfing, and it is really fun. It can get the blood pumping and helps with control, he says, laughing at the shock of everyone. Naruto-kun, can you show me please? I want to surf. Anko says, giving him the puppy dog eyes, only to be disappointed when he turned his head just in time. Papa, you will take me right. Rukia says, giving him the puppy eyes. How could I say no to my little snow princess? Naruto says, rubbing his face against hers, making her giggle, only to be stopped when a hand is slammed on the table. What is wrong with you people? Why are you just sitting here laughing and talking about all this training like it will ever amount to anything? You're all just gonna die, so you should just give up, he says, yelling at everyone. Oh, come on, kid, I'll take you surfing as well if that is why you are so mad, he says, laughing at him. Shut up, you're sitting here laughing and playing around. You don't know anything about this country or what it's like to suffer. You live in your comfortable village without a care in the world. You don't know how hard we have it. He screams, glaring down at Naruto, who had stopped laughing and now had his head down and eyes shadowed by his hair. His one smiling face had been replaced with a deep scowl on his face, one of the likes anyone has never seen beside Anko and Kasumi. Don't know how hard we have it. Don't know what it is like to suffer. As he is talking, the winds pick up, thunder starts to sound off the waves outside, start to clash violently. You really don't know how good you have it, do you? You foolish child, you have a mother at home who gets up and cleans up after you and your grandfather, a mother who worries about you, a mother who helps you when you are hurt, a grandfather who is putting his life on the line just so people like you who are too scared to do any work can live happily. He says all of this while the storm picks up and his hair changes white for a second, while the occupants of the room worry for their safety. When I was your age, I was on the streets, fighting for my life just to find a place to sleep and put food in my stomach, fighting the people I am sworn to protect. But did I complain? No, I didn't. I kept getting back on my feet. He says with all in an electrified tone, scaring everyone, and even Rukia a little bit, who is looking at her dad in horror. For a reason I had no idea about until 2 months ago, from a traitor who tried to kill me and someone I hold close to me. When was the last time you went into that town, boy? There are kids your age and younger who are on the streets, starving, struggling, just to make it past this week. He then gets up and sets the wide-eyed Rukia in Anko's arm, who is giving him a sad smile with a couple tears in the corner of her eyes. He then kisses them both. Daddy will be back later. I have to clear my head. He walks outside and a lightning bolt strikes him, and then he's gone, leaving everyone speechless. Kakashi-sensei, did all that really happen to him? Sakura asked in a shaky tone, not wanting to believe what she was hearing. No, Sakura, it was much worse. Naruto was often in the hospital when the villagers would gang up on him and he would have to fight back, he says, shocking everyone. This makes Rukia clench her fist, and she makes a vow to protect her dad. You know, when Naruto found me, I stole all his money and gave it away. Rukia speaks up with tears going down her face. I was living in a box and barely had food and clothes to eat, but I never let it stop me, because that's what cowards do, and Rukia Uzumaki is no coward, she says, running upstairs to the room she shares with her dad. Most smile at what the young girl says, while Tsunami, Inari, and Sakura are still shedding tears. Why didn't anyone help him? And I was so mean to him, I just feel so terrible. Sakura cries more when remembering how she treated him. That loser was just joking. He was always pulling pranks and running around with that stupid smile on his face. Sasuke says, only to be shocked when he is slapped by an angry Anko. He is sending him massive ki, making him shake like a leaf. Kakashi grabs her to calm her down, only to be pushed off. I'm going to Rukia-chan. Kami knows she needs someone to help her with her daddy problems. Anko says, walking upstairs, leaving everyone to do whatever they want. I think it's best if we all go to sleep. We have some more training to do tomorrow. Kakashi speaks up, clapping his hands, and everyone goes to their rooms. Next morning. It was the morning after Naruto had his little outburst at Inari. He just had to get away. He didn't mean to yell at the kid like that. He had to get away from his daughter, who was scared of him. Will she leave me now that she has seen me like that? Will she think I'm a monster? He asked in a scared tone. The once forest Naruto was in now. Looks like a storm came through, but with Naruto, I guess that is not far from the truth in his case. The once tall trees were all destroyed and laying on the ground, with some looking like they were hit by lightning. Naruto's clothes had scratch marks all on his clothes, cuts, and dirt on his face. This was the scene Haku Yuki came and was looking for some herb for her master. That's the boy I saw yesterday. What is he doing out in the forest? This is my chance to get rid of him because Zabuza-sama didn't believe me. She thinks a little irritated at her master. Hovering a hand over to him, she is surprised when something unexpected happens to her. Eep! A girlish sound comes from her lips when Naruto pulls her down and puts her against him. Her face is as red as a tomato. Something like this has never happened to her. She can hear him mumbling about how she was some plushy-chan. Excuse me, Mr. Can YUP, please let me go. She says, red face when getting a feel of his body. What? Why would I let such a beautiful girl out of my arms? A smirk playing on his lips. But I am a boy, trying to lie to make her way out of this position. Yeah, that might work on some bandits, but it will not work on me. So tell me, did you come back to try and spy on me again? He says, giving her a foxy smirk. This causes her to go wide-eyed before making ice Senbon and jamming them in his chest and jumping back, getting in a position with more Senbon in her hand. How that hurt. Pulling the Senbon out of his hand, he then floats up. You know you should give your name before stabbing someone, unbothered by the fact that he had just pulled Senbon out of his chest. My end name is Haku. She's a little surprised at how he just pulled those out of his chest. Well, Haku-chan, my name is Naruto Uzumaki, but you can call me Naruto-kun. Giving her a charming smile makes her blush a bit. On a serious note, you're a Yuki clan member who can use ice release. Haku just nodded a little shocked at how he knew that, because not many people were aware of that. Yes, I am, and I am the last of my clan. She then goes to tell him about how her clan was killed by the civil war in Kiri and how her own dad tried to kill her and her mother, but she got away. Naruto can sympathize with her and feels a sort of kinship with her. He then goes to tell her about his life and how they are kind of similar. They then spend another hour just talking and telling each other's funny story until Naruto drops a bomb on her. Haku-chan, I believe you are not the last member of your clan. My daughter, I believe, has the ice release. She is next to him in an instant with hope in her eyes at maybe finding some family. Do you really mean it, Naruto-kun? How can you be sure? Well, when she unlocked her chakra, the area got a little colder, and her chakra also feels a little similar to yours because they both have that cold feeling to it. Haku shed a couple tears because the same thing happened to her. I don't believe this. I always thought I was the only one left, but she's a part of my clan. After this little mission is over, can I meet her? Haku asked, giving Naruto the puppy dog eyes with tears and a quivering lip almost as good as his daughter. Okay, but you just have to try not to die and tell Zabuza to hurry up because I want to test his blade against one of the 7 and see how good I am with my blade. Okay, Naruto-kun, just be careful when you fight him. He is really strong. Naruto smirked at her, which unnerved her a bit. Oh, Haku-chan, I thank you for worrying about me so much. Maybe I should give you a reward. He trails a finger up her side and trails a hand to her chest, but Haku backs up, red-faced and panting. And Naruto-kun, we should not do that. I have to go. She then runs off with the basket of herbs, and a chuckle can be heard for Naruto. Well, let's get up and get going before they send a watch party after me. Taking off in a bolt of lighting, he makes his way to town for a gift to apologize to Anko and Rukia. To Zuna's house. I swear when he gets back here, I'm going to feed him to my snakes. Anko could be seen pacing back. Not to mention I didn't get my spankings. Rukia could be seen pacing with Anko as well. When Papa gets back here, he's going to get introduced to my fist, she says, bumping her fist together. Hello guys, I'm back. Did you miss me? Only to have to dodge snakes and punches from his daughter. Hey, what is going on here? Dodging an attack, he grabs both of them in a hug, and they start to sniffle a little bit, and he hugs them tighter. Look, I got you guys some gifts to make it up to you. Pulling out the gifts, they are both shocked at what they see. For Rukia, it is a bunny onesie suit, and for Anko, it is a black trench coat with purple flames at the bottom. They both jump and give him kisses on the cheek. They both say thank you to him, but are interrupted when Sakura comes over to Naruto a little nervously. Naruto, can we go talk somewhere, please? She asked hesitantly. Sure, we can bubblegum. He rubs her hair, messing it up, making a tick mark appear on his head. They walk upstairs, but not before giving Rukia a kiss on the head and Anko a kiss on the lips and a slap to the ass. The two go into Sakura's room, and Naruto can't help but try to tease her about it. Wow, Sakura-chan, if you wanted to get me in your room by yourself, all you had to do was ask, he says in a sexy tone, causing her to turn the color of her hair and inner Sakura to pass out with a nosebleed at all the things she just pictured. And no, Jay just want to say, get some things off my chest, she says, waving her hands and face still red. Well, there is not much to get off your chest, so we won't have a problem, causing a tick mark to appear on her head. Naruto Baka, can you just listen to me? She yells, trying not to hit him. He laughs at her, and then just smiles and motions her to go on ahead. I just want to say that I'm sorry for having treated you the way I did, and always being mean to you and hitting you for no reason. My eyes have been opened to the world a little bit at how the ninja world and how people are now. I realize Sasuke-kun, no, Sasuke isn't the person I thought he was. I want to be a better ninja and person, and I want to know if you can help me with that. She says to Naruto with a straight face. Naruto can only stand there with a stoic face, an unmoving posture unnerving her a little. He then smiles at her, and she gives him a little smile back. Don't worry, Sakura, I forgive you, but I can't feel the same way about you the way I used to. But it is obvious you don't have a strong male in your life, so I will be that for you. You can now call me Big Brother or Oni-chan. For Sakura's part, she can't help but let out how this has gone. Okay, big bro, and will you help me with training? Naruto wraps her in a bear hug, picking her up. Of course I will when I am done with you. Tsunade Senju will be nothing compared to you. She hugs him back, feeling relieved and happy at how this planned out. Naruto then moves his hands down to her, but giving a squeeze, making her go red in the face. Wow, Sakura, no wonder your chest is flat. Everything is going down to your ass. Sakura is red with anger and embarrassment at this. Get your hands off me, pervy big brother. She hits him in the head and huffs and walks off. Damn, she hits as hard as ever. This is going to be a fun week. I'll run her in the ground for all those hits. He gives an evil chuckle that goes through all of the house, making everyone shudder, even Kasumi, who is in the seal watching all this. Wave Country. A week has passed in Wave Country, and all the citizens were noticing small changes around the town, such as the lack of Gato's men, and the food markets would have a bunch of fish outside of their stores with notes attached. Waves make way for storms, and a storm is coming. The note read, and many of the citizens began to hope again, only if just a little. The kids were no longer on the streets. There was a huge house for the kids to live in and some adults to help take care of them. Food, clothes, and furniture was in the house. All thanks to Naruto making a bunch of clones that went back to the village, which was only a 3-hour trip with him flying at his full speed. That didn't mean he still didn't train. He often had clones go to the bridge to help Tazuna, who was having a hard time with the lack of workers. He trained his wind element some more, because out of his 3 elements it was his weakest, and he wanted to fix that, because he had some wind jutsu he wanted to use, like wind dragons and wind tornadoes and so on. Sakura also kept to her word and started taking her training more seriously, and even tried to calm down on her fangirl tendencies towards Sasuke, who didn't seem to notice. Naruto often made her work out with him, which left her unconscious by the end of the day, and she would wake up and yell at her Oni-san for making her run 50 laps and do 100 push-ups and sit up with resistance seals. That is another thing he worked on with seals. He was now able to make his own resistance seals, something he was excited to try because he saw it made your overall body stronger by buffing your speed, reaction, and durability. He applied them to Anko, Kakashi, and Sakura. He didn't. He want to tell Sasuke. He set Anko, Kakashi, and himself to level 3, which felt like they were moving through sand, and it was even hard to fly at first, but he was just glad he didn't apply the gravity seals yet. He was saving that for when he got back to the village. Rukia Aslo did training with them, doing all the physical training and chakra control, and much to the dismay of Sakura, even Rukia could outlast her in stamina, but it only made her work harder, which made Naruto happy at his new little sister's determination. Rukia also showed great skill in swordsmanship, and Naruto promised to get her a real sword when they go back to the village, but for now she used a wooden sword. It was not just all training. He often played with Rukia and Anko, getting to learn more about them, such as Rukia's birthday was January 14th, and she had an older sister who was killed by Gato because she did not want to work for him. This only made Naruto want to rip his heart out even more. He learned her favorite was animals, and she wanted a pet rabbit to name Chappie. He learned Anko had a soft spot for rabbits, often leading to Anko squeezing Rukia's head in between her breast when she would wear her bunny onesie. Naruto got her much to her embarrassment. Naruto and Rukia could be seen spread out on the futon with the sheets all over the place. Rukia had a leg over Naruto's face, which had a bunny head at the end of it. Naruto had one of his legs across her back. Both of them were snoring, often waking up Anko, who was next to them. Tsunami walked in the room, and only sweat dropped at what looked like the two were fighting in their sleep. She wanted to wake up Rukia, but she was kicked by her other leg, pushing her back some. Ninjas are so weird. She thinks walking to Naruto to wake him up only to be surprised again. Eep! She let out a gasp because Naruto pulled her down and was now spooning her, making her go red in the face. Oh my Cammy, what is he doing pulling me down like this? I hope no one sees this. She tries to wiggle out of his grasp, but only makes it worse by rubbing her, but on Naruto's crotch, making him moan in his sleep. And in Naruto-kun, could you please wake up, your team has left, she says, being able to turn around in his arms. Getting a look at his face, so close to her she can't help but to blush even more at how handsome she looks. Moving her face closer to his, she moves back when he starts to wake up. Tsunami-chan, what are you doing here? Blinking a couple of times, he can see Rukia sleeping on her stomach in a T position. Turning back to Tsunami, he grins at seeing her blush and the position the two are in. Tsunami-chan, if you wanted to get in bed with me, all you had to do was ask, he says, pulling her closer to him, making his hardened crotch brush her wedding folds, making her go red and breath a bit heavily. Naruto-kun, you should not do this right now. Why your team said to meet them at the bridge. She got through labored breaths because Naruto started laying kisses on her face and neck. Okay, Tsunami-chan, I'll go, but when I get back, this ass is mine, he says, giving a smack, making her pass out due to nosebleed. Rukia-chan, wake up, daddy has to go. I want you to stay here and protect the house for me while I go to the bridge. Giving a kiss to her forehead, he leaves a blinking Rukia and a still passed out Tsunami in the room. He sees Inari, who has warmed up to him after he apologized for how he acted and what he said. Good morning, Inari. I have to go, make sure you stay the man of the house for me while I'm gone. He rubs his hair and tosses him a kunai. Use that on anyone who threatens what you hold dear. Oh, okay. Naruto, you can count on me. Inari replied with determination. Naruto then walks out the front door and makes 10 sealless shadow clones to watch the house just in case. He then jumps in the trees going to the bridge. Bridge. Damn, I knew I should have woken Naruto up, that emo duck, but is getting beat up, and not to mention Zabuza call for backup. And it just had to be Raiga Kurosuke, who keeps talking about funerals. He train of thought is cut off when she had to dodge a blade swing from Zabuza and Water Dragon from Raiga. Damn, I'm glad we took those seals off, or this would be even worse for us, Anko said, jumping back to back with Kakashi. Yes, you are right, and our new speed isn't helping us much, because we don't have a wind jutsu strong enough to blast away this mist. What's wrong, Kakashi? Sharingan not helping you see through the mist. A chuckling Zabuza could be heard through the mist. Yes, your funeral will be amazing, the insane Raiga said, laughing. Raiga, someone is coming, and they're really strong. The sound came from the back of Raiga, as what looked like a boy under a blanket. Ramaru, who is it and how strong are they? Raiga, what is that brat saying? Is the student for Anko coming? Zabuza said, appearing next to him. Yes, it seems so, and Ramaru says he is strong. Zabuza scoffed. This little brat isn't that strong. He is probably just as strong as that Uchiha. While on the inside, he is not having the same conversation. This must be the brat Haku was so worried about who could fly and make 20 feet waves. If so, we are in trouble. Meanwhile, Naruto could be seen speeding through the trees, and Sparks could be seen jumping off his body. Tazuna's house. Tsunami could be seen waking up with a red face, remembering what had happened before she passed out. Naruto-kun was so dominant over me. Is he really going to have sex with me when he gets back? She shakes her head, but a part of her hopes he does, because she would be lying if she said she didn't want him to take her to her room and just have his way with her. No, you don't think like that. We have better things to do other than to think about how Naruto-kun will stick his no-s stop at Tsunami. She walks off to check on the kids to see what they were doing. They were playing cards, and it looked like Rukia was winning if the smirk on her face was anything to go by. The two had become close friends over the week, once Inari had stopped acting like an emo. They were all stopped at doing whatever they were doing when the front door was kicked in and two thugs walked in with matching grins and weapons out ready to use them. All right, Tsunami, just come with us, and we will leave these little brats alive. The thug with the purple beanie says with a katana out and walks over to her only to be stopped when a girl gets in the way. I will not let you have her. I was trusted to keep this place safe from harm. Rukia says, getting in a stance with her wooden sword at the ready and ice-cold eyes she copied from her papa. Rukia-chan, you don't have to do this. I will go, and no one will be hurt. Tsunami says, trying to walk in front of Rukia, only to be stopped by Inari, who gets in front of her shackly. Rukia is all right. We won't let you take her. Inari says, try and get confidence. Rukia notices his shaking and tries to give him some help. Inari, in a battle, the ones who get in the way are not the ones that lack power, but the ones who lack resolve. She shouts to him, making Inari focus and also ready to do battle unknowingly, making Naruto's shadow clone proud at her words. Little Brad in a bunny onesie and a wooden sword thinks she's going to beat me. The bandit laughs, while the clones of Naruto are ready at any second, but want to watch to see how they will do. Let's go then. Rukia shouts, charging the bandit with a thrust, only for the bandit to jump to the side, but he does not dodge the leg sweep Rukia did, which knocks him to the ground. Rukia then goes for a stab to his groin to immobilize him, but he then rolls over and gets up. I wasn't going to hurt you too badly, but now I'm going to kill you. He rushes at Rukia's shoulder, tackling the girl to the ground and stomping her in the stomach, making the girl cough up spit and some blood. Not so hot stuff now, are you, little brat? He then goes for a stomp to the head. She hits him in the back of the knee, folding his leg backwards, making him fall enough for her to hit him in the throat with her hand, making the man gasp for air. Rukia quickly gets up and kicks him in the balls and hits him in the head with her sword repeatedly. The other bandit rushes her, hoping to catch her while she isn't looking. Rukia turns to see him coming, aiming his sword to pierce her in the chest, and just when Naruto is about to jump in the way, something unexpected happens. The man is impaled by an ice spear that is going through his chest from the ground, leaving the man to wiggle at the end only to be stopped when Inari runs and stabs the man in the back. Everyone is silent at all the things that just happened. Rukia is looking at her hands in shock, and Inari is also shocked he just killed someone. Clapping could be heard as a shadow clone of Naruto walks through the open door with a proud smile on his face. He then opens his arms to the kids, and they run to him crying. Papa, I just killed someone. Rukia says, crying into Naruto's shoulder. Naruto, I also killed that guy. Inari says, crying in Naruto's shoulder as well. Sure, don't worry, you two. You did what you had to in order to protect what is close to you, and I am proud of both of you. He says with a kind smile on his head, making the two feel a little better. Oh, really? The shaken-up Rukia says, getting her crying under control. Yes, I also heard your little speech you gave to Inari, little Miss Bossy Pants. He says, teasing her a bit, trying to make them feel better. Shut up, Baka Ota-chan. Rukia says, hitting Naruto upside the head, making everyone laugh. But why don't you guys go round up the villagers and tell them to come to the bridge? Tell them the waves make way for a storm. He then walks to Tsunami and whispers in her ear. I didn't forget what I said earlier, I hope you are ready. He blows in her ear, making her shiver. Goodbye, guys, and be safe, I am off to kick some ass. He disappears with the dead bodies. Bridge. Naruto could be seen floating above the bridge, just having received the memories from his shadow clone, and he couldn't help but smile at what the two kids did and Rukia activating her bloodline. All right, I guess I can make my entrance now. He released his resistance seals for the first time in a week, and he can already feel the difference in his speed. He then inhales and lets out a breath and lets out a jutsu with no hand seals. Wind-style great breakthrough. Instantly, a huge gust of wind hits the bridge, knocking all the mist away and knocking everyone one of their feet, even the Jonin fighting who were caught off guard. Naruto-kun, it's about time you got here. We could really use your help. Enko shouts, making her way over to him along with Kakashi. Yes, Naruto. It seems Zabuza is called back up, and we were having trouble fighting them in the mist, but thanks to you we won't have to worry anymore. Kakashi says, taking this chance to catch his breath. Sorry about that. But don't worry, I will take care of the rest from here. Oh, and Anko, tonight, I will be rearranging your organs and making sure you won't be able to walk tomorrow. Naruto-kun, I can't wait. I'm going to ride you till the morning. She replies in a sexy tone with a little pink on her face at what he said. Kakashi, despite the situation, gets a little nosebleed. So, Kakashi, tell me what I'm dealing with these two guys. Naruto says in a tone with all jokes aside, and only a warrior spoke, making Kakashi straighten up and also get serious. Zabuza is an A-rank missing ninja from Kiri and a master at silent killing, along with being an ex-member of the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist. Raiga is also an ex-member of the Seven Ninja Swordsmen of the Mist. He is in possession of the Kiba blades, which use lighting, and is somehow able to predict our movements, but I think it has something to do with whatever is located on his back. Thank you, Kakashi. I will handle these two. Go and check on the Uchiha in the Hall of Ice Mirrors while you Anko go and move Sakura and Tizuna to a safe place. Things will get a bit messy, and I don't want to hit anyone. He says in a tone, leaving no argument, making the two nod and run off to do what he said. Okay, you two, I am your opponent, and let's hurry this up. I have a sexy MILF waiting for me to return and tear it up. He says, unsheathing his sword, making the two swordsmen who know of that style back up in fear, because all swordsmen who are worth something know about the famous Moonlight Sword and its style that was said to cut through mountains and lay the gods to rest with only a single stroke of the blade. H, how do you have tea that blade a brat like you should not be able to wield something like that? The scared Zabuza said. Why, it must be a fake. I'll give you a funeral for even copying that blade. He shouts, raising the blades in the air, making lighting appear, and strike the blades. Lighting wave, he shouts, making waves of lighting to race towards Naruto. Cute, is the reply Naruto gives before smacking them out of his way to the shock of both ninjas. Hey, chow. That move has killed plenty of Jonin before, the shocked Raiga said with wide eyes. Wow, if that really killed Jonin, they must have been some weak Jonin. A smirking Naruto replies, still moving forward. Let me show you how to make waves. Naruto raises his hands to the sky, and faster than what Raiga did, lighting strikes his hands. Lighting wave. Faster than Raiga could move, he is struck by all of the bolts, leaving him panting with blood coming down his lip. Now that's how you do it. He sends him a smirk, making them mad at him. Fine, then I will just use my blade and cut you up. Raiga and Zabuza charge him. Naruto, with a grin, charges the two with his sword out. Zabuza aims a high sword swing, while Raiga goes low to cut the blonde in half. Let's dance. Naruto jumps over them, both kicking Zabuza in the back, and Raiga dodges barely, but still suffers a cut that reveals a boy on his back in a sleeping bag. A boy with purple hair that is long at the back, but forms bangs at the front of his face that stop above his eyes, showing glowing red eyes that look like the Byakugan. So you're telling him how to predict our attacks. Ranmaru, are you okay? Raiga looks at the boy who is scared. Yes, I am okay, thank you. I think you will be coming with me, kid. There is a clan similar to yours in the Leaf called the Hyuga. They will be able to help you. Naruto speaks to the boy. I won't let you take him, Raiga says, getting ready to charge again, only to be surprised when his back feels lighter and he can see Ranmaru no longer there. Too late, he is already gone, Naruto says, tossing Ranmaru in the air, making him scream only to be caught by a flying clone. Okay, now that your little secret weapon is gone, you will die first, Naruto says in a serious tone. You bastard, Zabuza, buy me some time, I'm going to wipe him off the map. Raiga says, aiming his swords to the sky, trying to gather as much lighting as possible. On it, came the reply from Zabuza. Naruto then engages in a sword fight with Zabuza, who is shocked that this kid is keeping up with him, so he picks it up to Jonin-level speed and strength. But much to his surprise, Naruto is still matching him with a grin still on his face. He goes for a thrust, but Naruto sidesteps and stabs him in the stomach, only for Zabuza to turn into water, and Naruto is sliced in half. Habrat was all talky dash. Zabuza is cut off when Naruto turns into lighting, and Zabuza can do nothing. Got you, the grinning blonde says, giving Zabuza a slash across his chest. Damn Gaki, clever trick, the demon of the mist says, getting to his feet. They then charge back at each other, clashing blades, but this time it is Zabuza who can't keep up with the blonde, who delivers strikes that are fast and precise. Naruto cuts Zabuza on his side, while dodging to the left, missing a thrust from Zabuza that leaves him open, and Naruto capitalizes on it by slashing him on his back, leaving a deep cut that makes blood gush on the ground. Naruto jumps back, weaving a swipe that would have taken his head off. 17th Dance Twister. Naruto turns into a spinning twister, giving Zabuza cuts all over his body, making the former, Mist Umbu, cry out in pain. Naruto comes out of the twister grin, still on his face, loving this battle. Come on, Demon of the Mist, I'm not done dancing yet. 18th Dance Mixer. Naruto unsheathes his sword faster than the eye could see. The next thing Zabuza knew was he got cut all over his body, making him drop to the ground, barely able to stay awake due to all the pain he was in. Damn, Zabuza, can you do anything right? But it doesn't matter, my ultimate jutsu is ready. He then smirks at Naruto, who is giving him that grin still that pisses him off. Prepare to die, brat. Lighting of the heavens, he shouts, and aims his blades are crackling with lightning at Naruto. Now, DI. Wow, I wanted to buy time for something this week, so I can make a bigger lighting show in my sleep. Let me show this foolish man the true power of lighting. Naruto then leaps up to the blast and covers his arm in lighting something similar to that of Kakashi's lightning blade. Naruto then cuts the bolt in half and flies into the gray storm clouds and disappears. What? That is impossible. How the hell did he just cut my strongest jutsu? Like it was nothing. And where the hell did he go? Play Let's Do It by Lil Wayne. You don't have to, but this song helps this scene. Everyone on the bridge stopped what they were doing, even Haku, who was in the ice mirrors with a knocked-out Sasuke, and a Kakashi who took this chance to get out of the mirrors with Sasuke. Anko and Sakura look up in the clouds and can hear the laughter of Naruto while also seeing flashes of blue. The villagers on the way to the bridge look up and see it as well. Even Gato's men on the side of the bridge see it. The bloody Zabuza can barely look up to see what looks like a storm coming, and he can hear the laughter of that blonde brat. Haha, prepare to see what real lighting looks like, came the shout from the clouds, and what everyone sees leaves them shocked and strikes fear in the hearts of the blonde enemies. Zabuza even faints due to shock and fear. Storm release Dragon of the Heavens. Naruto shouts, and a blue dragon made of lighting comes out of the clouds, giving a bone-chilling roar, and Naruto has a shit-eating grin on his face at the look of fear on Raiga and Gato's men's faces. Now know the true power of Naruto Uzumaki of the Storm release. Naruto jumps off the dragon going down at Raiga, who can only stand there and take the hit. Naruto walks over to the place of impact, and he can see that it left a huge hole in the bridge, and not even a single trace of Raiga could be seen left. Man, I always leave nothing left to my enemies. He then notices some swords to the side. Oh, is that the Kiba blade? Well, don't mind if I do. He then picks them up, and they sparkle with lighting for a little bit. And Naruto Kuinti, that was awesome, shouted Anko, jumping on a Naruto, who happily caught her. My god, that was easily a S-rank jutsu, and I can see he isn't even tired from that. He probably held back to not destroy everything in range. He hasn't even used the chakra of the Nine Tails, and he only has scratches and burn marks on his clothes. Naruto, just what are you? These are the thoughts of Kakashi, who is shocked at the display of power he just saw. Clapping could be heard coming from the end of the bridge, and some smoke moves to reveal that it is Gato and his thugs who are a little scared at what they just saw. So, Zabuza, you failed, and they call you a demon who can't even kill some kids. He then sees everyone on the bridge. All right, men, kill everyone, but leave the women, especially that purple-haired one. I'm going to have some fun with her. He give a lustful grin at the Anko in Naruto's arms, who has a scowl on her face. Anko-chan, I'm going to kill these guys really quick, and then we can go back to the house and get it on. He gives her a deep kiss and a pinch to her nipple through her fishnet. Okay, and don't take too long, the slightly dazed Anko said at the kiss she just received. All right, you guys will all die now. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Clones of Naruto appear, and they all pull out their swords. Okay, guys, let's lay waste to these idiots who dare threaten our women. They all rush into the bandits, who charge with a war cry, hoping to get some lucky shoots. What could only be described as a massacre is the scene the citizens of Wave appear on the bridge to see. One man, but multiple versions of the man are all over the place, slicing and killing the bandits with brutal strikes that they won't be getting up from. Unrivaled technique final. A large blast of wind comes from one of the Narutos, who delivered a straight punch to the air. 5 clones have a group of the remaining 50 bandits, and they are huddled together shaking. Galaxy split. And next thing everyone knows is that the clones seem to disappear, and not even Kakashi's Sharingan could see them. The bandits fall, losing their heads. And then there was one little mouse in the trap. A bloody Naruto says, with blood staining his black long sleeve under his armor. This turns Anko on at seeing how badass her man looks in all that blood. PP, please, don't kill me. I'll do anything. Gato says, getting down on his knees to beg. Money, women, land, I have anything you could want. I want you to sign this paper, which hands over your company to Tizuna. I want the code to your safe and the location of your base, so we can take everything. Naruto says in a cold tone, scaring Gato so much he just did what he said without even thinking about what he said. H here, I did what you asked. Why you let me go, right? The still scared man said. I never said that. You are going to die for making my daughter suffer and killing her sister. Naruto then throws Gato high into the sky and gets in a stance to attack. Heaven Splitter, Naruto whispers, but still everyone heard what he said. Then again, everyone is shocked to see Naruto slice his blade vertical and up in the sky, and Gato is split in half, and even the clouds are split, revealing a bright sun and blue sky. What the hell, this boy could have killed me easily, so why did he let me live? An awakened Zabuza asked, looking at the blonde in respect at what he just saw. Are you kidding me? He just split the fucking sky. This is going to be one report. Though Kakashi. Oh yeah, I'm riding him until the bed breaks. A soaking Anko, though looking at Naruto with lust as if reading her mind, turns to her and winks, making her blush. The people of Wave all let out cheers at what just happened to Gato in their now free country. They all run to Naruto and start to call him Naruto-sama and throw him in the air up and down, making him laugh. Wow, Papa is really strong. I hope I can be as strong as him one day. Rukia says. Anko hears what she says and rubs her bunny ears, making Rukia slap her hand away from her head. You're going to need a lot of training if you want to be strong like your daddy. Anko says, smirking. Naruto, finally able to get down from the villagers, walks to his group. All right, you guys, let's go back to the house so we can rest and party. He says the last part with a grin, making all the villagers cheer and run into town. Hey, Naruto, Zabuza calls the blonde. What is it, no brows? Naruto says with a smirk. A tick mark appeared on Zabuza's head, and a giggling Haku could be heard. Why did you let me live when you could have killed me easily? He asked, wanting an answer. Well, if I killed you, Haku-chan would be sad, and I can't have that. He says, removing the mask of a blushing Haku. What does she have to do with it? Zabuza asked with a raised eyebrow at the blonde. Well, she loves you like her father, and I can't kill her father now, can I? He said, smiling. This surprised Zabuza, who looked at Haku with wide eyes, who looked away, feeling embarrassed. Haku, is that true? He asked with surprise in his voice. Why, yes, Zabuza-sama, but I will stop because I'm only a tool, and tools don't have feelings. She said the last part sadly. This earned a smack to the ass for Haku and a smack to the head for Zabuza. Haku-chan, you are not some tool. You are a beautiful girl who just has a shitey father. He says, giving her a charming smile, making her blush, while Zabuza got another tick mark. And Zabuza, stop being an ass and tell her you love her too, or you get the same treatment as Gato. He says, grabbing his sheath, making Zabuza go wide-eyed and run toward Haku. Haku, I also love you like the daughter I have never had. Please forgive me, so I don't die. He says on his knees in front of Haku. Haku only laughed and helped him up. Zabuza-sama, I could never hate you, and I forgive you. She says, giving him a hug. All right, all is well, and good now, let's go party. Naruto then picks up Anko in a bridal style. You ready to get your world rock time? He says, smirking at the blushing Anko. Why, yes, I am now, let's go. To Zuna's house. The group arrives at the house with Zabuza and Haku. Everyone sits in the living room area. Naruto can be seen running upstairs with Anko over his shoulder, who is giggling like crazy along with a blushing Tsunami. Well, I guess he's going to get his mission payment early. Kakashi and Zabuza giggle like perverts, causing them to be hit in the head by Haku and Sakura, whose faces were red at knowing what was going to happen upstairs. Upstairs in Tsunami's room, Naruto threw the two on the bed and started to remove his gear, giving the girls a show, making them drool at his muscles. He puts up a silencing barrier and walks to them in nothing but boxers that do little to hide the monster peeking out his pants. Okay, I hope you girls are ready. I will be testing out this never-ending stamina of mine. He says, grinning at the two women in front of him. Then he jumps on them, and the sounds of skin hitting skin along with moans of the lattice having the best time echo throughout the room. Next morning, Naruto could be seen slowly opening his eyes to only close them when the sun shined in his eyes. A quick curse to the sun, and he tried to get up only to realize he couldn't move. There was a tuft of purple and black on his chest. Then he remembered what happened last night and could only grin. It was his first time, but he performed like he was doing it his whole life, and by the satisfied looks on their faces, he would guess so. He rubbed their heads, whispering for them to wake up. Anko-chan, Tsunami-chan, it's time to wake up. He lays kisses on their heads. No 5 more minutes, the half-awake Anko said. I don't want to leave bed just yet. Tsunami mumbled. He could only chuckle at them. Well, if we don't get up, someone might walk in on us, and you don't want that, do you? Well, I would get up if I could feel my legs, Anko said, hitting him on the chest lightly with a cute pout. Why, yes, I also can't feel my legs, the embarrassed Tsunami said. Well, I did tell you it was going to tear that ass up, didn't I? He says, smirking, making both girls blush. Why, yes, you did, but you were like an animal, and it was my first time, and you ravaged me like I never thought possible. A blushing Anko said. Well, you did ride me like you said you would, and let me say those melons were bouncing like crazy, Naruto says, grabbing one of her breasts, which makes Anko moan. Yes, Anko-chan is right. I have never been taken like that before. I was always the dominant one during these things. A blushing Tsunami said. Yes, I thought it was your first time we would be able to be in charge. A pouting Anko said. But I don't mind as long as it is you. She blushed and turned her head. Oh, no need to be embarrassed. There was none of that when you were calling me Naruto-sama, when I had you in doggy style. He says, laughing at the red-faced Anko. You too, Tsunami, when you were up on the wall. I had to pick you up because you almost fell to the ground. He turns to Tsunami, who looks away red-faced at how she was. Ha, okay, let's get up before someone walks in and get a good view. How about we take a shower and clean up? He then looks at them like a predator at its prey. And maybe we can have another round in the shower. The two can only shiver at his gaze and get turned on by it even more. An hour later, and a couple orgasms later, the two girls can be seen limping downstairs with bright smiles on their faces, and Naruto is smirking like he won a jackpot. Everyone looks at them with knowing grins, except the kids who don't know what is going on. So how was it? A giggle escaped Zabuza as he couldn't help himself. It looks like you three had a good night. He giggles alongside Kakashi when they are both hit by blushing Haku and Sakura, who mumble about pervy teachers. We had a good night's sleep. A blushing Tsunami replied, limping to the kitchen. I'll make breakfast so we can get started on our day. Good morning, Papa, Rukia says, jumping in Naruto's arms. Look what I can do. She then makes a rabbit out of ice and give it to Naruto. Oh wow, when did you learn how to make these? He replies to her, taking the rabbit. Well, big sis Haku showed me how to do it. Turns out we are from the same clan, and she's going to help me train my powers. She says happily. Well, that is great. Maybe she can come back to the village and show you how. He says, looking at Haku, who is surprised. I would love that, Bee, but I have to stay with Zabuza. She says a little sadly at not being able to follow her new little sister. Haku-chan, you can go with him back to the village if you want to. I was going to head back to the rebellion in Kiri and maybe help them out with all the money we got from Gato. There is no way we should lose. He replies to everyone in the room. That is what you had planned all along, isn't it? Naruto says, looking at him. Yes, it is. I can't go back to the lead having killed one of its ninjas. Now. But Zabuza, will you be okay without me? I know it can be hard for you sometimes. Are you sure? Haku says worriedly. A tick mark appears on Zabuza's head. I'm not some little kid, Haku. I can take care of myself. Okay, Zabuza, I will miss you. She cries a bit and gives him a hug. Okay, team, we just have to wait until the bridge is done, and then we can make our way back to the Leaf and take some time off. Cammy knows I need it. He finishes the last part in his head. A week goes by with everyone helping finish the bridge, and with the help of Naruto's shadow clones, it didn't even take that long. They spent the rest of the week having a town celebration of their new hero Naruto. He even got a statue, made much to Sasuke's anger, who was filled in with the details of the battle, and he vowed to go to the council and make him hand over all his powers to him. Naruto also kept training, and Rukia would train with Haku, while he made Sakura practice with him, who was starting to show signs of getting better by being able to do 10 laps around the whole village without stopping, but still could not do all 50 like Naruto, and the other Jonin could, which made her sad, but Naruto fixed it by putting her on his back and flying her around the sky. Inari had started to call him Otu-san, which made Tsunami blush at thinking of having kids with Naruto. Kasumi had been a little distant with Naruto, and it made him worry about her, because she has never been like that. He said he would talk to her when he made it back to the village, because he missed her. Bridge. The whole town was at the end of the bridge wanting to wish Naruto and the rest of his team goodbye, and all of Team 7 and Team 11 were there just accepting all the praise with smiles on there, and Inari were also there. They had wanted to go back with Naruto to the village because they thought it would be great for them, while Tazuna ran the village. Naruto had developed a fan club, much to the girls' irritation. Okay, goodbye. Everyone, we will see you when I come back, and we're going to have a huge party. The crowd gives a big cheer at his words. Goodbye, Naruto-sama. We love you, his fan club said, and he smirked and winked at all of them. They all started to walk off the new named bridge called the Great Naruto Bridge. Much to his happiness and Sasuke's annoyance. They all walked down the path, answering questions of the curious kids and Tsunami until a crossroad appears. All right, this is where I leave you guys and see you some other time, Zabuza said, giving a hug to his daughter, who was crying. But they're stopped when a group of mist umbu appear. Zabuza Momochi, you're to come with us, the captain said, walking up to the man. You so you can kill me? I don't think so, he says, pulling his blade off his back. No, you have it wrong. The war is over, and we have a new Mizukage, he said, pulling out a paper with their mission on it and a message to Zabuza. He read the message and started to shake with fear at who is the new Mizukage. Mei Terumi is the new leader. He remembers all the time she tried to kill him with those lava balls and shuddered. Okay, I will come with you guys. Well, would you look at that? Everything worked out just fine, Naruto said, smiling. Now let's get back. I need some ramen. He then picks up Rukia, Tsunami, and Inari, putting them in the arms of clones while he goes through a couple hand signs. Water-style water shockwave. He shouts, and a wave as big as the gates of Konoha form, and he jumps on top of the wave, making its way to the village at high speeds, laughing the whole way, while some of the others screamed. This is going to be a crazy report. Kakashi cried anime tears at his problems. 8. Gates of Konoha. We can see the ever-present guards who defend the village with all their might and years of fighting those who dare to challenge their village. Izumo and Kotetsu. Man, I'm so bored, I wish something new would happen, Kotetsu says, drawing another card from the deck. Him and Izumo often play cards to help pass the time, because on days like these it just goes by so slowly. Stop complaining. We have a duty to do for the village. We have an important job. We must make sure no person who wishes to harm the village can come in, he says, placing down his cards for a royal flush with a grin. Kotetsu can only sigh and slump in his seat at another loss in his belt. You only say that because you keep winning, pointing a finger at his best friend. Izumo puts his hands up in defense of his statement. Hey, no need to play the blame game, you just suck at this game. He then sighs. Where is Naruto when you need him? He always keeps this place feeling lively. Yeah, who are you telling? He's gotten so strong he even beat Anko, and we can't even beat her if we team up. Kotetsu replies with excitement when talking about Naruto. Turns out he has always been a fan of Naruto's pranks and his new powers. Yeah, he will most likely become a Jonin before we do. Izumo replies a little sad at that part. Hey, why don't we start a train again? Maybe we will be able to get prompted as well. He says a little excited at the last part. Yes, you're right. We will start a train tomorrow, and we will be able to kick Naruto's, but in no time. The two high-five each other at their new goal. But the two are stopped when the ground starts to rumble, and they can see trees being knocked down in the distance. Umbu, Kotetsu yells, making 5 Umbu appear out of nowhere. There's something coming from the tree line, and I can sense multiple chakra signatures. Squad, I will get on top of the wall to check you stay here and wait for any attack that might come. They all do, just as they said with them, getting their weapons ready. What the Umbu sees surprises him. It is a massive wave of water coming this way. Everyone perform the basic earth wall and put in as much chakra as you can, the captain says, jumping down, and they all perform a jutsu. As the wave approaches, they can all see it and hear the waves crashing and what sounds like laughing. Prepare for impact. A second later, they are all smashed with the heavy waves, and the wall starts to crack, and some water shoots through some holes. Hold it! The captain screams, only for all the water to disappear. That was fun, Naruto-kun. Can we do it again? Anko says, hanging off of Naruto with a wide smile on her face. She wasn't the only one smiling. Kakashi, Sakura, Rukia, Tsunami, Inari, Sasuke, and even the now free Rimuru, who was stuck in a sealing seal until Naruto released him. Everyone on the other side of the wall, and even other ninja who had come because they felt all the chakra being used along with some civilians. They froze when they heard the name Naruto. Some were confused. Was he the one who did all that chakra in massive waves? Ah, don't you worry your pretty little head, we could do it as much as you want, he replied, laughing until he saw everyone looking at him. Oh, hey, they're Kotetsu and Izumo. How's it going? Waving a hand like nothing happened. Uzumaki-san, did you create this huge wave? The captain of the Umbu asked, getting out of his shock. He wanted to take this brat to the Hokage and have him explain why he did what he did. Yes, I did. Awesome, right? He says, grinning at them. Hell yeah, can I come next time? An Umbu with a lizard mask said, only to be hit by another to be quiet. You bet you can. I'll even take you guys. He points to the gate guards who are shaking with excitement. Uzumaki-san, that was dangerous and could have harmed someone. I will take you to the Hokage office and have you explain your actions. No one was hurt. We just want to make it to the village fast, and he used this to travel here. Kakashi says, trying to calm down the problem. Kakashi-senpai, you are also involved in this. I must tell everyone how childish you have become. The Umbu then tried to walk to Naruto and grab him, but Naruto pushed his hand away. If you want to take me, you will have to catch me. He replied with a devilish smirk that scared the Umbu because they knew they could not catch him. I will not be in these games, Uzumaki-san. Just dash. He is cut off when Naruto hit him with a paint bomb that turned his clothes pink, making everyone laugh at him. Fine, if that's what you want. When I catch you, I will cut your legs off so you can't run anymore. He then orders the Umbu to engage him. You guys go ahead to the old man's office, and I will meet you when I shake these guys, he says while running into the village at high speeds the Umbu could barely keep up with. Will Daddy be okay? He said those guys are the elite of the village. A worried Rukia asked Haku, who only picked her up. Don't worry, Rukia-chan, Naruto-kun has told me he was able to avoid those guys at your age, so I'm sure he'll be just fine. Haku says, rubbing her head. Well, we can leave him to have some fun with those guys while we go to the office. I am sure he will have lost them by the time we get there. Anko says, starting to walk off, and the group follows him. While walking through the village, Rukia, Tsunami, and Inari are amazed by how big the village is and can't believe how many stores that they have. But they also feel a little anger towards them because they're the same ones who were hurting Naruto. When the group finally makes it to the office of the Hokage, they can hear voices in the room, and it sounds like a meeting is going on. They decide to go inside to see what is going on, but are shocked at who they see. The current Raikage, who has blonde white hair that are in braids with dark skin, a build that is built for muscles and to grapple and throw heavy punches that will leave you in the hospital. Two companies with him. The one too is Killer Bee the Eight Tails Jinchuriki and has a build similar to that of his brother the Raikage. On the other side of the Raikage is a woman who has a more slender build with light skin and blonde hair that goes to her back in a braid, who happens to be the Two Tails Jinchuriki. They all stop when teams 7 and 11 enter the room, and a moment of silence is there until it is broken by the old Hokage, who gives an awkward cough. Hello teams, I see both missions were a success, he says, giving them a smile, trying to make the awkward situation go away. Yes, Hokage-sama, our mission was a success, but had some weird things go on during the mission, and my report will definitely be one for the ages. Kakashi steps up speaking after giving a bow to the Raikage, who only nodded, recognizing who he was. He then motions for Tezuna's family along with Rukia and Haku to walk forward, and they all are a little nervous at all the high-class people in the room. Hello, Hokage-sama. My name is Tsunami, and this is my son Inari, and we wish to join the village. The woman speaks up a little nervous. The old Haikage can only give a grandfatherly smile at them, which makes them feel a little better. Okay, what makes you come to our village, if I may ask? WL, I came here to be with Naruto-kun. She replies, blushing at remembering Naruto and how many times they had sex of the week. I see, so you're sharing him with Anko. The old man and Kakashi giggle like perverts. Oh, Hokage-sama, they're sharing him all right. Kakashi says, hinting at what they did, making Anko and Tsunami blush. Shut up, you pervert. Anko says, hitting him in the balls with a red face. The old man gets a bit off a nosebleed at what he is thinking, but he wipes it away. The Raikage and his group can only sweat drop at what is going on. It's like they totally forgot we are here, and who is this Naruto they keep talking about? Must be some lucky man if two women are sharing him. Okay, we can talk more about that when Naruto-kun gets here. He says getting under control a little bit. Now, what about you two? Looking at Rukia and Haku. While my reason is similar to Tsunami-chan, I also wish to join the village, but as a ninja. Haku says making an ice rabbit, much to the Hokage and group from Kumo surprise. Hey old man, don't forget about me, I can also do that. She then makes another ice rabbit, like Haku. They're surprised again at this, because there are two clan members that could bring in new bloodlines. Haha old man, I can see you hang with Naruto-kun a lot, can't you? He replies, laughing at her name for him. Of course I will, he is my dad after all. Rukia says, smiling. The Hokage stops laughing and looks at her in shock. Daughter, he must have picked her up on his mission, and with how similar these two are, I can see why he did that. But if raises her to be just like him, oh my god, this is not good, another prankster, and she has ice powers, she will also be really strong. I need to find another successor to take my place, or I will die from a heart attack with these two. He then starts to sweat heavily at all the things that go through his head at the possibilities. Hokage-sama. Oh, sorry about that, I was lost in my thoughts for a second. So you wish to be adopted by him. I shall write everything up now. He pulls out some papers and starts to write at light speed so he can help Naruto and this girl. By the way, where is Naruto-kun? We need him sign and give me a report. He says looking at them. Well, the Umbu were after him because we arrived at the village on a wave the size of the front gates, and they wanted to arrest him for scaring them and causing trouble. Kachi says a little bit nervous. Haha, this sounds like a very fun guy. I wish to meet him. Where is he? The Raikage says, laughing at everything this Naruto guy was doing. Well, he should be here in a little while. You know how the Umbu can never catch him. Anko replies with a wave of her hand. Raikage-sama, I can feel a great power coming here, and it feels similar to mine. Yujito says, looking outside for the power, closing in fast. Yeah, bro, this power is massive. It's even stronger than all of us. B says in a rare moment of seriousness and a little nervous at the power. Everyone turns to the window, where they can hear the cheers of the crowd and cat calls of the ladies. They can see what looks like something is coming. Everyone from the Leaf already knows, but those of Kumo have no idea and are getting ready for anything. Ha! Dynamic entry, the shout, comes from Naruto as he is seen coming through the window with a grin in place, and in his blue armor similar to that of the second Hokage. I told those Umbu they wouldn't catch me, not even when I'm on my deathbed would they get me. He says, dusting himself off while taking a look around at everyone with wide eyes. Papa. The shout came from Rukia as she ran to him, and he caught her in his arms while spinning around, making her giggle and laugh. Hello, my little snow princess. Is everything going okay with the old man? He replies, smiling at her still in his arms. Hee hee, yes, and I call him old man, just like you said. But Haikne-chan says I must call him with respect, and she hits me on the head. Will you punish her for me, daddy? Rukia says, doing the puppy eyes jutsu on him with tears in the corner of her eyes. Don't you worry, I'll be sure to make sure Haku gets spankings for making you cry. He says, giving Haku a smirk, making her blush and covering her butt. But she's right, we must address him with respect. Even though he's an old man, he is still the strongest ninja. After you kick-ass dad, that is. He says, puffing out his chest, making her giggle. Yeah, I want to be a kick-ass ninja too. She says, waving her hands up only to be bonked on the head by her dad. Language or no candy for a week, he says, giving a stern glare, making her go wide-eyed. A week, no. I promise I won't say the bad words ever again. She shakes him, looking at him with horror. Well, I better not catch you saying any bad words, he says, smirking at her. Naruto-kun, you can do that later. We have other matters to get into, he says, trying to get things under control. You no problem, old man. What do you need? He says, stepping by his team, ignoring the Kumo group who are looking at him with wide eyes at seeing what he just did and how everyone is all calm. Raikage Dano, we will continue our talk tomorrow for the exams if you don't want to listen to all this stuff. No, that's okay. I'm really interested in this group you got here, he says, eyeing all of them. Hiruzen nods his head and then looks to the teams and asks for the report and what has happened. An hour goes by, and Kakashi is just now starting to finish his report about what has all gone down on the mission, with wide eyes at what he is hearing along with the hidden Umbu and Kimo group. So Haku, you used to work with Zabuza and now have split up and want to join our village. He says, looking at her. A quick nod from the girl, and he sighs. Well, if that's the case, you will have to go on a probation for 2 months, and then after that you can join our ninja ranks like you asked. Okay, Hokage-sama, I understand. She bowed in appreciation. For the meantime, you can stay with Naruto along with the new Rukia, Uzumaki. He said, smiling, making Naruto smile, but Rukia was asleep. Tsunami and her son will also live with you. Not a problem, but I'm going to need a bigger place with all these people. Can I have the direction of the Uzumaki compound? I know it must still be here. This makes the old man freeze and a little nervous and scared. In Naruto, I dash. Don't, old man, I don't agree with what you did, but just let me have everything that belongs to the clan and scrolls from my mother. And we can call it even, but come the Chunin exams, I expect to know who my father is. Okay, Naruto-kun, I'll give you everything. He then goes and opens a slot under his desk and takes out scrolls and sealed letter. Here, this is everything Kushina sealed up before she died to the QB. W8, he is the son of Kushina Uzumaki, the Red Death. The Raikage shouts, losing his cool for a second. Wow, my mom sounds pretty badass if she was able to make you react like that, and she also got a pretty badass nickname. Naruto says, smirking. Kid, you have no idea. That woman was scary. Killer be shivered at hearing the laugh of the Red Death. Can I see a picture of her, please? Naruto said, looking at the Hokage with hope. Well, there are better ones at the compound, but I guess you can look at this old one. Grabbing something from his desk, the Hokage hands a picture to him, and Naruto gasps. Oh my Kami, my mom is freaking hot. The blonde says, making everyone's sweat drop at what he said. Really, Naruto-kun, that is the first thing you say when you see her. Anko smacks her face in exaggeration. I can't help it. Just look at her beautiful red hair and round face that just makes her look even more cute. Not to mention her rocking body and cup size. Naruto-kun, you do realize you're checking out your mom, right? Tsunami says in a blank tone. Well, anyways, Naruto-kun, now that you know you're in a clan, you will have to go in the CRA, and I have to tell the council of this along with your daughter and Haku. The old man says a bit seriously. If they try anything stupid or talk out of line, they're dead, no questions asked. Naruto said, dead, serious, looking at Hiruzen, who tries to suppress a shudder at his gaze. Okay, and about your bloodline, they will also try to force women on you. It won't work. Only I will pick who gets a piece of me. He then picks up Rukia and walks off to his house and the rest of his group. Well, Hokage-sama, that is one interesting kid you have there. The Raikage said, sitting in a chair. Yes, and I can sense he holds the QB. That must be why he is so strong and could do all those jutsu he said he did. Yujito says, speaking up. Yeah, ain't no way he's stronger than 8. Oh, as a little brat. But if he thinks he's good, he can always come and mess with the Bulwi. He says, rapping again. You have it wrong. He's never used the QB chakra once. The old man says, shocking all of them. But why are they not on good terms? Yujito asked. He tells me they're really close. He just hasn't met anyone where he needed to use the chakra. So he only has fought with his own power, shrugging his shoulders at them. Well, when we get back to Kumo, we will have to tell our Jinin to up their training, the buff Raikage says. And not to mention, he didn't even acknowledge that we were in the room. He's a little bit pissed at that part. Uzumaki compound. We can see Naruto walking with a sleeping Rukia and Inari on his shoulders sleeping. He is walking with Tsunami, Anko, Haku, and Rimuru, who have all decided to stay with him. So Rimuru, when we get settled in and they have the council meeting, I will introduce you to the Hyuga head and try to get you in their clan, and they will help you. He speaks to Rimuru in the arms of a clone. Oh, okay, thank you for doing all this for me. He says a little shyly. They all stop when they get to a gate with a giant red swirl in the middle of it. He sees seals on the gate and rubs some blood on it, recognizing it as a blood seal, and the gates open to a compound in perfect conditions due to the seals that help keep the place clean. Wow, this place is huge, he says, looking at the massive front yard that has a stone pathway in the middle. They begin to walk the path until they make it to the front door, and Naruto puts the key in and opens the door to a massive mansion with space enough for them to stick a pool in the middle of the floor. Holy crap, this place is huge, Anko says with her jaw on the ground. I know, look at that kitchen, Tsunami says and quickly runs to it with stars in her eyes, making everyone's sweat drop. Rukia-chan, Inari-kun, wake up and look at your new house, he says softly, shaking the kids awake. Papa, they both say at the same time. Yeah, that's me now, look at your new house. They turn around and go wide-eyed and start to run around. Rukia even walked on the ceiling, making Inari pout because she didn't help him. Rukia and Nei-chan pick me up as well, he says, reaching out. She grabbed his hand and tried to pull him up. Little bro, you're so heavy, what have you been eating? She says, struggling. W, I am not heavy, why you rabbit brain? He says to Rukia. What did you call me, fish brain? She says, getting his face. Rabbit brain. Fish brain. The two disappear in a comical cloud of smoke, fighting and throwing insults at each other. All right, you two, you can stop now, he says, walking up only to be hit by a flying carrot, making the kids stop and look at their dad in horror. All right, you kids are going to get it now. He then makes a water whip to spank them and start chasing them around the compound, making Anko, Haku, and Ramaru's sweat drop. Well, they can go and play. How about we go pick out our rooms? Anko said, getting out of her shock. Yes, let's, Haku said, picking up Ramaru, who needed help to walk. Once Naruto was done playing with the kids, he goes into the master bedroom, where he can see pictures of his mother and a blonde man who. This is the fourth Hokage. Am I the son of the fourth Hokage? He sits down on the bed in shock. Looking around, he can see more pictures of the two, and then see a pregnant Kushina along with Minato Namikaze. So my own dad sealed Kasumi-chan into me. He smiles a little bit, holding the picture, and some tears come to his eyes at finally knowing who his family was. I was born to be a badass. He chuckles a little bit at that statement. He gets up and walks to the closet, seeing all his mother's clothes and his dad's cape as well. A little big, but I can grow into it, he says, taking the cape off. I will tell the group and those I trust. He leaves the room to go to the front of the house. He sees Tsunami in the kitchen happily cooking lunch. Rukia and Inari in the backyard training with Haku. Anko is on the couch eating dango, watching TV with her coat off, leaving her only in her fishnet shirt with Ramaru in her lap, also eating dango with a smile. It's what I always wanted friends and family to call my own. He says a little more tears are coming to his eyes, but he wipes them away and walks to the front door. I'm going out. I will get the rest of your stuff, Anko, and also mine, so we can get settled into our new home. Everyone smiles and waves him goodbye. Streets. In the streets, he can see many people giving him smiles and nods from the ninjas, and the kids still smiling happily at him. It seems as if they're starting to see me for me and not Kasumi-chan. He frowns at the fact that she is still not talking to him. He is cut off when he can smell his favorite food, and he goes over there to greet the two people who work there. Hello, you guys, have you missed me? He said, sitting in the seat reserved for him. Naruto-kun, is that you? The shocked I am says, a little pink on her face at seeing how handsome he looks. Oh, hello, Naruto. Where have you been? We thought you forgot about us. Sorry about that. I was training and also just got back from mission. But can I get some of that food of the gods? He says, drooling at the food. Sure, Naruto-kun, just don't do that again, okay? I am says, hitting him on the head. Sorry, Nei-chan, I won't do it again. He then spends a little while eating 30 bowls of ramen and telling them about what he has been doing for the last 2 months. And to say the two were shocked is an understatement. He said he would show them during the Chunin exams if they made a poster and cheered with his new family. They agreed to it instantly, making him laugh. He is now walking from Anko house with all her stuff in a scroll and was now making his way to his house only to be stopped when an angry Kurenai Yuhi jumped in his path, giving him a death glare. Hello, Kurenai-chan, I've missed you, he said, smiling. She blushes a little bit, but shakes it off because she is angry at him. Don't Kurenai-chan me. Where have you been, mister? She says, getting in his face, making him raise his hands. I am sorry, I wanted to tell you I had a mission with Anko, but it was an emergency and I couldn't find you. She looks at him for a bit before sighing. Okay, that is a good reason. I just overreacted a bit, I understand. Don't worry, Kurenai-chan. How about I make it up to you? He grabs her and pulls her into an empty alley and pushes her against the wall, making Kurenai blush and try to look away. But Naruto grabs her by the neck and whispers in her ear, "How about I rip these clothes off you and take you up against this wall?" Giving her ear a bite and kissing her on the neck, making her moan. And Naruto-kun, "No, we can't do that," she says through moans, arching her back a little bit. He then starts to run his hands down her sides and grabs her by the ass and giving hard smacks. He slides a hand in between her legs and grabs one of her breasts, giving a squeeze. My Kurenai-chan, you are all wet. You are liking this, aren't you?" he says, smacking her ass again. He then plants a kiss on her lips, making her eyes go wide at getting kissed by Naruto for the first time. She then gets over the surprise and starts to kiss him back, trying to get control, but is stopped when he picks her up, making her gasp, and he sticks his tongue in her mouth. "Naruto-kun, ilikiyu," she says, red-faced at everything that is going on to her. "I know I'm going to have to share with Anko, but I am okay with it. She already told me it was okay." "Well, that's good because I am in the CRA, and you're going to have to share with some other women," leaving her shocked. "I knew this would happen. At least I can have you to myself right now," she says, going back into the makeout session. "Oh, Kurenai, can you not be girl? It seems you are a pervert." She blushed at what he said before she smirked. "Only for you, Naruto-kun," she says, reaching in his pants, only to go wide-eyed. "How are you so big? You're only 13, she says, a bit more shocked. "Well, I look like a 15-year-old, and that means certain parts of me also look older," he says, smirking at her shock. "Just ask Anko and Tsunami when you get back to my compound. They will tell you all about it." "Why, you and Anko had sex?" she says, shocked. "Yup, and I tore that ass up. But don't worry, your time will come." He gives her ass a smack before body, flicking her to his house, and giving Anko her stuff, getting a kiss for her, and giving Tsunami a kiss as well. He left to go back to get his things from his house. When he was finally done with that, he was walking back down the streets of the village when an Umbu appeared in his path. "The council wishes to speak with you," the Umbu said and disappeared. "I knew it would come sooner or later." He then body flickers to the chambers. Council chambers. In the chambers, all of the clan heads and the civilian members can be seen all together, with the Hokage at the end of the table and everyone else on the sides waiting for the Uzumaki to show. "Hey there, old man. Is it already time for this meeting?" he says, standing in the middle of the room with everyone looking at him. He looks at all the civilian heads with a blank face, unnerving some of them until he sees Sakura's mom and gives her a charming smile. Because out of everyone, she was always nice to him and helped where she could. This makes the young blonde blush a bit at how handsome he looks. He then looks at the clan heads and nods, but when he sees Hayashi, he stares at him for a little bit, making the room tense a bit. "I have something to talk to you about, Hyuga," he says in a neutral tone. "It is Hyuga-sama to you, boy." He responds in a blank tone, matching Naruto. "You get my respect when you earn it. But I have discovered a child on a mission with powers similar to your Byakugan, but his eyes go red and he lacks physical strength because of his eyes from what I could see so far." Hayashi eyebrows raised a little bit at what he was hearing. "I want to see him for myself. I will go get him now." He disappeared in a lighting body flicker, shocking everyone. Only come back a moment later with him. This is Ranmaru, and he is the bloodline I am talking about. Ranmaru then activates his powers, and Hayashi is shocked because it is something that was only shown in the early years of the Hyuga days during the War and States area, when the Hyuga's eyes would get stained with blood, leaving them that color causing a genetic mutation. How, that is the red Byakugan not seen since the War and States period. This shocked everyone because he never loses his cool, and then they heard what he said and were even more shocked. "Hayashi, what does this red Byakugan do that is different from yours?" asked the Hokage, wanting to know about anything. "Well, there's not much on it, but from what I know, it can see further and predict movements like the Sharingan. It has the ability to see even more chakra points that my eyes can't see." This left everyone surprised, and even Naruto and Ranmaru. "What would you look at that? You're going to be a kick-ass ninja like you're an Aizen." Naruto says, grinning at Ranmaru on his shoulder, blushing from the attention he was getting. Thank you in Naruto and Aizen." "Okay, I will take you home and tell everyone about your new powers." He then disappeared again. "Wow, that boy is just full of surprises," said Shikaku, who was up for once. "Well, you know I am." He appeared standing next to Tsum, who was shocked at his appearance. She was even more shocked when he picked her up and sat her in his lap, grin still in place. I can sense your arousal. Are you in your heat cycle? He says in her ear. Shut up, you stupid gaki, that's not for you to know. She says, getting out of her shock. He then puts his hands on her waist, moving them up and down. No need to lie to me, Sum-chan. He blows in her ear, making her shiver at how sensitive her ears are. Stop, you don't do that, she says, hitting his chest. He then starts to rock her back and forth, making her rube against his crotch with her wedding folds. Do you need me to come and help you with your problem? How about I come over later and help you? He says, still talking into her ear. She then gets up and body flickers to her house with her Nienkin. Everyone in the room was shocked. The men had nosebleeds and the women had slight blushes. Naruto going back on topic to the meeting. He coughs in his hand, getting ready to speak. Naruto is the last member of the Uzumaki clan and has agreed to be in the CRA to help his clan. He also brought 2 Yuki clan female members and 1 his adoptive daughter. The clan heads are shocked because they didn't expect for him to be in the Uzumaki clan. They thought it was just a name given to show respect. The civilians, on the other hand, were not so happy. Most were angry, and some wanted his clan's power. One stupid civilian member got out of his seat to yell, "This demon brat is no clan heir. He is the son of a whore." Naruto got out of some chair and put his hands together and pulled them apart, showing a scythe of lighting, and made his way to the man. Umbu jumped in his way, but they were put to the ground when he released some of his killing intent, and they all fell to their knees, and the clan heads also fell, and the Hokage started to sweat. The civilians were throwing up and choking except for Mabuki, who was only sweating. My mother Kushina Uzumaki was not a whore, and those words will never come out of your mouth again. He says in a cold tone. PP, please, I am sorry, the man said, shaking. I don't care. You fools take me for some kind of joke. But you will learn to put some respect on my name. With that said, he sliced the man's head off and then sat back down, leaving everyone silent for a moment. Umbu, take the body away, the Hokage said, getting over his shock. Hokage-sama K killed this demon. He killed Larry, a civilian member said. You see, old man, this is what happens when you get soft and don't enforce rules. Fools like this think they can just order you around, leaving people like me to clean up the mess. Naruto then gets up and does the same to the stupid civilian. This is why I told you to get your act together, and you should probably start to train again if you're going to invite the other Kage to the exams, because they won't respect you if you just look like an old man doing paperwork. This makes Hiruzen realize how right Naruto words are again, and the clan heads can see the fire come back to the old man again, and they smile, while Danzo curses in his head. But he takes this moment to speak up. Hiruzen, I dash. He is cut off when the Hokage looks at him and corrects him. It is Hokage-sama to you, elder. Hiruzen says and affirmed Danzo curse, even more in his head. Sorry, Hokage-sama, but we should put these girls in the CRA to rebuild the clan, giving us more ice users. In an instant, Naruto was at Danzo's neck with his lighting scythe, ready to cut his arm off. Clearly, you need some more convincing. How about I just get to the root of the problem, Lord Old Man? Not giving him a chance to respond, Naruto slices Danzo's arm off that is covered in bandages to everyone's shock. But what they see leaves them grossed out. It is an arm covered with Sharingan eyes that are open. Naruto throws it to the ground and burns it with his lighting. Damn you, boy, do you know what you just did? Danzo replied in pain. Umbu, take his ass to a Biki, the Hokage said, and they did just that. Everyone just looks at Naruto. Now I think we all had a long meeting and just want to go home, so let's wrap this up and go, shall we? Oh, Mabuki-chan, I will be coming over sometime to help Sakura-chan with her training. So, she has finally apologized to you. I am so glad, she said, giving him a hug. We'll see you guys some other time. He wraps his black trench coat with the orange flames on the bottom around him and disappears in a water tornado. That boy is so troublesome, came the reply from the Nara head. Everyone can only nod ch. 9. Naruto's Mindscape. Naruto can be seen wearing a white t-shirt with black pants with foxes on them. He was in the forest. He called his mind, looking for none other than Kasumi, who has not been talking to him for days. Where is she? You would think it would be easy to see a giant fox in the forest. Maybe she is in her human form and is in that little house she made. He continues walking until he comes across a cottage in a clearing next to a lake. I will admit she knows how to live in style. He walks to the door to knock. Hello, Kasumi-chan. I've come to see why you don't want to talk to me. He does not get an answer, so he knocks again. Kasumi-chan, why won't you answer? Still no answer. She hasn't been talking to me since I had sex with Anko and Tsunami-chan. Now understanding why she doesn't want to talk to him, puts his head down. Kasumi-chan, I'm sorry, I understand why you don't want to talk to me now. It's because I slept with those two. Do you think that I would just leave you in here and never talk to you again? He still is not getting replies from the other side of the door. I wasn't just playing with your feelings. I truly care about you. We have become really close over these 2 months, and so close I can even say that I have feelings for you. He can hear moving inside the room at his statement, and he only smiles at that. I need you in my life. I want you there for my new family, the family that I want you to be a part of. He can hear someone coming to the door. I also miss your really soft tails. They make really good pillows. He chuckles and can hear one come from the other side of the door. When he is about to continue, he is cut off when the door opens and a crying Kasumi can be seen. Baka making me cry. She then hits him with one of her 9 tails and sends him flying off into the forest. She runs after him with a smile on her face. I guess I can let you have that hit for making you cry, he says in pain while being stuck in a tree. I am sorry, Naruto-kun. I just thought you forgot about me and would leave me alone again. She pulls him from the tree into a warm hug, and he returns the hug. He then pulls back and grabs her chin and gives her a kiss that makes her toes curl. I hope that can make up for it, he says, smirking at the red-faced Kasumi. Baka, don't do that again. She looks away, only to have her chin pulled to him again, and he gives her a soft kiss this time. I just couldn't help myself. You were so amazingly beautiful. I just had to let you know by showing my love to you, my foxy gods. This, combined with the kiss, made her pass out with a goofy smile on her face. I've missed her. He then takes her back to her house and leaves the mind escape. Uzumaki compound Naruto's room. Naruto opens his eyes, and he can see Kurenai laying down on his chest with a happy smile on her face, and he can only chuckle at how she looks. He then rubs the top of her gently, making her mumble something in her sleep. Even in her sleep, she looks beautiful. He gives a kiss to her head, making her wake up and give him a smile. Good morning, Naruto-kun. She then gives him a kiss and gets up and stretches, giving Naruto a good show. She sees this and smirks. You can look, but you can't touch. She smirks sexily at him. Naruto then grabs her and puts her under him. Now, Kurenai-chan, you're teasing me. I just might have to claim you as mine right now, he says, kissing her neck. And Naruto-kun, I said, in no touching, she says, trying to resist him. He gets off her, smirking at the disheveled, red-faced Kurenai and smiles. A good morning it is. He helps her up. Come on, we have to go wake everyone up. There are things to be done today. They leave the room, and Naruto goes to wake up Rukia, but he can see her cuddled up to a rabbit plushie he bought her. Rukia-chan, it's time for breakfast, so wake up. She only mumbles and turns over. Papa, leave me alone. I'm a big girl. I can get up myself. She say, half awake. Okay, I'll just give Inari your breakfast since you don't want it. She shot up with a sharp carrot in her hand. Never. She then runs off in her bunny onesie, making him laugh out loud along with Kasumi in his mind. Kasumi-chan, why don't you come outside and show everyone who you are? Are you sure about that, Naruto-kun? She says a bit worriedly. It will be fine. I'm going to tell everyone about who my father is anyways, so might as well tell them about you as well, he says with a wave of his hand. Okay, Naruto-kun, these people are trustworthy enough to know. She then appears in a puff of smoke in her human form in a black long-sleeve shirt along with orange pants matching Naruto. So you want to copy my look, huh? I still rock it better than you. He finishes with a smirk. Shut it, this was the first thing that came to mind. She replied, crossing her arms. Let's just go see everyone. I want to hold my little Rukia-chan again. They make their way to the kitchen table, and everyone finds a seat and starts to eat breakfast. Everyone is having a good time, not even noticing a fox lady until Rukia points it out. Papa, who is this with the fox ears and tails? Rukia said, looking at her confused. Everyone then turns to the woman who is drinking orange juice like nothing is going on. Oh, hello, Kasumi-chan. I haven't seen you in a while, Anko says, giving her a friendly smile, which she returns. Everyone, I have some important news to share. This is Kasumi-chan, the nine-tailed fox, and my father is the 4th Hokage, he says to everyone who is wide-eyed. Rukia, Inari, Tsunami, and Anko just give her a wave while those who are ninjas have a different reaction. Kurinai, Haku, and even Ramura look at her with a little fear in their eyes. T the same one that attacked the village 13 years ago. Kurinai said a bit shackly. Yep, that's me. Kasumi said, expecting that reaction. Look, I know you were scared, but relax. That night, she was under a Jinjutsu that made her react like that. She is just misunderstood, and plus, if she was that big bad fox, would she do this? He appears behind her and pets her fox ears, making her purr before snapping out of it and hitting him with her tail. See, harmless, just a broken rib and a bruise maybe. He rubs his stomach. Naruto-kun, I have some cream. Just let me put it on and it will be better. Haku says, walking to him. Okay, Haku-tyan. He then takes his shirt off, showing all the women, making them blush. Make sure to rub it in real good. He says, smirking at blushing Haku. Oh, Naruto-kun. She then rubs it in, getting a feel of his abs, making the other girls jealous. Did you forget I can heal you, Naruto-kun? Kasumi said, a bit irritated at his way of teasing people. Everyone laughs at this, but then Anko remembers what else he said. Did you say your dad was the fourth Hokage? She said in his face. Yes, and if I see him, I'd give him a dropkick to the face for what he did. Punk-ass putting the village before his son. He could have just teleported Kasumi-chan out of the village and leave her be, but no, the village needs tailed beast. Well, I can see why you would think that. Do you hate him? Kurinai asked. I don't know right now. I am happy and upset at the same time, feeling downcast at the thought of his dad. Well, I'm sure he didn't want to do it, Naruto-kun. I mean, he died, so you could live, so he must have loved you. Haku says, pulling him into a warm hug. Yeah, but I need you guys to keep this a secret from me right now. I'm not supposed to know until the Chunin exams, he said, looking at everyone. Don't worry, Papa, your secret is safe with me. Rukia shouts, standing on a platform of ice. Rukia-chan, how are you so good at your ice release already? Naruto asked, amazed at how she can already control it so easily. Hakune-chan says something about having the purest form of ice release and being really in tune with the spiritual aspect of chakra. Yes, that's right. She can even control my ice sometimes if she focused hard enough. I suspect she can be really good at Jinjutsu and the spiritual arts of the ninja life. Kurinai, hearing this, is shocked at how good this girl can be at Jinjutsu. I might be able to help you with your Jinjutsu, Rukia-chan. I'm the Jinjutsu specialist of the village. She says with pride in her voice that made Anko roll her eyes. Okay, guys, I'm going out, and I will be back sometime later. Make sure to lock the gate when you leave. He then walks back to his room to put on clothes. He can be seen wearing an open coat similar to his father, but his is black with blue flames at the bottom. A simple black t-shirt with the storm kanji over his seal. Black umbu pants along with black ninja sandals. See you guys. He gives everyone a kiss on the head before he leaves. Streets of Konoha. Naruto is making his way to a weapon shop. He heard from Anko was a good place to go if you wanted weapons and anything ninja related. Kurinai had also told him it was a good place, and he decided to go over there and take a look for himself. Walking, he can see a store called the Golden Leaf. Nice name, don't mind if I do. He then walks into the store, looking at all the weapons around the store and clothes. Hello, welcome to the Golden Leaf, came a voice from behind the counter. Naruto looked over there and went wide-eyed at what he was seeing. A girl about the same age as him. She had brown hair with two buns on the top that made her look similar to a panda, and big brown eyes and a small build. P. Panda-chan, the blonde said, walking to the wide-eyed girl. Vufki-skirskun, is what the brown-haired panda-looking girl said. Tintin, it is you. Naruto said, giving her a big hug and one that she returned happily. What happened to you? I was looking for you ever since you got adopted. Tintin was now more happy than ever. Her Oni-chan was back. I was also looking for you, but then I got put on a team and we were not able to talk much in the academy. Naruto and Tintin were friends ever since they were in the orphanage, and he would always protect her from bullies who tried to pick on her for hanging with him. But they still stayed best friends and promised to be ninjas together. What team are you on, Oni-chan? I can see your headband, but I have not heard about you yet. Didn't you say when you became a ninja, you were going to save a whole country and then be Hokage? She teased him a bit. Haha, for your information, I actually just got back from a mission to help save Team 7 who were stuck in Wave Country, and for your information, I did save a country. They even named the bridge after me," he said with pride, only to be interrupted by a laugh. "You're right, I bet it was all thanks to Sasuke-kun and all of his Uchiha power. This came from Ino and the rest of her team, along with their teacher Suma. I actually did. You can go and ask Kakashi." He replied to her and her team. Yes, Kakashi was talking about how he split the sky with his sword. Asuma said, taking a drag from his cancer stick. "Just listen to yourself cutting the sky, you're right. If Naruto did that, I will be his slave for the rest of my life." She says, laughing at that. "I swear on my ninja headband." Ino-chan, I don't think that is a good idea." Naruto was a bit nervous at how carefree she said what she did. "Yeah, Ino don't say stuff like that so free you could really be his slave." Shikamaru said wide-eyed at her. "Shika, you're not buying this, are you? He may have had that really cool entrance, but saving a country." She laughed again. "You know what, deal? If you are wrong, prepare to be calling me Naruto-sama in a cute maid outfit," he said, shaking her hand, grinning that made her nervous. The group follows Naruto as he gets Kakashi and makes him tell Ino that he split the sky with a swipe of his sword. Kakashi then repeats the battle to a wide-eyed team, Tin and Tintin, who wanted to catch up with her Oni-chan again. So, I have to be a slave to end Naruto. Ino then faints at what her life just turned into. Everyone else could not believe what just happened. They then make their way to the Hokage to tell him and have her fill out the papers along with her dad, who had to find another clan heir. "I can still be a ninja, right, Hokage-sama?" Ino said in tears at what is happening. He can only sigh at the girl. It is up to Naruto if you can still be a ninja now. If he says yes, you can, but can never be your clan heir again. She drops her head and turns to Naruto, who is also shocked at what is going on. "And Naruto, you will still let me be a ninja, right?" Ino says, grabbing his arms. "Yes, Ino-chan, I will not take your dream away from you," he says, making her give him a hug and to thank him. Thank you, Naruto-sama," she says, embarrassed. "Well, that's not all. You still have to get a slave seal to show who you belong to," the Hokage says, getting their attention again. "A slave seal?" Inoichi faints. "Yes, it won't hurt, but it will just be like a tattoo," the Hokage said like it was nothing. "Well, Ino-chan, where would you like it? How about on your butt?" he says, grinning at the blushing blonde, only for Inoichi to rise up and try to choke Naruto. "Not on my little girl." He tries to catch him again. "Daddy, it's okay. It has to happen. I am fine with this. I will still be able to come see you and other things like that," Ino says, trying to calm her overprotective dad down. "Yes, she is right. I am not going to make her some dumb blonde who can't think for herself," Naruto says, floating in the air. "I will make her a great ninja worthy of serving the new Uzumaki clan. And who knows, she might get more maids and become the head mistress." He jokes. "Ino-chan, come on, I won't mistreat you or anything like that, but I will expect you to act like a maid and all that other stuff. Come on, I will put the seal on you when we get to your new home." He then picks her up in a bridal-style carry, making her blush, and flies to his house. You know, this might be good for her. Naruto is a real ninja, and he might turn her into something you can be proud of. The old Hokage says to Inoichi, who nods in agreement. "Well, I'm going to go tell my wife the good news," he says, a bit scared of how she will act. Uzumaki compound. A week has passed since Ino became Naruto's slave, and to say she was surprised was an understatement. She was actually having a good time and training along with Sakura and Tintin, who Naruto had gone to get from their house. Naruto had made her wear a traditional maid outfit when she was not training and she had to do tasks around the house. He kept to his word and didn't force himself on her like she thought he would, but he did make her get in their personal hot spring with him and clean him, much to her embarrassment and happiness at being close to her master. Her training had made stacking results along with the rest of the girls. She was now fighting Sakura to a draw on top of the water for 4 hours straight, but they still could not beat Tintin, who was a serious kunoichi from the get-go. Sakura had taken to being a medical ninja, while she along with Tintin practiced on expanding their jutsu some more because they both were lacking. She progressed to it like a fish in water. She could heal small cuts, revive small bugs, and worked on her strength training like Tsunade and was making good progress. Naruto had taken to training Tintin personally in his moonlight sword style, and she was doing so really well because she was already good with swords but couldn't hold a candle to Naruto. He made her practice many weapons so she could find what was perfect for her, making her a true weapons master, but she still had work to do on her jutsu. She was great with any kind of sword, but she really took to a katana. He discovered she had a strong wind affinity along with lighting. With knowing her affinities, he made her practice her ailments, and she can now split a leaf, and with her wind affinity and with her lighting affinity, she could turn on a light bulb with her chakra only. He was the same with Ino by making her learn her chakra natures, and she had water and fire. He was not able to help her with fire, so he just let Anko do that while he worked on her water affinity. Ino was able to heat up a bucket of water with her fire chakra. She was able to light up a bulb, just like Tintin was able to. We can now see the three girls in the back of Naruto's compound in an all-out spar, and the rest of the occupants of the house are on the sideline watching. Rukia, Inari, and Ranmaru can be seen cheering for Naruto. Mabuki is nervously sipping some water watching her daughter getting beat up in this spar, but is still cheering for her. Enko, Kurenai, Tsunami, Kasumi, and Haku are all in medic outfits ready to run in and save someone. Sakura was sent flying when she was hit in the back by a shadow clone of Naruto that she did not see. Ino could be seen in a taijutsu match with Naruto, and it was not going well. She had to dodge a straight for Naruto and try to dodge other attacks, but could not keep up in time and was sent flying from a dynamic entry. And then there was one. Naruto said, pulling out his moonlight blade and getting in a straight stance across from Tintin, who was nervous at her and her friends getting beat easily. "Do you think you could take me on, Panda-chan?" he says, giving her a foxy smile. Tintin, a bit nervous at the dominating aura coming from Naruto, tries to muster up her confidence. "I am ready and will take you down no matter what." "Oh, does this panda have hidden fangs?" Still smirking at her. "Stop calling me a panda." She then charges at Naruto, who smirks even more. "Let's dance." With that said, he charged her with blinding speeds, clashing blades with a struggling Tintin. She went for a sweep to his legs, but he jumped and used her body as a springboard and flipped off her, giving her a kick to the face. She then looks up and can see an owl coming to her. Water style seeking owl. He shouts, and an owl the size of a lion crashes into her, knocking her to the ground. She, however, had to quickly roll out of the way because Naruto was coming down with his sword. She gets back to her feet and went through hand signs, wind style wind dragon. The dragon lets out a roar and makes its way to Naruto, showing it razor claws. Naruto only grins and does something really crazy. Grabbing a bow staff from the ground, he puts it in front of him and jumps into the dragon's mouth and slices it up while moving towards the wide-eyed Tintin. She gains her composure and does one of the technices she learned. Moonlight swordsmanship subtle slide, she says, swinging her blade in a downwards diagonal direction, only to be shocked when Naruto counters with his own move. Moonlight swordsmanship mountain split. He raises his moonlight blade in the air he summoned to him on his way to Tintin. Bringing down his arms, he performs a powerful downward slash, going right through Tintin attack and knocking her back from the impact that left a gash on her stomach, messing up her white training GI Naruto let girls use. "Correct your posture and tighten your core. You need more power," he said, walking to the down girl. "Don't worry, that just means you need more physical training." Tintin pales at that, knowing how crazy his physical workouts are. "Okay, Nisha, but can you help us out first? You kind of almost killed us." She motioned to all the girls passed out on the ground. "Ha, don't worry, I held back that last attack, can split mountains, and even the Hokage monument, so count yourself lucky." Picking her up in a bridal style, Carrie making her blush. "Oni-chan, I can walk by myself," she says, pouting at him, treating her like this. "Oh, Panda-chan, just let me handle this." "Medics, we need some help," he yells to the sideline, and they all come running. "Come on, Tin-chan, stay with us, you can get through this," Anko said, looking at the deep cut on her stomach. "Sakura-chan, wake up, baby, don't leave your mother alone with your father," Mabuki says, shaking her daughter up. "Mom, you act like I'm dying, and what's so wrong with Dad?" She raised an eyebrow at her mom. "Well, you see, your dad is kind of what, Mom?" Sakura said, looking at her mom. "A pussy," Naruto said, helping Ino along with Haku and Kasumi. "Yes, that your dad is a..." "Hey, wait, don't say that, Naruto-kun." All she got was laughter from the blonde and everyone else. "Sakura, your dad was not a good parent to you." You said he was barely home, always doing some work, which left your mother having to raise you by herself most of the time, leaving you without a stable male in your life. Naruto says, looking at Sakura getting healed by Kurenai, who is also listening in on the conversation. That's why I've taken it upon myself to become that stable male figure in your life. And who knows, instead of Oni-chan, it could be Tu-chan. He gives a wink to Mabuki, who blushes at what he said. Sakura, seeing this, using chakra to make her hit harder, punches Naruto in the stomach, sending him into the lake, making a splash. Don't go flirting with my mom, pervert! Making everyone laugh until she has to dodge a water dragon. So, it seems you still want to train. Okay, I have some more physical training. To run away from the dragons, he goes through some hand signs, and water, wind, and lighting dragons come from behind him, making Sakura, Ino, and Tintin take off screaming. Look what you did, forehead. Naruto-sama is going to kill us. Ino said, crying anime tears. Just shut up and run. Tintin screamed, running away. All throughout the village, the girls can be seen running from the dragons that seem to spawn every time another dragon was destroyed. Now that they're busy, let me go through some of these Uzumaki scrolls. Naruto walks inside, taking off his white training GI, putting on an orange kimono with a red Uzumaki swirl in the middle of his back. See you guys in a little bit. I have some scrolls to read. He says, walking to his room, waving everyone goodbye. Now in his room, Naruto will take this time to read some of the scrolls that he was given. So let's see what my mom has to say, grabbing his mother's letter so he can read what she says. Hello, son. It's me, your mother, Kushina Uzumaki. I just want to say that I love you first of all, and I don't want to become a Jinchuriki like I know the life of one, and it's not a good one if it wasn't for your father Minato. I would still be an outcast being picked on. But this isn't about how hard my life was. It's about telling you about our clan, because the village will most likely forget about us and treat our clan like the Uchiha. Our clan was great at Kenjutsu and sealing. We also had our amazing red hair. I have our summoning contract at the bottom of the page. Okay, the QB is coming back to the village. Make sure you stay away from alcohol. Get a nice girl you can love. They'll help you in life. Most importantly, remember that I love you, Naruto. Naruto was in tears at reading what his mother had to say to him. She loves me, and I love her too. I just wish I could meet her and show her how strong I am. Would she be proud of me? Reaching for the seal at the bottom, he can see a big summoning contract that had what looked like lightning and thunderclouds on it. Whipping away his tears, he can see that it is indeed a summoning contract. Whoa, what animal is this? It has something to do with lighting. He takes it and unravels it to see that only his mom has signed the contract. Cutting his thumb, he signed his name in blood. He took some of the other scrolls, and it was a bunch of jutsu for all the elements, but he sees something else that makes him go wide-eyed. Is this T the flying Raijin of the second Hokage? This means he must have had the Uzumakis help him with the seal during his time. He can only smirk at how he just got the secret to the move of his favorite Hokage. Man, the Chunin exams are not going to be ready for this. But first, let's go sign this contract. Walking back outside, he can see that his might not be big enough depending on the animal it is. Let's go to a better place for this. I don't want to mess up my backyard. Taking to the air, he flies to the edge of the village in an empty training ground. Okay, now let's see what kind of animal we got here. Biting his thumb, he runs through hand signs and slams them on the ground, and a cloud of smoke appears. What the hell? I was in the middle of something important, said a female-sounding voice coming from inside the smoke. What then comes out of the smoke is something that gives Naruto stars in his eyes. So you summon me, human. A giant bird with 3 wings on each side and what looked like lightning in its body. A body made of gray feathers with giant claws and a long neck with a yellow beak. There are also 3 tails behind her. You are awesome and badass. I just feel your power. What kind of animal are you? Naruto says, flying up to get beak with head, making the bird a little shocked at him flying. On my damn face, human, the bird said, shooting a blast of lightning hitting him. How that hurt you, big bird. But if a fight with lightning is what you want, that's what you will get, he said, hitting the bird with lightning out his hands. Lighting palm, Naruto shouts, aiming his hands at the bird, who is not expecting this, shocking the bird and cooking his feathers a bit. Wow, that actually hurt. Unlike others who have hit me with lighting, he must have a strong affinity. Getting back on track, the Thunderbird shakes it off. How do you like that, you stupid bird? Naruto says, grinning at the bird, who is eyeing him like a prey in its sight. So you want to fight, do you? Fine, consider this a test, if you can be our summoner. Bring it on, bird brain. Naruto then flies in the sky, and lightning strikes down where the bird is. But the bird is fast for its size, and quickly takes flight and shoots one at Naruto. All throughout the village, people can see a giant bird in storm clouds over an area of the village and blasts going back and forth. The Hokage looks at it with his crystal ball along with the Umbu. The Raikage and his team can be seen on the roof of their tower, watching the battle in amazement at how good the boy is with lighting. Back with the fighting human and bird, we can see Naruto in just his kimono bottoms because the top was burned off due to the bird and his hair had some white streaks in it, while the bird also looked pretty beat up with some feathers missing and a broken wing from a punch from Naruto. Haha, I can still keep going, birdie. Naruto shouts, charging the bird with lighting surrounding his body to try and block some of the shots from the bird. The gray bird had a smile on its face after having a good fight for so long. Indeed, you can, human, but let's see if you can handle my strongest attack. The bird charges a massive amount of chakra that makes the clouds form around it and begin to circle it, and the sound of thunder sound in with sparks flying out of it. Thunderbird style lighting beast. A massive bird made of lightning comes out of the tornado of thunder. Everyone on the ground watching was wide-eyed and had fear for Naruto's life. This one is for you, Kasumi-chan. Going through hand signs and spiking his chakra dangerously, making lighting jump off his body and the air to get heavy with chakra. Storm-style QB Wraith. He shouts, and a giant nine-tailed fox forms behind the flying Naruto, who was huffing from the 3-hour fight and massive chakra that took. On an unsaid signal, the Jutsu rush forwards towards each other, letting out their own battle cries, rushing towards each other with the roars of Naruto and the Thunderbird sounding in the background. Naruto's hair goes completely white, and he can feel an immense amount of power just rush through him, and he sees his hair is now white, but he shakes it off and pushes more chakra into his jutsu. Holy shit, he is overpowering me, and why did he just get stronger, and is his hair now white? Well, whatever, he definitely passed, but I won't go down without a fight, she says, also letting out a bird call that was heavy on everyone below them. The jutsu makes a massive explosion, and a bright light flashes across the sky, blinding everyone who was looking and also making them nervous. Out of the clouds come the two falling to the ground, making everyone rush to their ground of impact. When Naruto crashes, a crater forms with his body in it, and the bird causes a massive shockwave when falling, blowing the trees away and the already destroyed training ground. Everyone makes it there and is curious to see what will happen next. Naruto mumbles and crawls out, getting on his feet with blood coming from his face and his hair back to blonde. I'm pretty sure I have a lot of broken bones, and my chakra is as low as it ever has been. Still grinning with blood covering his teeth, he speaks to the bird, ignoring everyone. You still have more, don't you, bird brain? He shouts to the bird, moving its feathers. Shut up, you stupid human. I am tired you when I give you can sign our contract. The bird gets back to her feet to give its name. My name is Hyro, the boss of the Thunderbirds, with power only matched by a Biju. Consider yourself lucky. Only Kushina was the last to summon us. And considering how much you look like her, I guess you're her son. Congratulations, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto only give a laugh and responds with a foxy smile. That's right, I am the son of my hot mother, and I'm also Naruto Uzumaki, the Storm of Konoha. He says the last part out loud, making all the Leaf Ninja cheer and give him looks of respect. Even the Raikage and his group have to give him respect. All that power, but still he hasn't used Kyuubi's chakra. Yujito thought to herself, only to be interrupted by her perverted Biju. Kitten is an alpha male at its highest. If I was you, I would go and mate with him immediately, and if you don't go after him, I will take over your body and do it for you. Matatabi says inside her host's head. Matatabi, I barely know him, why would I go and have sex with him? Though he is cute, strong, and has an amazing body, no, don't think like that, she said, blushing and shaking her head. You can get to know him, and you see what he just did. Like that is not something everyone has. He is even stronger than me and you, so I don't know why you haven't gone after him. The Hellcat says to her host. Blushing Yujito can only shake her head. And maybe you are right, Matatabi-chan, but we'll take some time. Killer B is having a different conversation with his inner demon. Damn, that fox really has claws to law down. He even beat Big Bird and got a contract. He said, rapping. B, that boy is really powerful, and he still has not used any powers from the QB yet. I just know when he gets older, no one will stand with him. You should try to get an alliance with him. Man, I hear you, no need to threaten. You play with the bull, and he gets stung like a bee. Naruto, however, is ignoring all of this and is having his own thoughts on what is going on. What was that power that turned my hair white and gave me such power? It was amazing. It was an Kasumi-chan power, so what was it? Oh, well, we'll have to wait until I wake up. He then passes out while staying on his feet, shocking everyone. Naruto-kun, even when you're down and out, you still stand on your own 2 feet. Your parents would be proud. The Hokage says to walk to him to take him to the hospital and get him treated. Ch. 10. Uzumaki Compound. Naruto-sama, it is time to wake up. Your bath is ready. Came the voice of Ino in the doorway. Over the month, she has really gotten into the role of being Naruto's housemaid, and if she was being honest with herself, she really did enjoy it. He treated her nicely. She was able to bathe him, cook for him, and most importantly, he was training her, and she was really good and no longer a fangirl. Ino-chan, 5 more minutes, please. Naruto mumbled under the sheets. You know we have the Chunin exams tomorrow, and you said you would take us to get new clothes and weapons for the exam. Ino said a bit childishly at her master. Fine, I guess I can do that. You do deserve a reward for all your hard work, or would you like something else? He said the last part, giving her a wink. Getting what he said, she blushes, and Naruto-sama, don't say such things, it is improper. So early in the morning, now hurry, your water will get cold. She hurried away before he could say anything. Okay, Haku-chan, you can come out now. Haku pops her head from under the covers with a red face at what she was doing. Naruto-kun, why did you push my head under the covers? She says, blushing and looking away a bit. He grabbed her and pulled her into a kiss. Well, you know how Ino can be when seeing things like this. She wants to tease and tell the whole village. Haku nodes know how Ino is a gossip queen. And if what I was feeling between my legs, you did not seem to mind. He smirked at her. Over the month, Naruto and the women have gotten closer and more intimate with each other, all being his girlfriends and maybe future wives of the Uzumaki. Shut up, Naruto-kun. She gives him a quick kiss. Now go. Your bath is ready. Maybe we will all come join you. Haku walked out of the room with a little sway in her hips. Haha, it seems Anko and Kasumi are rubbing off on everyone. With their flirty ways, I just hope Rukia does not become like them. I don't want to have to kill Saboy trying to get his hands on my daughter. He laughs again at that, though. Who am I kidding? My baby can handle herself with those ice powers and that new sword of hers. Getting out of bed, he walks into the halls of the compound, making his way to the bathroom and getting in his bath that was ready for him. Along his way, Rimuru was walking to the kitchen with Rukia and Inari. Along with him and his girls, the kids, had also become really close to each other like siblings. They even helped Rimuru be able to get healthy again, and now he was also able to train with everyone. Going into the bathroom, he can already see the girls in the bath, even Kasumi, who was soaking her tails. As she put it, with her limited access, she had to be out of the seal. So, Naruto-kun, what will you be getting the girls today? Kurenai asked, sitting next to him in the huge bath that looked like an indoor hot spring. Tsunami was floating on the tail of Kasumi. Yet Ten-chan, Sakura-chan, and Ino-chan looked very happy to see what you would get them, considering how much progress they have made. Anko said, floating in the bath. Yes, you are right, they have made amazing progress, more than I thought possible. He then thinks of how much stronger the girls have become with the practice they have done. Ino was no longer a fangirl now. She was a scary maid who was deadly, with extendable bow staff she had in a seal on her wrist. She had also learned a little bit of medical jutsu, enough to fix any immediate damage someone would receive. She was an expert at medium to close-range combat, only being beaten by Sakura close-range combat, and tanky, along with the massive damage she could do. She was able to beat Shikamaru and Choji with no difficulty, and even made Asuma had to try a bit harder to beat her, but he never escaped without any injuries. Tintin had also gotten really excellent with the Moonlight sword style, able to perform the first 10 dances perfectly in a couple of techniques without her blade. She had also expanded her arsenal of weapons, and now can say she mastered all weapons along with multiple jutsu for her wind and lighting affinity without hand signs, which he made them all practice. Her sword place was something serious, even beating the Umbu and other ninja in the village who could use swords but still could not beat Yugao or Naruto, which made her a bit sad, but she got over it and just practiced more. Sakura had made the most progress, considering she actually started from nothing and was now a scary kunoichi, which the village would often call a mini Tsunade, but never say it to her face in fear of ending up in the hospital. She had mastered how to do Tsunade super strength, but not able to her level of power, but can still cause craters and run through steel doors with just her fist. She tried to learn the seal that Tsunade has on her forehead, but she couldn't do it yet. Unlike Tsunade, she had a fighting style called Byakuren Kaikan that they found in the library and focused on full contact sparring, which involved using every part of the body as a weapon. This often left Naruto with broken bones, but because he and everyone was wearing gravity seals that improved body durability, he was often able to take direct hits and give some of his own back. That does not mean he neglected his own training. Oh no, it seems he only got more training along with the extra missions he and Anko would go on. He discovered the transformation he did during his fight with Hyro was part of his bloodline, and he called it Godspeed. And when in the form, his body is enhanced, and he can move at the speeds faster than lighting that often had him running into building and crashing, not able to control power all the way yet. While in the form, his jutsu are all buffed, and he can control his bloodline with ease and perform lighting, wind, and water jutsu without hand signs, causing his storm release to be even stronger. He even tried to remove the seal so Kasumi could stay out as long as she wanted, which led to him meeting his father, which was interesting. Flashback. Kasumi-chan, I'm going to try and take the seal off the rock, and maybe you can stay out longer, and I can use more of your power because now all I can do is 4 tails, but you said I need some ki and face my darker self, whatever that means. Your darker half is made up of all your negative emotions and hate. He will most likely appear when you try to use my power and have to face all of my hate and yours. Kasumi says, sitting in a chair watching Naruto go to the rock or the seal. Well, I wish he would just come on out and make things easier for both of us. But whatever, let's just get that stupid seal off now. Peeling the corner off his hand is caught by someone he did not think to ever see and makes Kasumi really heated in her chair. Hey, no need to do that, the man said, completely calm until he noticed where he was. Hey, where is the QB and why are we in a forest? Dad, what the hell are you doing in my damn head? Naruto asked with wide eyes. Hello there, son, Minato said with a smile, only to be surprised when he is kicked in the face by his son. Damn, I know I had my guard down, but I still did not see him move. Has he really gotten this strong? Well, I should not be surprised, I was watching after all. I guess I deserve that for what I did, but are you done now? Minato said, getting back on his feet. Yes, I am, but I want to punch your face in some more, but I will let it go if you tell me how to do your flying Raijin. I used the notes of Tobarama, but yours is still better, he said reluctantly. Minato only smirked at what he heard. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Can you say it again? It sounded like you said I was the best Hokage. Minato, smiling, eating this up at knowing his son liked the second more than him. Naruto got a tick mark at his dad, tried to tease him, a little blush came to his face at what he was about to say. I said you were the best Hokage, and I would like your notes on flying Raijin. Kasumi couldn't believe what she was seeing. Naruto was blushing and stuttering for the first time since he was training with Anko for the team placements. Oh my god, wait until I tell everyone about this. And why are they ignoring me? I am a QB. Minato could only laugh at how his son is acting because he was able to see how prideful his son was, and he just had to poke fun at him. While the powerful storm of Konoha asking his dear dad for jutsu and saying how cool he is, Naruto's face turned red with anger and embarrassment, and sparks jumped off his body, along with the wind picking up along with the water, getting aggressive. Oh, that yellow bastard is in trouble now, Kasumi said, running into her house and bunkering up. Minato saw all that was going on and could only gulp and start to sweat at this. Maybe I bit off more than I could chew. He will probably want to fight me, and with that speed of his, he will be able to keep up with me. But his speed is not instant, mine is. Minato pulled out some of his kunai and got in a stance with his special kunai in front of him. Naruto, seeing this, gave Minato a predatory grin that unnerved Minato a bit because he saw the image of a Thunderbird behind Naruto. Okay, Dad, why don't we have some father and son bonding time? Naruto then transforms into his incomplete Godspeed mode, which makes his hair spike out and turn white. He then just stood straight up, not giving anything away about his fighting style, which helped him remain unpredictable. Kasumi was in her house watching along with the other foxes. She had made her mindscape to keep her company, and they all were watching from her window. Are you guys ready? This fight will most likely be the greatest fight we see. All the foxes nod to her and look back at the two. Naruto and Minato were just eyeing each other down with their own battle faces on. Minato is giving Naruto a calm gaze with the wind from Naruto blowing his hair and cape around him giving nothing away. While Naruto is grinning like crazy with his blue battle armor that he decided to put on for the intense fight to come with the lightning jumping off, it making his eyes seem to glow a bright blue. A bolt of lightning can be seen coming down seemingly in slow motion in the background, building the anticipation of the fight even more. When the bolt strikes the ground, everything around them seems to freeze while the two of them disappear in their own flashes. Minato's being yellow while Naruto's was a light blue flash the color of the sky. They then appear in a clash of kunai in the middle in the field with time, still staying still and their eyes locked. Naruto phased behind Minato with a hand cased in lightning. Think how Goku Black does, ready to split Minato down the shoulder. Minato then disappears in a flash of yellow to a kunai on the ground, then flashes back to the kunai, floating in the air, where he used to be with a Rasengan in hand, ready to hit Naruto in the gut only to be shocked when Naruto also disappeared with a blue flash. That must be the flying Raijin of the second Hokage. I can see it is fast but slower than mine. He will most likely only use his natural speed, which is faster than I from Kyumo. Son, I'm very proud of you. The two then disappear in flashes all over the mindscape, causing explosions and mini earthquakes to happen all over the mindscape. They then appear back where they started in the same positions as they started, only with differences. Minato was sporting a nasty bruise on his left cheek he received from a hook from his son, along with a busted lip. His cape also had cuts that were also on his body due to Naruto wind-covered fist and kunai. Naruto's blue battle armor he had put on also had a hole where his stomach is from the Rasengan he had been hit with, is located along with cracks and cuts from all the kunai coated in wind he had taken and punches his skinny dad through with chakra enhanced punches. Time seems to resume again for everyone else, and to say Kasumi was shocked is an understatement. She could not follow them at all, and then all the damage that has been done to the area is also a statement to how hard they're going at it. Wow, son, it seems you're pretty fast after all. Minato smirked. You are just an old man whose bones can't keep up anymore. Naruto replied, smirking, giving Minato a tick mark at the old comment. Okay then, young blood, try to keep up now. Disappearing in a flash of yellow, giving Naruto a kick to the back, hitting him through the surrounding trees. Naruto, flying through trees, can only think to himself, man, my dad is really badass. I can't wait till I get to his level. Maybe I should try to use Kasumi-chan's chakra now. I must prove to my dad that I can battle on my own 2 feet before I ask for her chakra. Making whips of lightning come out of his back and catch onto the trees, he gets into a catapult position and then blast off in a streak of blue electricity. Minato, seeing a blue source of power make its way towards him, only smiles. Naruto slams into Minato with his fist extended, and Minato tries to block, but is sent away from his son being stronger than he is. Damn, he hits like Kushina-chan when she is angry. Flashing back to his son and engaging in a heated taijutsu battle. Minato is in a bad spot. He should have known he can't beat his son in taijutsu. He just can't hit hard enough to hurt his son for long enough for him to get a combo started. Minato is dodging a rapid barrage of fists from Naruto, who then catches Minato in the stomach with a feint. Naruto then follows up with a combo of fist to the gut of his father, whose eyes roll the back of his head for a second, only to snap back when he is hit with an uppercut that sends him in the air. Naruto, following his father in the air, comes down with a move he learned from little sister Sakura. Heavenly Foot of Pain. Naruto then drops down with heel drop to his father's gut, and it sends him to the ground, causing a crater to form from the impact. Bad idea. To face him in hand-to-hand, he just beat my ass. Minato then sees he's fading in and out a little bit. I guess my chakra is starting to run out, but that is what happens when you face your son, who is a damn beast. Climbing out of the crater to see his son flying in the air with a calm face looking like some kind of god makes him smile. Let's finish this, son, my strongest jutsu versus yours, And if you win, I will give you all my sealing and jutsu knowledge. He shouted to his son, who grinned when he heard what he said. Deal. With that being, said Naruto, then raises one hand to the sky, and massive clouds the size of a whole continent form overhead, giving off the sounds of a raging storm, making the wind, lightning, and water to pick up all over, scaring Minato and Kasumi a little bit at all the chakra and how huge that cloud is. I hope you are ready for this. Storm style. What followed after that is something that even had Kasumi scared, because it did more damage than her tailed beast bomb, and it destroyed the whole mindscape, leaving nothing there, not even grass. It just became a white void, with the three floating. And Naruto, what the hell? How can you even come up with something like that? Minato said, wide-eyed at the destruction caused by his son. He had to flash away, or he would have surely died to that. Naruto was a bit wide-eyed at this, as well. It was his first time actually finishing the jutsu. He had only ever formed the jutsu, but never finished it. That was my first time using the jutsu, and I must say it was absolutely awesome. He pumped his fist into the air and even gave Kasumi a kiss and whispered in her ear something that made her blush bright red and cause a bit of blood to come from her nose. Now, Dad, I do believe you owe me all your seals and jutsu, please. He held his hand out, waiting for his father to give what he promised. Really thinking about our deal after what you just did. I swear you were just like your mother. They both laugh at this while Minato eyes some chakra seemingly floating at the bottom of the floor and gives it a wink and swear he can see a purple eye wink back at him. Okay, son, I know, I'll give it to you, and you can rest because I can see you are really tired after that one. Minato then flicks Naruto in the forehead, sending his knowledge to him. Now you have it, but be sure to practice it well, and also use the chakra of Kasumi-san, because you will need it in the future. Pulling Naruto into a manly hug, a father gives his son. I'm so proud of you, son. I can't believe how strong you have gotten and the life you have made for yourself. Be sure to keep them safe and stay strong. Don't ever let this world break you. Your mother, and I love you very much. He then fades away, leaving a crying Naruto, who is relieved that his parents love him. I promise to get even stronger and keep my family safe from harm. And I love you and my mother as well. Flashback over. He smiles happily at that memory. He then smiles even more at remembering how he and Kasumi had sex that night and how Kasumi couldn't walk the whole day. Yeah, I will get them some good gear from Tenchan's shop today. Kurenai-chan, can you watch the kids until we get back? No, I have a team meeting where I have to give my team the slip for the Chunin exams. She gives me a sad look. Why don't you bring them to Hana-chan's house? She is always talking about how she wants to see you more. You and her mother have been really close over this past month. Are you trying to get a mother and daughter duo? Enko said, wiggling her eyebrow. Yes, I would be lying if I said I wasn't feeling them. I just love that wild look Sum-chan has while her daughter is calm, but also wild if he can get to her. He gets out of the water having been done. You girls be good today, and I'll see you when I get back. Oh, and Enko-chan, don't forget to give me my Chunin exam slip. He then leaves to his room to get dressed, and can see Ino in his closet picking his clothes out. He then gets an idea and grins, walking up behind Ino, who is bent over showing what is under her maid skirt. Naruto then grabs Ino's hips and rubs up against her. My Ino-chan, how naughty of you showing me what is under your skirt. Do I need to punish you? He grabs her cheek and squeezes it. Eat. And Naruto-sama, what are you doing? Ino said, red-faced. You were just showing me a good show, and I just have to show you how much I appreciate it. He then pulls her up to his chest, and she is blushing. In Naruto-sama, we can't. I am only your slave. Ino says, looking down. Naruto picks her head up and gives her a warm smile, and she only blushes at it. Ino-chan, like I said before, you can do what you want. I'm not forcing you to do anything you won't like. He kisses the top of her head. If you don't want me to be like this with you, I will stop. He told her. And no, though being your slave, I wouldn't be able to do anything like this with you, because over the month I have developed feelings for you. She blushed at getting that off her chest. Naruto smiles at her, and she smiles back. I also like you too, even though I am your master, and you my slave, we can still be together. Ino smiles at his words. Naruto-sama, thank you. She then gives him a big kiss, showing all her love and passion in the kiss. Naruto then kisses her back, picking her up and laying her on his bed, getting on top of her. They continue to have a heated make-out session, with each rubbing their hands up each other's body. The need for air makes them separate, and Ino's face is as red as a tomato's while Naruto is grinning at her. WLT, that was amazing, she said, stunned at her first kiss. Oh, don't worry, there is plenty of more where that comes from. Giving her more kisses and fondling her breast, only to separate again. Naruto-sama, can we leave now? I will pick out your clothes, and we can get the other girls and get our gifts you promised. Okay, Ino-chan, we can do that. Giving her another kiss, he rolls off her and waits for his blonde maid to pick out his clothes. Naruto-sama, would you like casual clothes or your ninja clothes? Ino said in the closet. I will go casual. We're only going shopping. Okowo. Ino then goes in deeper and comes out with his clothes consisting of a long, open black hoodie with a plain white t-shirt, black pants along with black slip-on sandals. After he gets dressed, he walks out of the compound along with Ino, who changes to an orange shirt with the Uzumaki symbol on the back along with gray leggings that show off her rear and tight leg muscles. On her feet are black tennis shoes. After they had dropped the kids at Hana's house, who was overjoyed to see Naruto and the kids again, they make their way to Sakura's house, and they pick her up, who is in a long-sleeve red shirt with her clan symbol on the back. Red leggings similar to Ino that shows her firm big, but that made men stare. Black ninja sandals with little cherry blossoms on them. Okay, now let's just go to Panda-chan's shop, and I'll get you girls whatever you want. They cheer, and both give him kisses on the cheek. Thank you, Nisan, Sakura said. Thank you, Naruto-sama, Ino said. Golden Leaf. Panda-chan, we are here, so just buy anything you want, Naruto says, walking through the front door only to have to duck a flying sword. I thought I told you not to call me that in front of people, Oni-chan, Tintin says, jerking her head at Niji, Lee, and Guy who are in the store. Naruto-kun, it is so good to see you again this youthful day, the ever-energetic Lee said, speeding to Naruto. Yes, Naruto-kun, how have your flames of youth been? My Guy said, appearing next to Lee. I've kept them ablaze every day, and now. He paused for effect, drawing the two in even more. They have spiraled out of control, making a fountain of youth. Naruto said dramatically, a fountain of flames forms in the middle of the store. Everyone seeing it are actually wide-eyed at how bright the flames are, but none are as surprised as Lee and Guy. Lee, do you see how our friend has made his flames appear? We must do the same until our flames are hotter than that of the sun. Guy said, getting close to Naruto's flames. Yes, Guy-sensei, I will work until my flames are a hurricane of youth, and if I cannot, I will run to Suna on my hands only, Lee said with fire in his eyes. Yes, let us go. The two then run out of the store doing exercise. Oni-chan, why do you always play along with them and their games? Tintin asked Naruto in a blank tone. Because it's fun once you start, and I really enjoy messing with those guys. You are a fool. Their fate is to be a loser, and so will you, Niji said, looking at Naruto in a blank tone only to be ignored completely. So girls, do you know what you want to get? Naruto asked the group of girls. Well, we all talked about it, and we all want something that is loose and gives us room to move around, Ino said. Well, I want to wear what the Umbu wear. Their clothes are perfect for me, Sakura says, walking to Umbu gear. Well, that settles, Sakura-chan. Well, let's go try some things on. Some time passed with Naruto reading over notes from his dad and giving his thoughts on some of the clothes the girls were wearing. Niji was often there throwing insults, but to his anger nobody paid him any attention. Sakura can be seen coming out of the dressing room in an outfit an Umbu wears, but she has a red belt that is long at the end and often flaps at the end. She has black gloves on along with, but no forearm guards or sleeves showing off her toned, smooth arms. She had her headband on her waist along the red belt. Looking good, little sis. You look like a real badass. Just have Ino cut your hair to your shoulders. Someone might grab it during a fight, giving her a thumbs up that makes her smile. Ino comes out of the dressing room, showing off her new clothes. Ino is in a purple trench coat with a black Uzumaki swirl on the back. The coat goes down to her knees, covering a gray shirt that stops above her midsection, showing her belly button. For bottoms, she has a high black skirt with black biker shorts under that stop above her knee. She had bandages wrapped on her right thigh and a kunai pouch on them. Black high heel boots with a fishnet knee sleeve on her left leg. Headband over her forehead. Do you like what you see, Naruto-sama? Ino says, striking a sexy pose for Naruto, who can only stare and nod at her. Oh yeah, Ino-chan, you look sexy as hell in that outfit. He replies, grinning at her. Tintin comes out of the fitting room and shows everyone her outfit of choice. Tintin can be seen in a black tight long sleeve shirt that hugs her body, which is covered by a black ombu chest piece. She has on the same Chinese style pants, but they are now red with fishnet pockets along with black ankle ninja sandals. Her headband was strapped over her heart. Panda-chan, you look so grown up. Naruto says with anime tears coming down his face. I remember I would find you snuggled up to a stuffed panda at night, and you would. He is cut off when he has to dodge a volley of weapons from the red-faced Tintin. I said, don't talk about that. The blushing Tintin said, remembering how she still sleeps with the panda Naruto gave her. Come on, girls, run for your life. Naruto dashes out of the store, followed by Ino and Sakura. An evil chuckle comes from Tintin's mouth that scares Niji a little bit, because he has never seen her like this. So you want to be my target practice, right, Oni-chan? Out of nowhere, 100 of weapons spawn behind her, and she takes off at great speed, surprising Niji at how fast she was. Streets of the village. Okay, girls, you will most likely want to use us as target practice, so let's make this some training. As he said, that a giant hammer came flying out of the sky, almost hitting him. The two girls nod, keeping pace with Naruto's running speed. They had long since discovered it was keep up or get left behind. They had to stop when 3 kids were in the way. Boss, boss. The 3 kids yelled happily at seeing him. Oni-chan, can we play ninja? You promised that you would play with us. Konohamaru said, jumping up and down. Yes, why don't we play dodge the flying weapons? Naruto said, doing just that along with the girls behind him. Naruto, Oni-chan, are they your, girlfriend? The brown-haired boy said, winking at him. Kono, don't be dumb, he can't have more than one girlfriend. Moegi said, I actually do have more than one girlfriend. Naruto said, still dodging weapons. Along with the kids, making him smile at knowing his training he put them through is paying off. How many do you have? Udon said, wiping his nose. 6, Naruto said, catching 5 spike balls out of the air. The kids then see a giant fireball coming and run away. Naruto then catches the fireball in his hand that he encased in water and puts it out. They hear the sound of the kids screaming on the other side and go to see what happened. You little brat, that hurt me. I think I'm going to teach you a lesson. A male-sounding voice. Hey, let him down. We are sorry, we were running from a giant fireball. Naruto then comes from around the corner and can see a boy in a catsuit with makeup and a bandage package on his back. There's a beautiful blonde-haired girl behind him with her hair in 4 spiked ponytails and a fan on her back. Hey lady, put the kid down, he said he was sorry. Naruto said, walking up to them. I am a boy. This makes the girl behind him laugh lightly. Shut up, Temari. The boy turned to his sister and yelled. Don't be yelling at me, because you look like a girl with that makeup on, Kankuro. Temari yelled back. Look, just put him down before things get ugly around here. Naruto said. Oh yeah, tell me, what are you going to do? Kankuro said, about to punch Konohamaru. Only to be stopped when he feels something on his neck, and he looks to see it is Naruto with a kunai on his neck. It wouldn't be a good idea to come here and punch the grandson of the 3rd Hokage unless you want to start a war. The two flinch at that, which does not go unnoticed by the group. This guy is fast. I didn't even see him move. Kankuro was thinking to himself. Hot, funny, strong. This guy is the total package. Temari licks her lips behind him. About to pull off her fan, she is stopped when she sees Ino poking her hand with her silver bow staff. I don't know how your friend in the tree will feel if I kill you, but he might be more angry than he already is. Naruto says, looking at the tree. A boy with red hair and a gourd on his back jumps out of the tree and stands next to his brother. Kankuro, you are an embarrassment to Suna. But Gaara, he dash. Shut up, or I'll kill you, Gaara said, looking at his brother dead in the eyes. I'm sorry for how my stupid sibling acted. My name is Gaara, and mother wants your blood. He said the last part and blasted Naruto with some of his ki, and Naruto was unfazed by it, shocking everyone. Listen here, you little raccoon, you are not in your village anymore, and that means you are not the strongest. You are on my turf where I'm the strongest. You are the weakest of us, 9, don't make me have to put you in your place. Naruto said, all this walking up to Gaara, blasting him with his own ki, making him and the group in the trees, watching scared. Once he was standing over Gaara, who had wide eyes because his sand was not reacting to the boy, and he was afraid that his mother wouldn't protect him. Now I suggest you not kill any leaf ninja while you are here in the village, or cause any trouble in the red light district, or I'm going to have to come find you and kill you. Naruto said the last part with demon chakra. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Make sure you remember it. He then walks off, not before giving a wink to Temari, who blushed a little bit. Uchiha, I hope that you are happy now and will stop watching me. Naruto-sama. He was also a Jinchuriki. I could feel it when he tried to scare us. Ino said, speaking up after they walked away. Yes, should we fight him if we see him in the exams? Sakura asked Naruto. Only fight him if you have to, but when he starts to transform and you can't win, just send chakra into this. He handed them a three-pronged kunai that made them widen their eyes. And Naruto-sama, you finished this jutsu, Ino said, taking along with Sakura. You bet I did. You didn't have any doubts, did you? Oh, of course not. You are my amazing Naruto-sama after all, she said, giving him a kiss. Wow, Oni-chan, you are now dating Ino Pig, Sakura said, trying to tease her brother. Shut it, forehead girl, you are just mad I have a real man and you don't, Ino said, grabbing his arm. Yeah, right, Ino Pig, he is my brother, Sakura said, grabbing his other arm. Naruto could only sigh before pulling his arm out of their holds and making a whip of water and smacking them on their ass. What did I say about you two fighting? Not to do it, they said with their heads down. Tonight you both will receive 100 spankings. What? No, you can't. We have exams tomorrow, we won't be able to fight right. Naruto-sama, don't be so mean, Ino said, crying anime tears. Why, yes, Oni-chan, don't do that to little ol' me, Sakura said, also giving him the puppy dog eyes. I don't want to hear it. Naruto picked him up and started to fly to his compound with him kicking and screaming, leaving a laughing Tintin. Aha, that serves them, Tintin said, laughing on the roof, only to stop when she heard Naruto behind her. What are you laughing about? You will also be punished for shooting a fireball in the village, Naruto said. Wait, Oni-chan, we can work something out, right? She is backing away. No, I don't think so. He leaps to get her, but she jumps off and runs to the Hokage office in order to get a safe place. Oh, no, you don't. He runs after her. Hokage office. All the jonin from each village who have teams entering the exams are located inside the room in a meeting with the Hokage. Okay, this one is for all the jonin coming to our village. Do not go into the red light district causing problems. That place is under the protection of the Uzumaki and one of our ninja who will handle you if you cause trouble in his area. One of the jonin thinks it is a good time to make fun of the leader. It sounds to me that you cannot keep one of your own ninjas in line, the ninja said, smirking, making the others as well. That is not what I am saying. The whole area is under his control, and the people hold this ninja in high regard. So I warn you, if you cause trouble, not only will you have to deal with him, but also the people. They are interrupted when a brown-haired girl comes crashing through the window with a frantic look on her face, making all the foreign ninja go on guard. Hokage-sama, help me, it's him, he's trying to give me spankings again, the girl said, shaking the leader violently, making all the leaf ninja look around and worry, confusing everyone else. For Umbu drop down and take the girl to the ceiling to hide her already knowing what is going on. Hokage-sama, what is going on? A sand ninja said, looking around in worry as well. It is him who will come and discipline those who act up, and even some of our brave ninjas have fallen to his wrath. A moment of silence for them, please. All leaf ninja get tears in their eyes and look down. A blast of wind hits the office, knocking all Hiruzen's paperwork down, making him scream in horror. No, not the paperwork. He cries on the floor at having to do all that again. Quickly, all leaf ninja get in formation. We will take the fight to him. The Hokage barked out orders, getting back on his feet. Smoke entered the room, and everyone was looking at it, trying to see through it, only to see blue eyes looking back at them, making some nervous. So you wish to hide the girl, do you? Well, in that case, you all shall fall. Someone from the smoke speaks in a demonic voice, making all leaf ninja run in terror. Those who stayed received the worst beating of their life. They all had been whipped by a whip of water, and it hurt like hell, sending them to the hospital. So, old man, you were hiding the outlaw this whole time. I think someone has to pay. He then pulls out the orange book of the Hokage, and seeing it, he widens his eyes. And Naruto-kun, come on. We can be civil about this. Don't do it, please. When will you learn that your actions have consequences? He then cuts the book up with his wind chakra, making the Hokage fall to his knees. Naruto shoots a hand of lighting to the ceiling and grabs two people, Tenten and Yugao. Wow, Yugao-chan, I didn't know you would help her. I had to, and I regret nothing. The purple-haired Umbu said. Oh, well, when I cut up your book of swords and housewives, we will see if you can keep that same energy. And oh, leave my book alone. I am sorry, Naruto-kun, she tried to say, but was smacked on the ass by a water whip. The time for apologies is over. Now you must face your punishment. He then flies off with the two screaming girls. Ch. 11. It is the day of the exams, and everyone participating is extremely nervous. Even the extremely prideful Naruto is a little nervous about these exams. He said to himself he would really show out in order to get his name out and have people fear his village because he noticed how weak his village has gotten. He needed to clear his mind, so he is doing something that can clear his mind. Oh yes, Naruto-kun, that's it. Oh my god, fill me up. Naruto and some clones can be seen screwing Anko, Kurenai, and Tsunami until they pass out. He has Anko in doggy style, pulling her hair and drilling into her from the back, making her scream out with a Higo face. Kurenai can be seen in a missionary position, getting filled to the brim and about to pass out. Tsunami is in a mating press, also with an Ahigo face, and on the brink of passing out due to pleasure. They have been at this since they woke up at 6 a.m. It is now 9 a.m., and they have been at this for 3 hours, and Naruto is just now about to finish. Okay, girls, here I come. Yes, fill us up. Anko screamed, moaning like a whore on the corner. W8T, the jutsu. Kurenai said in between moans, tried to use an anti-pregnancy jutsu. Oh, you don't want another kid just yet. With that said, the girls went through hand signs and performed the jutsu just in time because Naruto shot his white ropes into them, filling them to the brim. Okay, thank you girls, I'm more cool now and am ready for the exams. Why, you're welcome. Tsunami couldn't finish because she fainted. Naruto-kun. Anko and Kurenai finished for her, and they also passed out. Hee, and they said they would outlast me. He chuckled to himself and got up to put his clothes on and go make breakfast for everyone. Making his way to the kitchen to make breakfast for everyone, he started and is interrupted when Rukia can be seen running into the room with a smile. Good morning, Papa, Rukia said and jumped into Naruto's arms and gave him a kiss on the cheek, making him smile. Good morning to you as well, Rukia-chan. What are you going to make for breakfast? Rukia asked. I don't know. Ino or Tsunami normally does it, he says, shrugging his shoulders. What, can we have some pancakes? They're always good when Ino makes them. Rukia says, purple eyes blinking in excitement. I guess so. I need a big breakfast because today is the Chunin exams. Naruto finished smirking. Oh, you're going to beat everyone, right, Dad? Rukia jumped in excitement. You bet I am. None of them can stand to the storm of Konoha. Naruto made his 3 elements appear behind him for dramatics. Oh yeah, that's so cool, we'll be cheering for you. Rukia clapped for her dad. Some time passed by, and everyone came out of their rooms, saying good morning to everyone, and started to eat breakfast. Laughs and just useless chatter followed all throughout the morning, and then they did some light training to get their blood pumping. Naruto could be seen putting on his clothes for the exams, and he decided he would show up to battle. So he put on his blue armor that was fixed, and he had infused it with Kasumi Chakra, making it a lot tougher and nothing, but an A rank or S rank jutsu would actually hurt him. Kasumi came out the seal and wrapped around his neck, making his orange fur coat. His moonlight soared on his waist along with his headband on his forehead proudly. You ready to do this, Kasumi-chan? We're going for gold today. He rubbed her ears. You know I got your back, Naruto-kun, she said, rubbing her head along his head. He then walks out of his room and goes outside where everyone is waiting for him to give him good luck. Naruto-kun, make sure you put on a show for me, okay? I have a lot of money on you. Kurenai said, giving him a wink. Oh, Kurenai, I didn't know you were so irresponsible. It seems Anko has been rubbing off on you. Naruto said, letting out a laugh that everyone followed, making her blush. Shut up, she said, and turned around, crossing her arms with a blush still on her face. Naruto then went behind her and wrapped his arms around her, making her blush even more. Don't be like that. We are only joking, and I'll be sure to win, and then you can have another reward later. He gave her a kiss, making her feel better. You owe to Sen, why did you do that with your lips? Inari said, green-faced. Oh, don't be like that, Enrico and Tsunami said, trying to kiss him on the cheek, but he was pushing her away. Naruto-sama, we should get going now, or we will be late for the exams. Ino said, trying to get going. Okay, Ino-chan, we can head out. Naruto said. Naruto then said goodbye to everyone, and they all went their separate ways, with Kurenai going to the Jonin Lounge along with Anko. Haku went to the hospital because her probation was almost over. Tsunami and the kids stayed home, while Rimuru went to the Hyuga compound to train with his friend Hanabi. Making his way to the academy, he could only sigh at having to come back to this place. He just knew they would make some stupid test that focused on some kind of paper test. I know, Naruto-sama, I also don't want to be here, but I can set up a mind link with you, and then we can still talk and give each other answers. Ino said, grabbing Naruto's hand, making him smile. Oh, what would I do without you, my Ino-chan? He said, kissing her cheek. She giggled. You wouldn't be able to make breakfast or pick your own clothes, she said, and laughed at the face Naruto made. Ino-chan, this morning was not my fault, he said, trying to save himself. Naruto-sama, the pancakes grew arms and tried to fight you back. I even think it did a jutsu, Ino said with a deadpan face. If it was not because Rukia-chan stabbed it and Haku-chan froze, we would be fighting it still, Ino said, still looking at Naruto, who had deflated due to Ino's harsh words. Ino-chan, you can be mean to your master. Sometimes you know that, Naruto said on the ground with a rain cloud over his head. You have tough skin. Get over it, master. Ino walked away. Kasumi-chan, you hear how she treats me. He looked over his shoulder only to see Kasumi on Ino's shoulder, giving him the middle claw with her paws. A tear dropped from his eye, and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. You traitor! He then bit his hand, drawing blood, and a lightning bolt hit him, making a smoke screen. The smoke cleared, but nothing happened, and he only made a fool out of himself. Oni-chan, can you stop embarrassing yourself and just walk to the exams? Sakura said, walking up with her teammates Sasuke and a new kid named Sai. Okay, Imuto-chan, my traitor of a slave and partner, left me behind. You won't leave me, will you? He was grabbing Sakura by the shoulder, crying anime tears. Let me go. She hit him in the head with a chakra-enhanced blow. She then walked off with a tick mark on her head at how her brother was acting. Well, at least those two are not so nervous anymore, and I took some of their fear away. Alright, I have to get some of my badass points back for that, though. He then gets up and puts on a straight face similar to his dad and releases a lot of chakra, cracking the ground, and walks off, scaring everyone, making them form a path for him to walk through. In the exams room, all of the rookie teams can be seen making their way to each other and talking like nothing is happening. Looks like we are all here and ready to kick some ass, the ever-loud Kiba said, looking around. Wait, where is that loser blonde Naruto? Kiba asked. Why do you even worry about him, Sakura? Just knocked him out with one hit, Sasuke said, making everyone turn to Sakura, who blushed from the attention. Man, how troublesome. I hope he doesn't come, because if he does, we will all lose, Shikamaru said, remembering the time Naruto beat him and his whole team by himself when he had come to drop Ino off on time. He still remembers what Naruto said to him that got him putting in more effort. Shika, we are not in the academy anymore. You can't just be laying around. You are the brains of this team. They depend on you to make a good plan and have their back. Can you really live with yourself if one of them died because you were too weak to protect them? Those words really had him think about what he has been doing since he had been put on a team. I hope he is alright, the shy Hyuga said. She had gotten a little bit better over the months because Naruto would often spend time at her compound with Rimuru, who she was good friends with. Oh, he is coming. I can feel him making his way, Ino said, making everyone's attention turn to Haran the fox on her shoulder. You guys don't feel that? Just open your senses and you will feel him coming. The other teams in the room were also listening to them, and they indeed looked for him and what they felt scared them. The team from Kimo had reacted to it. "Oh my god, do you guys feel how strong this guy is?" Karui, a dark-skinned girl with red hair and golden eyes, said with wide eyes. Even the always cool Samui had a shocked face at feeling the power the guy was releasing. Samui is a girl with short blonde hair and light blue eyes and slightly tan-skinned. "Damn, what if he comes in and kills all of us, and then the Raikage gets mad and tries to kill him but fails, and then a war breaks out killing the whole world?" Omui said, frothing out the mouth at all the things that went through his head. He has dark skin along with shaggy blonde hair and a sucker in his mouth. The team from Grass was also feeling the power of Naruto, making his way to them. "Holy shit, this guy is insane." A boy wrapped up looking like a mummy named Dosu. "Yeah, but I will still blow him away," a sweating Zaku said with a stupid smirk on his face. The girl, however, was having different thoughts at what was going on. "Oh my Kami, what the hell is he made of? I can feel his power from here. We are all going to die," Kin said with a straight face on the outside. The door was blasted open, and everyone was able to see the source of power, and what they saw made all the girls blush and the guys green with envy at seeing how badass Naruto looked. The more brave Genin tried to scare him by hitting him with some of their ki, but all those who tried are knocked out when Naruto releases his own ki. "Holy shit," Kiba said in his head. "Why did I even come? What a drag. Shikamaru, though. My bugs are scared of him. I should stay away. Shino, though. That's my master," Ino said with a blush and a proud smile on her face. "Oni-chan is so badass," Sakura thought to herself with a little blush on her face. "So cool," Samui said red-face at seeing how cool Naruto is. "Damn, that boy is strong," a Genin with a grass headband said, licking her lips. "Hey, you guys should really keep it down. You'll cause a lot of problems," a boy with gray hair and glasses said. "What the hell do you mean to keep it down? The whole point of my entrance was to make a lot of noise," Naruto said, walking over to the group. "Well, this is your first time, so I figured you would need some help," Kabuto said, pushing his glasses up. "Just tell us what you want so you can get out of here," Naruto said, annoyed at him. Kasumi jumped to Naruto and started to lick his face. "Naruto-kun, he smells like snakes and blood," Kasumi said in Naruto's head. "Does he now? Well, I know Anko does not know a dork like this guy, so he must work for that snake bastard," Naruto said, a bit heated. "Well, I have information that you guys would like. I even have some on you," Kabuto said, trying to get on with the conversation because he felt a little weird being looked at like that by Naruto. "Tell me everything you have on Naruto Uzumaki, Gaara of the Sand, and Rock Lee," Sasuke said, walking up. "Oh, you already know their names? No fun." Kabuto then grabs the cards and puts chakra into them and pulls out their cards. "Rock Lee, you have all read this before, so I won't waste your time. Naruto Uzumaki. He has done 147 D ranks, all in the red light district. It seems that the people see him as their leader in the district because he fixed the area up and made it a safe place. 4 C ranks, and it seems when he went to wave, he used his bloodline storm release of water and lighting to make a dragon come out of the sky and kill Raiga of the 7 swordsmen, along with splitting the sky with his sword. Everyone looked at Naruto, who was only smirking at the looks of fear he was getting. "Okay, you little snake, that is enough of giving out your comrades' information to enemy ninja," Naruto said, taking his card away from the boy who had frozen at the hidden words. It seems all the Leaf Ninja didn't miss the extra emphasis he put on snake and comrades. "Got his ass," Naruto smirked at seeing all the Leaf Ninja eyed Kabuto with anger. A smoke cloud appeared in the room, and a group of Leaf Ninja came out, but the one with the scar on his face and bandana on his head stepped forward. "All right, you brats, sit down and it's time to begin the exam. So shut the hell up," Marino Abiki said, walking to the front of the room. "Okay, you guys will be taking a test to see if you have the brains to be a Chunin. You will have 45 minutes to complete this test, and if you are caught cheating 3 times, you and your whole team are disqualified, so don't get caught. Any questions?" A kid raises his hand, but he ignores him. "Everyone start the damn test." With that, everyone started on the test, and time passed. Some teams were already eliminated, while others were still doing the test, and some figured out what the meaning of the test was. Sasuke can be seen using his copy eye to follow the marks of Sakura, who was smart enough to answer the questions by herself. Ino had linked her mind together with her teammates and Shikamaru had told all of them the answers. Gaara had made an eye of sand and made it look around for the answers, and when they tried to give him a point deduction, he would blast them with ki to make them stop. Temari was taking looks at Naruto while also waiting for her brother to give her the answers. The Kyumo team was using their sword as a mirror to see others' answers, but made it look like they was polishing the blade. Naruto can be seen laying his head in the lap of Hinata Hyuga, whose face was red and steam was coming from her ears, and she could barely do her test at the felling of Naruto being so close to her womanly part. And Naruto coincides, can why you please and move. Hinata said, trying to get under control. Ahina-chan, you don't want me. Naruto said in a fake hurt tone, but Hinata does not know that. And no, Naruto-kun, you can stay in my lap all you want. She then blushes at hearing what she said. Ahina-chan, you are the best. He gave her a kiss on the forehead. She froze at realizing what just happened, then she fainted. Naruto was chuckling at how cute she is when she gets all flustered like that, only be interrupted when Kasumi jumps in the air and lands on his stomach, causing him to jump up and launch the fox out the window, and everyone can hear what sounded like screaming. Uzumaki, what the hell do you think this is? Take your damn test. Ibiki said, getting fed up with the brat. All right, Jez. He then sat down and looked at his test and just balled it up and threw it at Ibiki, hitting him in the face, making everyone shocked at what happened, even the Jonin watching. Jonin Lounge. Anko can be seen rolling on the floor, holding her stomach, laughing at how Naruto was trolling her partner. Kurenai was also laughing at him. Along with the other Jonin who was located in the room, even Yujito was watching her team. What, that is Kasumi. How is she outside the seal? Matabi said inside the head of Yujito. Kasumi, is that the name of the Nine Tails? Yujito thought back to her best friend. Yes, and she is outside of the seal perfectly, but that should not be possible because the host should be dead, but he clearly is not. Well, maybe his seal is made different. Yujito said back to her friend. Man, I feel bad for everyone else who has to take part in the next part of the exams. Anko said, getting back in her chair. What makes you say that, Anko? Asuma said, still smoking. Well, they have to fight Naruto-kun, of course. Kurenai said, not even caring how she called Naruto. Naruto-kun, since when did you start calling him that? Asuma said in shock. About 3 months ago. Kurenai said. Are you dating? Kakashi asked. Yes, we are. He actually has 6 girlfriends. Anko said, putting an arm on Kurenai. This shocked everyone. Kurenai, he is 13, and I've been asking you out for years. Well, I told you I didn't like you, but you kept asking me. Did you two have sex? Kakashi said, a little blood dripping from his nose. The 2 girls blush at remembering how Naruto had fucked them into submission this morning, and they all enjoyed it. Everyone saw the look on their face that said it all. No, you didn't. Asuma got up in disbelief. Oh, yes, we did, and he was a beast. He had Kurenai. She's cut off when the red-faced Kurenai puts her hands over Anko's mouth. Shut up, you baka, Kurenai said. Back to the exams room. The window is busted when the fox comes flying back in and hits Naruto in the face with her tails and knocks him into the wall. Damn fuzzball, you want to go? Naruto said, getting up and getting ready to fight the fox. Kasumi let out growls and yips at Naruto, making him get a tick mark. When they are about to fight, Tintin gets in the way with an annoyed look on her face. Oni-chan, can you just sit down? We're literally in the middle of a test. Fine, I'll let it go this time. He sits back in his seat, and Kasumi climbs back on his neck and licks his face, making him smile. Everyone, stop and turn the test over. We are about to give out the last question. Ibiki says, and everyone does just that. Naruto then tones him out because he already knows what he's going to do thanks to Anko telling him this morning as a thanks for the good morning. Uzumaki, are you paying attention? Ibiki yelled at him. Oh my god, can you stop screaming my name? I only like it when my girls do that. He says, annoyed that he keeps trying to pick on him. This makes everyone blush at what he was implying he did. I asked, what will you do? Leave or stay? Ibiki said with a little ki, trying to intimidate him. We're going to stay, of course. Did you think me and my squad would fold under pressure? You got us confused with those weak sound ninjas, but not us. We don't run, and we don't quit, and that's the will to continue through the leaves of fire, which gives you the will of fire. And Naruto's words, all the Leaf Ninja smile and get some of their confidence back and want to continue. It seems his little outburst has given them their will. It seems that we have a natural-born leader. All right, everyone who stayed has passed. Ibiki said to the cheers of everyone. Now your next proctor, Y dash dot. He is cut off when a crash comes through the window, and Anko can be seen coming through with her black trench coat with purple flames at the bottom along with her black miniskirt and fishnet underneath. All right, it is the sexy and happily taken Anko Mitarashi. Some fire comes from behind her, and she is just standing there in a pose. Most people stare at the cool entrance, and the boys look with lust while the girls are jealous, and Naruto only smiles lovingly at his he behind. All right, you brats, let's go to the Forest of Death. You have 30 Minchus to make your way to the field. She then jumps out the window along with Naruto, who flies out after her, shocking all the four ninja. He is strong, but he holds the QB, and I won't be able to place my mark on him, but I can try, and if I can't, then he will die. The thoughts of a snake, but the snake doesn't know he is being eyed as the prey for once.ch. 12. We can see all the teams that have passed the first part of the exams are all gathered in front of the gates waiting for the proctor. But what they see is not what they are expecting. Naruto and Anko are in a heated makeout session, ignoring everyone else's presence. Wrapped up in their own lust to notice, they're being watched by a group of horny teenagers. Their hands are roaming each other's body about to take their clothes off when one of the Jinin coughed loudly to grab their attention. What? Can't you see I am busy? Anko said, not even looking at them. We have our test to do. A Jinin shouts, only to be cut off when Kanai goes past him. It is the loud mouths like you that often die first in this forest, she says, appearing behind him in an instant. Okay, Anko-chan, I think we can stop right now. We could just pick up later where we left off. Naruto says, giving her a wink. Oko Naruto-kun. Anko then proceeded to explain the rules to the rest of everyone else, getting some complaints from them, but they're shut up when Anko throws kunai at them or snakes climbing their legs. Okay, now that I have finished explaining, it should be pretty simple. Go and take someone's scroll and get to the tower within 5 days before dying, and if you die, that just means you were too weak, Anko says over the speaker. Naruto walks over to Hinata, who is a bit scared, and he can see it clearly with her shaking, and it is not helping with how the group of Kumo ninja are eyeing her. Hinata-chan. This makes the girl jump. And Naruto-kun. What C can I do? She asked, looking down. I need you to be strong in this forest. He speaks, getting close to her, making her go red in the face. I will try, she says hesitantly. No, don't try, just do it, Hinata. Naruto tells her sternly. I can't, I'm in not like you. She looks down at her words. Naruto grabs her chin and lifts her head up so she is looking at him, making her face turn red. Hinata, you are strong. I have seen it with my own eyes. You must learn to stand on your own 2 feet and become your own pillar of strength. You can't always depend on someone to come save you. Find that strength you have in yourself and show no mercy to your enemies because they will not show any to you. He finishes, unknowingly inspiring all those who heard him. Your team will have your back, and you must have theirs. He says, giving a kiss to her forehead, making her go wide-eyed. That's my Naruto-sama. Ino says, also getting inspired by his words. He is right, I need to get off my ass, my team needs me. Shikamaru thinks to himself, getting serious for once in his life. Yes, Naruto is right again, I must be there for my comrades. Choji puts his chips away. Oni-chan surely is a great motivational coach. Tenten thinks to herself, checking all her weapons and seals she used with Naruto. Yes, I will use my own strength. Sakura thinks, tightening her gloves and umbu gear. Naruto then walks back to his gate that was assigned to him, and the other genin give him a wide path, but he locks eyes with the disguised grass ninja, and his eyes turn red with a slit for a second, eyeing the ninja like a predator. All right, Gio, Anko shouts over the speaker, and all the genin sprint into the forest, except Naruto, who just walks through the open gate. What is Naruto doing? A Chunin asked his partner. I don't know, that kid is just full of surprises. His partner replies. He is saving his strength, you idiots. Anko says, looking at them with a grin that made most men run in terror. Saving his strength for what he has to make it to the tower in 5 days. That's just that he has 5 days. Anko said to them, "Forced to death. 5 days, there's no need for me to rush. The teams will come to me expecting me to be easy prey." He makes 10 shadow clones, and they all jump into the forest covering his back, and being his replacement if needed. Okay, now that I have a defense set up, let's see if we can find anyone close to me. Should be easy since I've been here for weeks with Anko-chan. He then closes his eyes and puts his finger on the ground and reaches out with his senses that reach 30 miles in all directions. My sensory skills need to be improved. Tobarama is able to scan the whole village and even further than that. He gets up checking his scroll again. Heaven scroll. Looks like we're looking for Earth scroll. I wish I had another summon for the ground because my Thunderbirds won't work in this dense forest. I wish I had the chakra chains of my clan. Maybe I can work on it after this. He then pulls water out of thin air and makes a giant wave and begins to ride it around the forest with a grin on his face. I swear if he and Kushina were to fight together, the world would not survive. Kasumi thinks from his shoulder. It has been an hour, and Naruto had already crushed a bunch of teams with his giant 20-foot wave and was quickly racking up scrolls, but he did not want to go to the tower because he has yet to find a dance partner that can match his steps. Kasumi could only roll her eyes at the Madara-like answer. He jumps off the wave and falls onto a rain ninja with an elbow drop on the head, knocking him out. He then rushes the two rain ninjas with rebreeders and hits them with lightning-enhanced punches, shocking them. Water-style water prison and the two rain ninja are being shocked while inside a bubble of water. He releases it before they can die. Now hand your scroll over or go back into the bubble. He says in a blank tone to them. H here, we only have heaven. The rain ninja hands him the scroll. Now let us live. Okay, you leave the tower, weaklings. He turns his back to them, making both of them extremely mad at being tossed to the side. They were the best of their village. No leaf trash would defeat them. Who are you calling weak, you leaf trash? They then go through hand signs and shoot water bullets at him, the size of basketballs at him. Pathetic. Kasumi-chan, can you deal with them? Kasumi then enlarges her tails and blocks the weak bullets. Oka Naruto-kun. She then jumps behind them and grows to the size of giant bear, reaching 7 feet tall with her teeth showing ready to tear into this trash that dare challenge her and her mate. Quickly swiping her claws across them and a bite here and there, and goodbye, rain ninjas. Nice job, Kasumi-chan, as effective as ever. Let me clean that real quick. He then shoots a stream of water out of his palms, cleaning her teeth, cleaning all of the blood and flesh from her. Thank you, Naruto-kun. No problem. And can you stay like that so I can ride on your back? He asked her. Well, I can, but you'll have to make it up to me later, she says in a flirty tone. Well, that I can do. He jumps on her back, giving a pat to her, but telling her to go. Hey, I am not some horse, don't smack my butt. You didn't say that last night. He grinned at her, making her blush under the fur. Shut up, idiot. She then takes off at great speed, looking for prey to defeat. Ino and her team are currently hiding inside the bushes watching Gaara and his siblings kill a team without mercy, and the two boys flinch, while Ino only looks with unflinching eyes because Naruto had told her not to show fear or falter along with the other girls. Okay, we need to get out of here before they spot us and kills us. Shikamaru speaks in hushed whisper to his team. That is pointless. He already knows we are here. If he attacks us and we strike back. Ino replies in a calm tone she had learned from Naruto, and this shocks her team. We can't beat those guys, let's just run, Choji said, shaking. Look at you two. Shaking in terror, you are supposed to be the clan heirs. Act like it, this is not something we can run from. Ino speaks to them, not taking her eyes off Gaara, who turns to them and extends his hand while Ino takes her staff out ready to fight. They quickly jump out of the bush to avoid the sand that was at their feet. Ino goes through hand signs, fire-style, flaming flower. She shoots a large flower that looks like a burning rose, and it clashes with Gaara's sand, turning it to glass, shocking everyone at how hot her flames are. I know I'm not stronger than you, but I can still not run away, just because my life is in danger, Ino says, getting in a stance with her staff. Your blood will make Mother satisfied for now, Gaara says, aiming for more sand to go towards Ino, who dodges with no problem. His sand is pretty fast. If only I could make it slower with some water, but we're not close to any water supplies. If only I could pull water from the air like Naruto-sama. Ino jumps in a tree and goes through more hand signs fire style, raining flames. She then shoots a volley of flames above Gaara, who only stands there like nothing's happening. Only to be shocked when the fire hits his sand, it turns to glass, and he is trapped in a glass dome. All right, let's take this time to capitalize. She then jumps down from the tree with her staff, ready to strike the trapped Gaara. But she has to block when a gust of wind comes her way, and she is cut up along with her purple trench coat a bit. Did you forget about us? Temari says, swinging her fan in a threatening manner. Damn, I did, but what about my team? She looks around and can see Shikamaru behind a bush and Choji and his human boulder ready to run over the glass Gaara. Okay, I thought they left me for a second. Human boulder, Choji says, going towards Gaara. But before he can hit the glass cracks, and a sand wall comes up and blocks him. Damn, we need to retreat, Shikamaru says in the bushes. Your death will make Uzumaki suffer, so suffer you shall, Gaara said, making his sand fly towards Ino, who knocks him away with her fire-covered bow staff. Kankuro then commands his puppet to come up behind Ino, who seems to not see it, but she does, and does something unexpected. She drops to her back and spins around with her flaming bow staff, making a flaming circle cover her, for a second stopping all attacks that meet her circle. Wow, she has really gotten good over this month. She's almost as strong as Asuma-sensei. Shikamaru thinks with amazement. Have I really fallen that far behind to where I can't even fight with my comrades? He clenches his fist in anger, and a flame is set ablaze within him. Is that all you can do, Sandman and Puppet Boy? Ino says, panting, but also grinning like her blonde master. Wind-style Cyclone Jutsu. The shout came from Temari, and Ino jumps out of the way, but is caught in Gaara's sand. Oh no, Ino says, but still does not give up. Okay, I just need to expel as much fire chakra as possible, and hopefully this will stun him long enough for me to regroup. Gaara walks to her with a bloodthirsty grin, but Ino only gives him a blank stare. Now you shall die, and Uzumaki will come for his revenge and give me his blood. Sand coffin. He crushes his fist, expecting to hear the cries of pain and see her blood spill, but is wrong when the sand turns to glass and flames explode out of the cracks, and Ino give him a kick to the face, leaving a crack on his sand armor. She runs to her team, and they retreat to fight another time. Ino, that was amazing. Where did you learn all of this? Shikamaru asked Ino. I learned it from Naruto-sama. He is really amazing, she says, jumping through trees along with her team. What do we do now, though? Choji asked. We go to the tower, Ino says, grinning like a fox. We don't have the Earth Scroll, Shikamaru said. Yes, we do. I grabbed it when I kicked Gaara in the face, Ino says, still grinning. Wow, she's really amazing. I wonder if I can be like her. What am I thinking? I don't want to be like a girl. How troublesome. Shika shakes his head, gaining his focus. Naruto and Kasumi can be seen on the trail of a team who is running for their lives. They both are grinning like foxes ready to pounce on their prey. Naruto then jumps off the back of Kasumi and coats his hand in lightning and kills a team from sand. I wonder if I should have killed them. I mean, we are allies. Oh, well, this is an exam, and they signed up for this. He then goes through their pockets and finds more scrolls. He then feels Ino's chakra spike and can see some flames in the distance. Well, looky here. He grins, looking to her direction. It seems Ino-chan is really fighting that Gaara kid. Do you think he will kill her? Kasumi says, walking next to him in her fox form. I believe in Ino, but if he does kill her, he can kiss his ass goodbye. He jumps back on Kasumi. Where to next? She asked, walking off. A scream echoes close to him, and that answers their question. Kasumi takes off to its direction, and Naruto can sense how the chakra feels, similar to his own, but that is impossible unless he has some family. Kasumi-chan, you have to hurry. I think it is an Uzumaki clan member, he shouts with excitement in his voice. With that, Kasumi takes off in an orange blur, and they arrive at the section of the scream within minutes. They see a giant bear approaching, but when the bear senses Kasumi, it runs off knowing it is in danger. Estaya D don't have a scroll, the redhead says, backing up with a kunai in hand. Naruto sees her and can only think of how her hair looks similar to that of his mother. You are beautiful. He speaks to her in a soft tone. This catches her off guard, and she can only blush at his compliment. What? I am not falling F for that. Karen says, pointing her kunai at him. No, I am your family. I am a Uzumaki, and I can sense it in your chakra. And if you sense, you will feel in my own chakra. He then releases some of his chakra, so she can feel it. It dances around her, and the forest often giving off sparks but flowing like water while cutting through the air like wind. She can feel how dense and strong his chakra is. You Uzumaki, you are also one. Karen walks to him a bit. Yup, I'll be your new Oniai-chan. Imato-chan. He opens his arms for her, and she runs to him, smiling, happy tears coming down her face. Don't worry, it will be okay now. I'll keep you safe, he says, soothing to her and patting her back. Oniai-chan, I am in a different village. How will you keep me safe? She says, looking up at him. You are an Uzumaki, my family. During the war, all Uzumaki who fled their homes were to return to the Leaf Village and become members, and that contract is still in session. He grins at her when her eyes go wide. So I count as a fleeing Uzumaki. She then hugs him tight and smiles brightly, tossing her headband. All right, let's get moving again. He is cut off when he feels his kunai. He gave Sakura ping. Kasumi-chan, guard Karen. Sakura needs me. He then disappears in a blue flash, appearing to where Sakura is. He can see Orochimaru biting down on Sasuke's neck, and Sakura is on the ground bleeding from her side. He appears next to her, unaware to the other two. Sakura-chan, what happened? He asked her worriedly. We were ambushed by Orochimaru and a giant snake. She speaks, healing herself. Where is that pale fucker at? Naruto asked, looking for him. He was blasted away by a strong wind jutsu. Sakura said, getting up. Don't worry, I will take care of this while you heal yourself, he said, pulling out his moonlight sword. He then charges Orochimaru and kicks him hard in the spine, knocking him away from Sasuke. He picked the boy up and tossed him to Sakura, who began to work on his injuries. Kukuka, Naruto-kun, so nice of you to join us. I wondered if I would run into you, the man said, coming from around a tree with no injuries. Naruto then made a single-handed ram sign, and blue lines appeared on his body before they vanished, and chakra exploded of Naruto, blowing away the trees and cracking the ground. His blonde hair danced, and his blue armor clicked. His eyes began to sparkle with electricity, but the worst thing, the grin that tugs on his lips. All of this unnerves the Snake Sannin a bit, because he was not expecting this from a genin, even if he was the container of the Nine Tails. His chakra is reaching that of Biju, surpassing that of the Three Tails, and still growing. He shakes this off and tries to taunt him a bit. Seems the fox wants to play. Are you going to really fight me, a Kage-level ninja? Even if you go all out, you cannot defeat me. He finishes with a smirk. I'm still holding back, and I am no fox, but the bird that catches the snake, the eagle that feeds your remains to my kids. I am something you can never hope to fathom, a thunderbird with no equal. Naruto shouts the last part, getting in a stance, making Orochimaru pull out his blade. A thunderbird. Hi, you stupid child, you're nothing. Let's see if you can match Sasuke-kun. He charges at Chunin speeds to test if Naruto can keep up. Let's dance. With that, he charges at higher speeds, shocking Orochimaru, and due to his shock, he receives a deep slash on his chest. Orochimaru coughs up blood and then opens his mouth, and a new version of himself comes out from his mouth. Not bad, Naruto-kun, you shocked me for a second there, but it is all useless. You are just a piece of work. I have never seen someone do that before, but that just means I can keep cutting you and you'll pop back out. Naruto says, getting ready for the dance of his life. He still wishes to fight. I had hoped that would scare him off. I can't fight at full power without telling the whole village I am here. Orochimaru gets ready to fight again and charges at Jonin's speeds this time. Again, he is shocked and pays for it with more slashes on his body, making him force another body to come from his mouth again. This brat is getting on my nerves now. I will just kill him quickly. He charges at high Umbu speeds, knowing he can't keep up this time. But he can see Naruto looking directly at him the whole time, grin still in place. Naruto takes the offensive and charges ahead, and they clash blades. Your steps are not strong enough, Naruto says, and spins off and delivers a quick slash along Orochimaru's back. He goes back in to deliver more pain to him, but his opponent turns and clashes back with him. Naruto is having none of that. A sealless clone comes from behind Orochimaru. 14th Dance Boomerang. The blonde throws the sword ready to take his head off, but Orochimaru ducks hoping it will cut Naruto, but he catches it in his other hand. 13th Dance Twister. Naruto then disappears in a twister and moves to Orochimaru, giving him many cuts, leaving the snake bloody and hurt. Is this all you got? Maybe you should try something else. Naruto says, grinning at Orochimaru, who is shedding his skin again. I have killed you 3 times. What is going on, you pedo? Naruto says, getting under the snake's skin. You stupid brat, you're going to die. Striking shadow snakes. He says, and snakes come out of his arm with poisonous fangs ready to bite down on Naruto. Is this it? Anko-chan can dance better than this. Naruto speaks, cutting down the snakes like he does every day. A shadow comes over Naruto, and a giant snake comes crashing down on him, but Naruto grabs it with one hand and tosses the snake to the wide-eyed Orochimaru. Take your trash. Naruto then sends out a jutsu with no hand signs. Grand slashing wind skill and a volley of slashes cut the snake up and the trees behind Orochimaru, who dodges but gets hit by some. Damn, at this rate, I won't be able to win without announcing my presence. Oh well, I already did what I wanted, so I will go. He then goes through hand signs. Wind style, great breakthrough. That will teach you to mess with me, boy. He finishes looking at the cloud of smoke. That was some weak shit. Let me show you how to use Wind Fool. Naruto said, appearing from the smoke without a scratch due to his armor and impressive defense. Wind style, Wind Dragon. A massive dragon of wind appears with a roar and charges the wide-eyed Orochimaru. I'm not done yet. Wind style Dragon's Frenzy. He shouts, and up to 15 dragons form and charge the pale man. When they make impact, a huge explosion sounds off, followed by a mini earthquake in the forest that makes everyone turn toward Naruto's direction. Nothing is left of the area they were fighting in, not even the huge trees that used to stand. They're all chopped down and fall inside of the massive crater. So he got away, the bastard. Naruto then turns away and walks to the wide-eyed Sakura, who is in a barrier seal, protecting her and Sasuke. Nissan, that was amazing. Sakura said, looking at Naruto, who is not even hurt. Yes, we all know how badass I am. Naruto walks up about to drop the barrier, but is stopped when a blade is going through his chest. Sakura says, wide-eyed with terror. Foolish boy, never turn your back to your opponent. It seems you still want to keep dancing, but there's just no strength left in your step. Naruto says and disappears in an explosion, hitting Orochimaru point blank. Naruto then grabs Team 7 and flies away, leaving the snake Sannin to lick his wounds. And Naruto, why are we running away? He is still weak. You can kill him. Sakura asked, confused. We are not running away. That was a clone of him, so he left before us. Plus, he was too weak in his current state, and I wasn't going all out. He says to the girl on his back. Wait, what about Sai? Sakura asked. Don't worry, he is following us on the ground, but he is hiding his chakra, so he must be trying to spy on us. Don't trust him at all. Naruto says to her. Okay, bro. With that, she puts her head on his shoulder and gets some rest. Sasuke is being pulled by his leg, often hitting his head on tree branches, leaving him knocked out. And Sai watching them, trying to get more information on them. It is nighttime, and Sakura is just waking up and can see Naruto knocked out, snoring like they are not in a forest that can kill them. She gains a tick mark on her head, but stops when she sees him sleeping on Kasumi along with a redhead. She noticed she looks like Naruto's mother from the pictures he has shown them. Sasuke is sweating in his sleep and often lets out a grunt every now and then. He must have put up some barrier seal, and that's why he is sleeping like that. Sakura says to herself. Well, there is nothing to do, so she just goes back to sleep and wait until morning to wake up. But she did not see Sai outside trying to get inside. Morning comes and the sound of fighting wakes up Sakura, and she hears it is coming from outside of the cave, so she quickly runs outside to see an ass whooping going on. Naruto is currently stomping a mud hole into a boy with spiky black hair, and a clone of him has a boy tied upside down, currently getting beat up in a taijutsu battle. Oh hey Sakura-chan, good morning to you. Naruto says when he kicks the boy in the face one last time. Wait, what about me? Kin said, just standing, still looking at how badly her team has got beat up. What about you? Naruto asked the girl. Well, I don't know what to do. I didn't want to fight you anyways. They just made me do it. Kin said, walking to him slowly. Oh, well, just run away, or something I don't know what to tell you. Naruto tells her. See, can I join you? She asked, blushing a bit, and looked down. Naruto grinned and turned to Sakura, who rolled her eyes at knowing what he would do. Oh, Kin-chan, if you wanted to be with me, that's all you had to say. He says, pulling her close to him. And no tea, that is not what I meant. Kin said, blushing red at how he was holding her. How about I take you away from Orochimaru and you become my slave? He says, giving her a charming smile that makes her blush until she heard him. A slave? Why would I do that? She asked, pushing away from him a bit. It's not what you were thinking. I just want to make you a cute house maid who serves the Uzumaki household, he said, trying to calm her down. Well, if I do this, can you save my friend Tayuya? She will also become your slave, I promise. Kin said to him, a little hope in her eyes. Naruto grabs her in a hug. Of course I will save her. Just tell me what she looks like and I will get her when I can. Naruto says, rubbing the blushing girl's hair. Let go, Sakura-chan. Kin-chan, I have everything we need. He said, putting Kin over his shoulder, making her squeak. So I get your pale ass out here before I kill you. He makes a water lance and throws it at a tree, cutting it down. Don't do that again, dickless, Sai said with a fake smile. Oni-chan may be a lot of things, but dickless is not it. Inner Sakura thinks to outer Sakura, making a little blood come from her nose at seeing Naruto and Haku have sex one time. Whatever, pale fucker, let's go. He then flies off, but an evil chakra erupts, and Naruto turns to the cave to see Sasuke emerge with an evil grin on his face. This power feels amazing. This is what I want and need to kill him. Sasuke says, looking around at all the people about to leave. Hey, loser, get down here and fight me right now. Sasuke says, looking up at Naruto. Hold on, you guys, this idiot wants to fight. Naruto makes a clone and hands over Kin to it. Okay, playboy, let's see if you can step with me. Naruto charges Sasuke, who meets him head on. Sasuke throws a left jab. Naruto eats the punch like it was nothing and delivers a blow to Sasuke's lung, knocking the air out of his lungs. Naruto drops and kicks him into the air and gives him a barrage of punches, sending him higher into the air. Water-style, crashing waves. Waves appear out of thin air and crash down onto Sasuke, sending him to the ground. Naruto gets to a tree and looks down at the boy. Here comes a new move, Swanton Bomb. Naruto then jumps off the tree and flips and lands back first onto Sasuke and covers him. Sakura-chan, come and count the pin. Sakura then appears in a referee uniform and counts to 3. Winner Naruto Uzumaki. She shouts, holding his hand up, and bright flashes go off in the trees, taking his picture. Okay, now, that is done, let's head to the tower and get out of here. He picks her up and jets off, followed by his clone, and all you can hear are the screams and laughs of the girls. The group appear at the tower and walk into a room with words on it, but Naruto pays it no mind and just unravels the scrolls and tosses them at the wall in a puff of smoke. Anko and Irika are standing there. Hello, Naruto-kun. What the hell took you so long? I was getting lonely in bed. She says, giving him a long kiss. Sorry, Anko-chan. I just wanted to find a nice dance partner. He said, grinning. Well, did you find one? Anko asked. Believe this, we ran into Orochimaru, and he danced a little bit, but he lost his step towards the end. You also fought him? Are you okay? Did he bite you? Anko said, checking over Naruto and then giving him a hug. No, Anko-chan, he didn't even touch me, but he did bite Sasuke. But now that I can see another curse mark, I will be able to remove yours now that I will have more knowledge on the mark. He said, pulling her into his arms and kissing her head. I hate to interrupt, but you need to go to the Hokage office and tell him what happened. Irika said, trying to get a hold of himself. Okay, I will do that. I have to tell him about my new friends. Naruto says, pointing towards Kin and Karen. With that said, Naruto kicked down the temporary office of the old Hokage, who was behind his desk, pushing papers like usual. Old man, we have to talk. I got some major news to tell you. Naruto walked in, followed by Karen and Kin.Sage. 13. Old man, you won't believe what I discovered in the forest. Naruto said. Oh, it wouldn't happen to be these two young girls now, would it? Hiruzen said, looking up from his paperwork. Yeah, and also Orochimaru is in the exams and is after Sasuke, but Kin here can give you more on his plans. Naruto said, pushing Kin to the Hokage, making her blush at being put on the spot. How can Kin tell me more? Hiruzen asked. I used to work for him. She responded hesitantly, afraid that she would be killed for working for him. Okay, by used to, I assume you want to defect and join this village? Hiruzen responded amused while smoking his pipe. Yes, B, but I will be a Naruto-sama's slave. The girl blushed at saying that out loud. Oh, well, that is a good way to save you from the evils of the council and transfer to our village safely. We can say he defeated you and claimed you as his reward. The old Hokage giggled like a pervert and wrote something down in a notebook that said tips for Ikuika. Okay, can we get to what Orochimaru has planned? Karen said, getting annoyed by the pervy Hokage. Why, yes, we can. Umbu, leave us for a moment. He said, making a hand sign, and they bowed then left. Is that guy on the outside going to stay here as well? Karen asked, looking at the window. The old man looked surprised, but then sighed. Jiraiya, you can come in now, you are busted. With that said, the window opened, and a tall, white-haired old man came inside the room. How did you sense me? Jiraiya asked bashfully at being caught. I'm a Uzumaki sensor. You can't hide from me, Karen said a bit proudly. But yet you still couldn't beat a wild bear. Naruto said, laughing with Kin, who tried to hide her laugh. He is stopped when Karen hits him in the gut. Ow! What did you think would happen punching my armor? Naruto said, laughing even more. You asshole. She turned her back to him. Well, anyways, Kin, can you please tell me what my foolish teammate has done now? Jiraiya said, getting serious. He wants to destroy the village during the finals of the exams. He will be attacking with sand and sound. He wants to have IWA attack them, but their leader thinks he is a fool and the plan will fail. But he never said no, so I would be careful. Wow, that is bad. If he gets IWA, we will have a hard time fighting back. Hiruzen replied, troubled. Yes, that is just the outer works of the plan. Kin replied. There is more. Jiraiya asked, shocked. He wants to kill you the most, Lord Third. He will trap you in a barrier and revive the first, second, and fourth Hokage to kill you. Kin said, a bit worried for her new leader. Damn, that is not good. Naruto said, worried for his Gramps' safety. He will have Gaara, who is the host for the One-Tails rampage in the village, along with giant snake summons, destroy the village. Kin said, that is not good. That will cause mass damage and chaos all over the village. Naruto said, thinking about his new family and other people in the red light he cares for. I will inform the council about this, and we will come up with a plan to overcome this. Hiruzen said, yeah, and you should most likely start a train again for the fight that is to come, along with all the clan heads. Naruto said seriously. Yes, you are right, we will need all our strength if we are to overcome this. Hiruzen said, just as serious. I could take out Gaara along with the giant snakes that are to come. My summons will deal with them along with some clones I can enhance with Kasumi's chakra. Naruto said, trying to help as much as he can. Okay, that is actually a good idea. You can have them focus on getting the civilians to safety along with defeating the ninja that will be on foot. Hiruzen said, nodding in agreement with him. Wait, you have a contract? Jiraiya asked, shocked. Yes, I do. Naruto said. Show me. Jiraiya said, wanting to see if it is strong enough. He goes through hand signs and a puff of smoke. Later, a small winged Thunderbird is summoned and lands on Naruto's shoulder. You see, I have the Thunderbird contract. Naruto said, rubbing the bird, getting it to lean into his hand. How did you get the mythical contract for them? Jiraiya asked, baffled that this boy has the contract. Well, it is an Uzumaki clan summoning contract. Naruto said like it was no problem. Really? Then can I sign it too? Karen asked with stars in her eyes. You sure can. Naruto said, rubbing Karen's head, making her eye twitch. I'm not a dog. She hit him on top of his head. So, but do you know of your family as well? Jiraiya asked hesitantly. If you're wondering if I know about my dad, then yes, I do. I also know that you were close to him and could have been here for me. Naruto said, leveling a glare on him with some ki, making Jiraiya sweat a bit. Look, I'm sorry. I was always out on the road and spying for the village. I wouldn't have been able to take proper care of you and do my duties for the village. Jiraiya said, trying to make the angry teen calm down. When you returned to the village to report to the old man, how come you never came to see me? Naruto said, still not letting up on his anger. Jiraiya put his head down because he had no excuse for that. I don't care anymore. I took care of myself back then anyways. Naruto said, railing his anger in. I can make it up to you by training you for the month. Jiraiya said, knowing this will get him. No thank you. You have better things to work on than training someone who doesn't need your training. Naruto said, What? I'm a legendary ninja, the strongest in the village. Jiraiya said, not believing he was just turned down. Strongest in the village, haha. Naruto laughed, but then stopped and released 5 tails of Kasumi's chakra, cracking the floor and windows, making a red cloak surround his body, and the 5 tails behind him came out. Good thing I put up that seal, or the room would be flooded with ninjas. I'm still in control, Naruto said, seeing Jiraiya about to put some seal on him. How can you control so much? Hiruzen asked, also surprised. It's because Kasumi-chan is my girlfriend, Naruto said with a smile. Is that the Nine-Tails name? And the Nine-Tails is a woman? Jiraiya said, and couldn't believe what he was hearing. Yes, so call her by her name when you are in my presence, he said and released the chakra. I'm pretty sure I can still beat you though, Jiraiya said. I just beat your teammate in the forest while I was holding back, Naruto said, crossing his arms. No way, Jiraiya replied. Whatever, do you have the key to my seal? My dad said I would need it to master all of her chakra, Naruto said, holding his hand out. How did he tell you? Jiraiya asked. He sealed some of his chakra in the seal and talked to me after we had a fight, Naruto said, smiling at that. Who won? Hiruzen asked, a bit curious about this. Well, I did, but that is only because he wanted to test my strongest jutsu against his small Rasengan. He should have known that would happen. What was he thinking of challenging an Uzumaki in a jutsu contest? Naruto said, laughing at this again. Wow, I wish we had all been able to see that, Hiruzen said, dropping his pipe. Actually, you should be glad it took place in my head. If the fight was outside the village, would have been destroyed by my final attack, Naruto said, smirking. Wow, Naruto-sama, you are really strong, Kin said, amazed at her new master. You bet I am Kin-chan, Naruto replied, smiling at the girl, making her blush a bit. Well, I want to take you on a training trip for 3 years to help you get stronger and avoid a group of S-rank criminals after you, Jiraiya said, serious. Let me guess you were going to train me in Kasumi's chakra, Naruto said. Yes, Jiraiya said, not seeing the problem. That is stupid and would be a waste of time. A group of S-rank ninja are after people with Biju. You think they won't have a way to negate the use of her tail beast chakra, Naruto said, crossing his arms again. Well, that makes sense. Jiraiya rubbed his head. I will go on a training trip with the other Jinchuriki and hunt down this group, Naruto said, clenching his fist. Karen, I would like it if you came with me. It would make things much easier to find them, and you can be our medic, Naruto said, looking at Karen. I would, but I'm not that strong, Karen said, looking down. Don't worry, we will all train together, Naruto said, pulling the redhead into a hug. That is a good plan. They won't be ready for that, Jiraiya said. You should get more information on them and send it to me, and we will go get them before they get us. What is the name of the group? Naruto said, turning to him. The name of the group is called Akatsuki, and I will get you that information. Just be careful, they are really powerful, Jiraiya replied. Okay, now the key to the seal. I am an exam after all. Naruto held his hand out again. Okay, let me summon him. Jiraiya went through hand signs and summoned the frog that held the key to the seal. Garradora, nice to see you. I am here, so you can give the kid the key to his seal, Jiraiya said, pointing at Naruto. He looks a little too young, but I can feel his power. I hope you know what you are doing. He then jumps into Naruto's seal. Okay, after this exam, I will be going to Yuzu and train in mastering Kasumi-chan's chakra and other things that will win us this upcoming war, Naruto said, walking out of the room, followed by the girls. Well, Sensei, I can see that he really likes the second Hokage a lot. I figured he would love his father. Were you telling him stories about your sensei? Jiraiya asked, looking at the old man. I did a little bit when he was younger, but he often read up on him when I would give him books about him. One time, he even painted his face to have the same markings as my sensei. He chuckled at remembering that. Well, I'm off. I have work to do. Don't forget to train again as well. Jiraiya said, jumping out the window. I wonder if I will make it past this, or will this be my final battle? If so, I should write down my will and successor. He did just that, and went back to filling out his paperwork again. In the halls of the tower, Naruto was walking to his assigned room, along with Kin and Karen. Okay, girls, I will send you to the house where you will be with the rest of my family. Kin, there is a maid quarter, and you can put on a sexy maid outfit. Karen, you can pick out a room. Just be sure to ask for help if any of you guys need help. He gave them both hugs and teleported them to the house. Okay, now let's see what this tower has to offer. He takes off his armor and puts on a normal black shirt and his black cape with red flames licking the bottom. Red pants that are tucked into black ninja sandals. He makes his way to the cafeteria and can see that the Sand team is there along with the Kumo group. This is not the Kumo team that was looking at Hinata-chan like they wanted to kidnap her. I hope she will be okay. He walks to the counter and can see they have food for everyone. He takes some and walks to sit by the Sand team. Hello again, my Sandy pals. He looked at the two boys. It is nice to see you again, my desert rose. He said, grabbing Temari's hand and kissing it, making her blush. Oh, hello, Naruto-kun. Temari cursed herself for looking weak in front of this handsome hunk. Don't touch my sister, you jerk. Kankuro said, switching places with his sister. Hello again, Uzumaki-san. Mother still wants your blood. Gaara said, looking at Naruto with a passive face. Kasumi-chan, is there any way we can get into his head and talk to Shikaku? Naruto asked his inner demon. Yes, Naruto-kun, but you have to be making contact with him. Kasumi said, talking back to him from the seal. Okay, that sounds easy enough. He put his fist out in front of him for Gaara to touch. Come on, Sandman, bump fist with me, so we can speak in private. Gaara put his fist up slowly, and they were both pulled into an inner plane along with their tailed beast. What do you want, you stupid fox? Shikaku said angrily. Don't be like that, little brother. I just want to see you again. Kasumi said in her fox form with Naruto on her head. I don't want to see you. Just go and die along with your stupid human. He shot a wind bullet at them. Naruto made a lighting ball and shot at the wind ball, canceling his attack. Why are you so angry? I didn't do anything to you. You were born. That is what you did, the angry Tanuki said. Kasumi-chan, I can feel another soul inside him. Naruto said. Yes, this close I can also feel it. Kasumi said, narrowing her eyes. I will get rid of it. Naruto said, jumping next to Gaara, who was being quiet. Uzumaki-san, what are you doing? Gaara said, not showing how scared he was at looking at Biju. I'm trying to help you. He writes a seal using his chakra and makes a ram sign. Uzumaki style, evil soul, unsealing. He then slams his hand down on the sand spirit's head and a ghostly old man comes out. Now put me back, the ghost said. You old bag of dust, just die already, Shikaku said angrily. Naruto then destroys the seal and the old man goes away, making Shikaku let out a long sigh. Thank you, stupid human. Now, can you also let me out this seal? Nice try, stupid raccoon, but Gaara will need your help in the future, Naruto said, patting his head. I will also fix the seal, making it more comfortable for the both of you, and make sure you become friends. I know you both need it. Naruto jumped back to Kasumi. Thank you, Uzumaki, Gaara said. Just call me Naruto. We are friends and brothers in arms, Naruto said, waving to Gaara and disappearing along with him. When they came back outside, they were in the same position until Gaara passed out, making his sibling worry. No need to panic. I only fixed the seal and helped out his sandy friend. He is only sleeping, Naruto said, getting up. Thank you so much, Naruto-kun. Temari gave him a hug, making her blush at her actions. Don't worry, just get strong and look out for him, Naruto said, disappearing in a water pillar, making the team from Mist jealous that they couldn't do that. 3 days later. Time in the tower seemed to move in slow motion for Naruto after he helped Gaara. More teams made their way into the tower, and fights almost broke out a couple of times. He really talked to Temari some more along with Ino, Hinata, and his cute little sisters. He also practiced a little bit inside his room and took the time to work on Kasumi's chakra when he put the seals up. He was at a roadblock because he needed to face his dark side. He could hear little whispers now that he started to use more of her chakra. Wake up, time to kill. A voice of pure hatred and darkness sounded from his mind. Listen here, you knock off. You are not going to be waking me up out of my sleep just because you have homicidal problems. Naruto replied, putting his head back on the pillow. You know, you're not reacting like I wanted you to. Naruto's evil side replied. Well, what did you think? You are me, and I am you, so this should not be a surprise. Naruto said, still laying down. Well, when you put it like that, I guess you are right, but I am all of your negative things, so I'm supposed to do this until we meet and fight for your body. The voice of evil replied. Yeah, that is not going to happen. We're not going to fight because we would end up killing each other, but I'm also not going to try and talk you into changing your ways. Naruto said, rolling over in bed, showing he is sleeping topless. Well, damn, way to mess up my fun, you bastard. He chuckled at the last part. I only started talking to you now because I'm getting weaker due to all the positive things going on in your life now, and I'm slowly disappearing. Dark Naruto said a bit sadly at the last part. You mean our life, that I know how you must be feeling. You don't want to be forgotten or ignored, and you want my attention. Naruto said, I tell you what, when this is over, how about we do whatever needs to be done in order to use Kasumi-chan's chakra? Naruto said in a happy tone. Find it is better than just being stuck in your mind with nothing to do other than watch what you do. Dark Naruto replied. See ya. He left doing an evil laugh. Okay, you have to teach me that. He replied out loud, only to get a response in the form of more laughing. Okay, Naruto-kun, now that you are done talking to yourself, get up before the girls come in and get you. Kasumi said after listening to the conversation. You're right about that. If Sakura-chan came in here and saw me still sleeping, I would be in trouble. As he speaks, a little shiver went up his spine, remembering the last time he didn't get up. He had to dodge punches that level buildings. Kasumi came out of the seal in her fox form and sat on top of his head. Let's go, my love. We have people who need their asses beat. Kasumi yipped from his head. What shall I wear today? Armor for heavy combat, or my cape for fast and precise combat? Naruto speaks, rubbing his chin in thought. He decided on the cape because they are inside and he felt like being fast today. He puts on his long-sleeved black shirt followed by black umbu pants. Tossing on his black haori with the red flames at the bottom, he walks outside in black umbu sandals. Hello, Naruto-kun. He turned his head only to feel his head placed in a breast. Anko-chan, I think you should greet me like this all the time. The muffled answer came from in between her chest. Well, we can always do more to make this a better morning, Anko said with a seductive smirk on her face. As much as I would like to do that, why don't you act like a sensei and take me to where everyone is? Naruto said in a dismissing tone, turning around, making his cape flap. Fine, come with me this way. She grabbed him by the hand and pulled him along the hallways until they got to a large fighting area and everyone was on the rails. Go stand on the rail and wait for your name to be called. She turned and gave him a quick kiss. Good luck, Naruto-kun. I have money on you, so win it all for me. She then vanished. Making his way to the others, he can see that some of the team are banged up or not fully recovered and will be easy pickings. The sensei are talking to each other and giving pep talks to their genin if they need it. The Hokage then appeared and began some speech about the exams, but Naruto was not listening. Instead, he was thinking about some training he can do or who it is that will be a problem for him in these exams. Kasumi-chan, do you think we can do some transformation like the other perfect Jinchuriki? Naruto asked the fox, sitting on his head peacefully. Yes, Naruto-kun, but you have to face your darkness first, and then come for my chakra, but considering how you're chatting, it won't be hard. Yeah, I know he's a cool guy once you get past his evil tendencies. You do realize you're complimenting yourself, right? Yeah, what is your point? I saw you in the mirror talking about how you are the strongest and your fur is to die for. He laughed at remembering catching her hyper self up. You said that you won't bring that up again, the fox said, hitting his head rapidly. Okay, I'm sorry, it was just too funny to forget. Naruto is pulled out of his though when a cloth drops and a huge screen appears on the board. Sasuke Uchiha versus Yoroi Akato. Everyone else walked back up to the rails in order to get out of the way of the fight. You got this, Sasuke. Don't let me down, Kakashi said, patting Sasuke on the back. HN. Watching the fight, he could see that Sasuke was having trouble in this fight. He should be able to demolish this guy, but it seems the curse mark is messing with his effectiveness in battle. This must have been what that snake pissant wanted. Yoroi took his chakra and made him use the power of the curse mark. And next up we have Zaku Abumi versus Shino Aburmi. This match was mainly a fight of long range, and who could sneak who. Naruto could see that Shino indeed was a great ninja, but he did not have any close quarter combat capabilities, and that would lead to his downfall. Zaku was already weak from the ass whopping Naruto gave him in the forest. Tsurugi Misumi versus Kankuro. Hey makeup boy, if you win, I will give you a coupon for a shop that sells makeup for people like you. Naruto yelled, making everyone laugh. It's war paint. Kankuro yelled back, red-faced from embarrassment. Yeah, whatever, just get down there and fight with you stupid dolls. You bastard, get down here and say it to my face. Nah, I would rather spend some alone time with your hot sister. He sent a wink to Temari, making her blush at being called out like that. The fight that followed left most people actually impressed at how good he is with puppets and his use of hiding in plain sight during the fight. Wow, it seems you're somewhat talented, Naruto said, looking at the puppet boy. Well, I am the upcoming genius of our village. Kankuro replied, puffing his chest out in pride. Yeah, if you say so. Naruto walked back to his spot by Sakura. I hope my match can come up. I have places to be, Naruto said, leaning on the wall. Don't worry, I'm sure you will be up soon, Sakura said, patting his back in comfort. Will you cook me some dinner again? Your cooking is really good, Naruto said. Oh, really, was it good? She pushed her fingers together. Yeah, everyone loved it the last time. Just don't make those soldier pills again. I think you almost killed Haku last time. Shut it, that was my first time making those, Sakura said with a tick mark on her head. Naruto Uzumaki versus Omoi. Finally, it's my turn. Naruto then jumps to the ground, but floats down using his wind affinity at the last second. Oh man, what if this guy kills me, and then kills my family, and then war breaks dash? He is cut off when a Karui hits him on the head. Just get your ass down there and fight. She kicked him off. Man, why do the flat-chested girls always cause the most problems? Omoi said from the ground. I feel you, man. They always resort to violence to get their point across, Naruto said in sympathy. Ichiwai. The shout came from Sakura and Karui, who had angry faces and fists in the air. All right, let's leave them alone for now, Omoi said, getting in a stance with his sword. Let's dance. They rush off at each other, leaving dust trails in their way. They clash blades and are in a struggle, but everyone can see Naruto is winning if the grin on his face is anything to go by. A clone comes from behind Omoi and attempts to slash, but he gnarly dodges. Kasumi-chan, this will get messy. Can you go wait on the stands? He talks to the fox, and she gets up and jumps into Hinata's arms, making the girl smile and begin to pet her. All right now, let's get back to it, Naruto said, turning back to Omoi. He charges back at him and takes slashes that Omoi blocks, but has to struggle with because Naruto was physically stronger than him. Omoi then coated his blade in lightning chakra, hoping to zap Naruto and his blade. Lightning slash. Omoi slashes his blade multiple times, hoping to cut Naruto with the sharp blades of lightning. Easy, Naruto said. Wind cutter. Naruto brings his sword down, canceling out his lighting blades and also blowing strong winds in his face. That is not all you can do, is it? Not even close. Omoi then charges back, and Naruto meets him head-on. They then enter a heated dance of blades, and sparks can be seen flying off the blades along with the sound of grunts and skin being cut. Naruto goes for a diagonal slash ready to cut him down. Omoi counters and slides his blade along Naruto's, making more sparks fly. Naruto then ducks the swing that would have taken his head off and comes up with a vertical slash, leaving a long cut on the front of Omoi's chest. You dance well, came the cool reply from Naruto, who was looking at Omoi with a grin still in place. Damn, I didn't think he could be fast and strong. This cut really hurts. I hope I don't bleed out. Stance. Damn, Anko, this kid is a whiz with the blade, Ibiki said, standing by Anko with an impressed face. Yeah, he even beat me using that style, Anko replied with pride in her student. What style is that? Hate asked. He said it was called the Moonlight Sword Style, and let me be the first to say, that shit is scary. She shivered at remembering fighting him and that sword. I knew it seemed familiar. That style is legendary, Hate said with surprise. I'm glad I get to see it. Yeah, he defeated 2 of the 7 swordsmen with the style. Kakashi said, remembering his battle on the bridge. If he has it mastered, he will win this fight no matter what. Hate said, looking with more vigor at the fight. Arena. Back down to the fight, Naruto can be seen with a slash on his chest he had received from their exchange. Omoy had even more cuts on his body than last time. The ground had several cuts and cracks from the force of the attacks. Hey man, I can't keep up anymore. Can we end this? The heavily panting Kumo ninja said, barely able to stand. Sure we can, and because I respect your strength with a blade, allow me to show you a technique of the Moonlight Sword style. Naruto said, getting ready to draw his blade. Omoy did the same, charging lighting in his final attack. The two then disappear, only being spotted by the Jonin and those above. When they became visible to everyone again, they were on different sides of each other. 38th Dance Marionettes, Naruto said, in bloodshot from Omoy, and he fell to the ground. Naruto swiped his blade of the blood and put it back in its sheath until it clicked. So, it seems his last attack reached me, Naruto said, looking down at the cut on his torso. Winner Naruto Uzumaki, Hate said, and a round of claps sounded and the medics ran to pick up Omoy. Naruto walked up to the stands and he got congratulations from people. GG, great, J-job, Naruto-kun. I have some medicine for you to help your cut, Hinata said, bowing her head to hide the blush, making Kasumi fall off. Thank you, Hinata-chan, but my arms hurt, so you'll have to put the medicine on for me, he said, smirking at the girls whose face was red like a tomato. Oh, no. She walked up to him and put the medicine on her fingers, then rubbed it on his open chest wound. She began to go even redder, and steam came from her ears until she couldn't take it anymore and passed out. In Naruto Koen's sea chest. This is the last thing she said before going limp. Well, Kurenai, I think you need to take your student's place and finish what she started, Naruto said, looking at the women who blushed. I'm not doing that, she said, looking away. Don't be like that. You owe me. Or do you not remember when you wanted me to eat that whipped cream off your body and lick the dash? He is stopped when Kurenai appears in front of him, blushing heavily. All the guys had nosebleeds, and the girls were jealous. Even the stoic Samui was a bit jealous. Shut up. I will rub the stupid medicine on you. She then did just that and began to rub it on his chest. She was blushing from all the eyes on her, but keep going or let everyone know about her sex life. Thank you, Kurenai-chan. He gave her a kiss on the lips. I will see you all at home. I have things to do. Wait, Naruto, you can't. He stopped when he saw he disappeared in a blue flash. Leave. You know, sometimes I don't think he respects my position as Hokage. He put his head down at that. You just noticed that. He calls you old man and just walks into your office whenever he feels like it, Anko said, laughing at him. Uzumaki compound. I'm home, Naruto shouted, coming through the door. Hello, Naruto-kun. Tsunami walked up, giving him a kiss, which he returned without hesitation. What are you doing home so early? Shouldn't you be at the exams? Raising her eyebrow in confusion. I just got done fighting, and I decided to leave because I have to pack for my trip, Naruto replied, walking to the kitchen to get a drink. What about your friends? They will want your support, so you should go back, Tsunami said, putting her hands on her hips, standing her ground. But why? They're strong enough to handle the fights. Naruto couldn't go back, or no ramen for a month, Tsunami said in a sweet tone. You can be so cruel sometimes. Can I at least see Rukia-chan? Naruto said, going to the backyard, but is pulled back when she grabs the back of his coat. No. If you see her, you want to stay with her all day long and then never go back, Tsunami replied, trying to lecture him, but Naruto was not really paying attention. Are you listening to me? Tsunami asked with a tick mark on her head. Yes, I was, the blonde said in a cheery tone. He gave her a nice smile that made her more aggravated. Then what did I say? Tsunami said and crossed her arms under her chest. I love you. Next thing Naruto knew, he was standing outside the compound with a bump on his head. She must have had some kind of ninja training, because the way she swings that pan is going to kill me one day. Naruto then got up and started to fly back towards the tower. Arena. Back in the arena, more fights had progressed, and none were as good as Naruto's so far. Sakura had fought Shikamaru, and despite her overwhelming strength and great intellect at keeping him on the move, not letting him think of a plan, she still lost due to overconfidence in thinking she would just crush him. Naruto came back and could see the next match was Hinata versus her cousin, and the girl was ready to die from how scared she was. "Hinata, you can do this, okay?" Kurenai said, giving her a comfortable hug. Thank you, sensei," she said with more confidence in herself, but you can still see the terror in her eyes. "Hinata, I know that is not fear I see," Naruto said, floating down. "And Naruto-kun ii." A hand made her stop. "Hinata, you don't need to fear. It will only weigh you down during this fight. You trained and put in just as much work as everyone else. Don't let fear control you." A nod from the girl let him know she was listening well to what he was saying. "Remember, the will of fire burns bright. It will give you the power you need to surpass your limits and defeat whatever enemy stands in front of you. But remember, power is not simply will. Power is the ability to make things happen." She nods, and everyone can see how she is now motivated and no longer has any fear. One more thing. He rips the jacket right off her body, making her yell and cover herself. "You don't need this to weigh you down. Now get down there and kick his ass." She jumps down with a determined gaze. "I know you're not actually going to listen to that failure. His fate was already chosen, just like you," Niji said with a smirk, trying to break her down. "Just shut up and fight me," Hinata said more seriously than anyone has seen her before. She got in her stance, ready to do battle. "You are a failure. It won't make a difference," Niji replied with a scowl and got ready to fight. "Fight!" The two then rushed at each other, throwing strikes meant to deal damage and close off the chakra points at the same time. Through the whole encounter of strikes, Hinata landed a good amount of hits, more than Niji can say he is proud to have let hit him. That does not mean the Hyuga was unscathed. She has been hit in her shoulder and arms. "I have closed off your chakra points. What will you do now?" "Failure," Niji said, trying to taunt her. "I will keep fighting because I don't quit and I don't run. That's my ninja way." In the stands, Naruto smiles along with the rest of Hinata's friends. Rock Lee even begins to cheer her on, followed by Naruto. "You will die here, girl." "So what, coward?" Hinata then charges back towards him, catching him off guard by her sudden speed, and she manages to land a hit to his chest, knocking the wind from his lungs, sending him to a knee only to be sent flying when he meets a kick to his face. "What's wrong? Can you not dance any longer?" Hinata said with a smirk, copying her not-so-secret crush. "Oh, hell yeah," Naruto shouted from the rails. "I taught her that." Naruto is crying tears like a proud father seeing his only child that made it. "Naruto-san, I don't think her clan would appreciate you corrupting their heir," Shino said, standing next to Naruto. "Who cares? They're not going to do anything. If anything, I am helping their clan that is destroying itself." "What do you mean, destroying itself?" Asuma asked. "The main branch is treating their side branch like slaves, and it only gets worse as time goes on. The kidnapping only made things worse by giving the leader of the side branch to them," Naruto said, remembering what had happened. "If we are not careful, we might have a repeat of the Uchiha massacre on our hands." They then became quiet and focused back on the fight that had turned back to Niji's favor. Hinata was on her knees with blood coming from her lips and breathing heavily. "I can't keep up. I am done for." She glances at Naruto, and he only nods with a smile. "Winner Niji, Hyuga. Just like fate predicted, I won, and you are on the ground like a failure. Don't fight your fate, just accept it," Niji said with an arrogant smirk on his face. "You know, Niji, you seem to be fighting your fate most out of everyone in our clan. Always trying to learn the techniques of the main branch. It seems you just can't accept the fact that you were born in the side branch," Hinata said with a sad gaze, looking at her cousin. "Shut up, you know nothing of fate. I am cursed with this life." Niji charges at Hinata, ready to end her life, and the Jonin are not fast enough to stop him. Clang! That is what sounded off in the arena. Naruto can be seen in a blade lock with the Hokage of all people, and it seems he is struggling to hold back the angry blonde. "And Naruto, you must calm down," the Hokage said, pushing off Naruto, whose eyes were red with slits and his whisker were thicker. "I am perfectly calm. Naruto said, exchanging blows with the staff of the Hokage. Just move and let me cut him down. Naruto replied in a calm voice. If you do, then you're going to be disqualified. Hinata wouldn't want that for you. That was the wrong thing to say because Naruto picked up speed and blitzed the Hokage, going right past him to the Hyuga, who had wide eyes filled with terror. At rotation, the boy started to spin, and Naruto was about to bring his sword down and cut him down. He was stopped when a fox kicked him away. Naruto-kun, you must calm down, or you will be in serious trouble with the village. Kasumi said, standing in front of him the size of a full-grown horse. The two stare each other down for a bit, red-slitted eyes gazing back at each other. Chakra pouring from the two, shaking the arena and cracking the ground under their feet. The Jonin were on guard, ready for anything to go down, sweating at the pressure of the two beasts in front of them. The genin was shaking and behind the sensei. The foreign ninja were shocked that this kid fought the Hokage and is now releasing all this chakra. Oh no, Kasumi Nachan is ready to fight, and her mate is also ready. We should leave because your team is about to pass out, the Nibi said inside the head of Yujito. Holy shit, just how strong is this guy? Karui said, holding on to the railing because of his shaking. That is cool, Samui said, also holding the rail with wide eyes. That kid has some real balls standing up to Kasumi like that. Shikaku said inside Gaara's head. Mother, are you scared? I'm a man. Stop calling me that, it's weird. Salty. Temari, I think the invasion is a bust if this kid is involved. Kankuro said to his sister. Yes, we should not have gone with it in the first place. Temari replied from behind her fan. Back on the arena floor, the pressure had only gotten heavier, and right when it seemed they was about to jump at each other, Naruto stood up and sheathed his sword and walked to Hinata, who was being protected by a barrier Naruto had put up on her. He walked to it and disabled the seal, and he grabbed her hand and smiled at her. Hinata looked into his eyes that went back to the blue that she loved. Did I do good in Naruto-kun? He only smiled at her. You were amazing, and I loved when you used my line. They both chuckled at that. The medics came to take her, and he wished her good health. When he got back up, everyone was subjected to feeling his KI, and the weaker kids fainted while everyone else were sweating, even the hiding Orochimaru. No, this boy cannot be allowed to live. He will mess up the plan. I will send Gurren after him. She has never failed me. His thoughts stopped when the boy of his thoughts spoke. You better hope we don't fight, or you will, without a doubt, not make out of the match in one piece. Naruto said, turning his red eyes, filled with fury, to the shaking Hyuga. He then goes to the hospital room to watch over Hinata. Now let's get back to the matches. The sickly proctor said, Tintin versus Temari. Tintin wasted no time in charging the Sand Kunoichi with her superior speed and excellent swordsmanship to keep Temari from getting too far and launching her wind jutsu with her fan. Kasumi was in the stands watching Ino bully Karui with her staff and fire jutsu, feeling a bit sad at how she and Naruto just acted towards each other. Kasumi-chan, I'm sorry for how I acted. I lost my cool for a second, Naruto said, speaking through the mental link. Don't worry, Naruto-kun. It is okay. I just needed you to calm yourself before you did something you would regret. Kasumi chirped with a foxy grin. Can you tell me what happens during the rest of the matches? I am with Hinata-chan. Sure thing, just don't do anything to the helpless girl. Just who do you think I am? I won't take advantage of her like that. I know I'm just messing with you. I will see you later. She ended the link and focused back on the final match. Gaara versus Rock Lee Cannon. Okay, all those who won come down and listen up for who you will be fighting in the finals. Hate said. First up we have Naruto Uzumaki versus